Chapter 181, The Battle of Michael. January 23, 1641. Arctic Ocean, en route to Michael. IGVN's Second Conquest Fleet. Great Atlaster-class battleship GVS Laniakea. The latest reconnaissance report from the GVS Adler just arrived, and it all but confirmed what they already knew from previous intelligence-gathering efforts. A fleet of around 80 ships, with at least 6 Lauberg-class destroyers, a pair of Orichalcum-class battleships, and a pair of Rhodius-class carriers. Venstrom drummed his fingers on the table, his brow furrowed. The EDI fleet's composition was troublesome, especially those damned Laubergs with their advanced anti-aircraft capabilities. And the Orichalcum-class battleships? He'd rather not think about the devastation their missiles could unleash on his ships. But aside from those few ships, this was by no means any force that could be deemed a significant threat, not at all concerning, at least on paper. Yet, Fleet Admiral Venstrom remained concerned. He was almost certain they were sailing into a trap, but there weren't any signs of the Americans. No ships, no planes, no missiles appearing over the horizon. Despite this, he knew. He felt it in his gut that they were out there, somewhere. Venstrom studied the report, his eyes tracing the positions of the EDI ships. The formation was textbook, a classic defensive arrangement that maximized the strengths of each vessel type. The Laubergs were arranged on the outer perimeter, providing anti-air coverage. The Orichalcums remained in the center, their missile ranges overlapping to create a formidable strike capability. And the destroyers, magic frigates, and light cruisers were arrayed in a standard anti-submarine screen. It was exactly what he would have done in their position. He glanced up at Rear Admiral Gormand, his chief of staff. A solid formation. They've learned a lot from the other battles, haven't they? They can learn everything about our operations and capabilities, and they may well already have. Yet, what can they do? No matter how perfect their formation is, they will crumble without this handful of ships, Gormand said, indicating the tabletop map and the pieces that represented the Laubergs, Orichalcums, and Rhodius-class vessels. Venstrom nodded, a slight smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. It was a relief to know that they would be able to accomplish their objective, but a part of him wished that their scouting party found signs of American presence. At least then, he would have been able to fall back and await further orders with little worry. Well, this was no time to dwell on hypotheticals. Directing his attention to the current situation, he began planning. Indeed, and that's where we shall focus our efforts. Commander Newmark, he turned to his operations officer. Let's discuss the allocation of our forces. Newmark stepped forward. Yes, sir. Given the enemy's defensive posture and the absence of any detected American units, I recommend we split off a portion of our fleet to engage the Michael fleet while keeping the majority of our forces in reserve, he said, giving a nod to Venstrom. He gestured to the map and pointed out specific positions. We can deploy a strike group consisting of 1 Pegasus-class fleet carrier, 5 Cygnus-class escort carriers, 5 Hercules-class battleships, 8 Taurus-class heavy cruisers, 10 Ares-class light cruisers, 30 Perseus-class destroyers, and 20 Cian-class submarines. This force should be more than sufficient to overwhelm the EDI's defenses and neutralize their key assets. Venstrom nodded, considering the proposal. It was a balanced approach, committing enough firepower to ensure victory while minimizing the risk to the overall fleet. And the rest of our fleet remains here, granting us a buffer zone of 1,000 miles between ourselves and any American force that may be coming in from the northeast. Gormand spoke up. Meanwhile, we'll allocate small scouting parties, each a handful of destroyers or submarines, and expand our perimeter. Very well, Venstrom agreed. Newmark, I want the strike group ready to move within the hour. Gormand, ensure that the rest of the fleet is positioned as discussed. Venstrom then turned his attention to the finer details of their operation. Newmark, I want our submarines to lead the attack. Have them target the enemy carriers and the Orichalcums. There is no doubt the enemy is already anticipating this, so I don't expect an overwhelming success. Rather, this should open up an opportunity to target the Lauberg-class destroyers. Destroying even one of these will alleviate the pressure on our aircraft waves. The first wave will act in concert with the submarines, focusing on eliminating these destroyers. Once all Laubergs have been eliminated, our subsequent waves will target the Orichalcum-class and Rhodius-class ships. The surface group will move in after we have confirmed that the threat of missiles is no more. The plan was coming together. He could feel the familiar thrill of impending battle, but he tempered that excitement with the understanding that it would only take a single blow to knock down their house of cards. Every ship, plane, sailor, and airman under his command was a precious resource, not to be squandered lightly. He would lead them into battle, but he would also do everything in his power to bring them home again, even at the cost of his pride and in the face of opposing orders. Gentlemen, you have your orders. Execute them with the skill and precision that are the hallmarks of our Navy. Let us show the Elysians the price of standing against us. Arctic Ocean, 45 miles from Michael. Sihun-class attack submarine, GVSU, 722. Contact bearing 320, range 10,000 yards, probable surface target, the sonar operator reported. Captain Wenner Hofbrum felt his consciousness return from the void as he acknowledged the report and refocused his vision. This was it, his first time in combat against a Mauritial force. Understood, he replied. Continue tracking. Helm, bring us to periscope depth, Hofbrum ordered. Aye, Captain. Periscope depth, 55 feet, the diving officer responded. As the U-722 slowly rose to the specified depth, Hofbrum stepped up to the periscope. Up scope. The periscope rose, and he pressed his eye to the eyepiece, scanning the horizon. Down scope. Target identified, bearing 320. Rhodius-class carrier. Aye, Captain. The navigation officer, Lieutenant Solhit acknowledged. Recommend course 315 to close the distance while maintaining separation from their escorts. Make it so. Ahead slow. Hofbrum turned to the radio operator. Signal the wolf pack. Prepare to attack on my command. Maintain radio silence. The radio operator nodded, sending the coded message. Torpedo room. Report, Hofbrum called out. Tubes 1 and 2 loaded and ready. Captain. The torpedo officer responded. Tubes 3 and 4 will be ready in 2 minutes. Set torpedo depth at 15 feet. Euro angle 0, speed 40 knots. Hofbrum ordered. Torpedo depth 15 feet. Euro angle 0, speed 40 knots. Aye. Hofbrum turned to the fire control technician. Input target data. Bearing 320, range 4,000 yards. Angle on the bow 30 degrees starboard. The fire control technician inputted the data into the torpedo data computer. Solution ready, Captain. Flood tubes 1 and 2. Hofbrum ordered. Tubes flooded, Captain. Damage control, stand by, Hofbrum called out, ensuring his crew was ready for any eventuality. Fire tube 1. The U-722 shuddered as the first torpedo was expelled. Helm, maintain depth. Maintaining depth, aye. Fire tube 2. Euro angle plus 2 degrees. The second torpedo launched, the slight variation in Euro angle creating a spread to account for potential target movement. The submarine trembled slightly as the torpedo left its tube. As soon as he felt the signature rumble, Hofbrum wasted no time. He immediately turned to the diving officer. Dive. Take us down to 200 feet, ahead full. Aye, Captain. Diving to 200 feet, ahead full. The officer responded, the vessel lurching as he carried out the orders. Hofbrum's mind raced through the various tactics the enemy might use against them. He'd fought against minor Muin and Mauritial patrols, and their anti-submarine measures were woefully inadequate, as if the concept of undersea warfare didn't exist outside of combat against the odd kraken. They had depth charges, certainly, but apparently the more capable fleets had other technologies and techniques to exploit. Magic, guided by American advisors, or so the rumors went. The sonar operator's voice cut through the silence. Sir, we have active sonar contacts. Multiple surface ships, bearing 010, range 8,000 yards. They're pinging. Hofbrum nodded. They're trying to get a fix on our position. Helm, maintain descent. Steady as she goes. He turned to the crew. Release decoys, then rig for silent running. All hands, prepare for depth charges. The crew braced themselves, waiting for the inevitable attack. As expected, depth charges tumbled to the depths, but struck with such poor accuracy that their hull barely experienced the effects of the detonations. Perhaps Hofbrum had worried about nothing. Then, a strange sensation swept through the submarine. The hull's gentle creaks grew into groans, resonating through the vessel's body. Did the enemy score a lucky hit? No, they couldn't have. This wasn't the feeling of being rocked by a nearby blast. This was something else, something wrong. Engineering, report. What's happening? The chief engineer's voice came through the intercom, sounding concerningly shaky. Sir, we're observing unusual expansion in the hull joints. I think the water around us is heating up, and rapidly. Captain Hofbrum's mind raced as he processed the report. Rapid heating could spell disaster in multiple ways, from compromising the hull integrity to affecting the submarine's internal systems. All hands, brace for potential thermal stress, he commanded. The temperature inside the submarine rose, warming up as if he had stepped into a busy kitchen. Then, as quickly as the heat wave came, it was replaced by an opposite but equally alarming force. The warmth receded at an unnatural pace, replaced by a chilling cold that worsened the hull's groaning. Engineering, what the hell is going on? Sir, it's cooling down now, faster than anything I've ever seen. It's like we've hit a cold snap under the water, the chief engineer reported. The rapid cooling after such intense heating was unprecedented and certainly unnatural. It had to be the work of mages on the surface above. How they were accomplishing such a feat, Hofbrum could never guess. However, he could assume that whatever they were doing, it must still take some effort to maintain accuracy. He turned back to the diving officer. Take us to 300 feet. Ahead full. Sir, going deeper with the hull in this state, it's risky. We're not sure if, the chief engineer cautioned, overhearing the order. The diving officer hesitated, and for good reason. Hofbrum knew that the temperature phenomena could cause the hull to become brittle and weak. Yet, he met the man's eyes with determination. His mind was set. We don't have much choice. Execute, but keep a close watch on the hull integrity. Hoffman interjected, cutting off any further objections. They dove further, pushing the Sihun-class submarine to its limits. Under normal circumstances, the submarine could operate at a depth of up to 500 feet. There was no telling how weak their hull now was, so he didn't dare stretch the descent further. As the minutes ticked by, the magical assault began to wane, the temperature slowly returning to normal. Had the enemy lost their position? Were they too far away for the enemy to pursue? Was the enemy too busy dealing with other attacks? It didn't matter. What mattered was the fact that they'd made it through, their ship and their hides intact. Damage report, Hofbrum called out, eyes on the gauges. No significant damage, Captain, the chief engineer reported. Hull integrity is sound, and all systems are operating within parameters. Hofbrum nodded. It was a relief they had managed to come through the assault relatively unscathed. Sonar, report. Status on enemy vessels. Hard to hear with all the activity above, but I think they're moving away from our position. Sounds like they're regrouping, probably don't want to stray too far from their main fleet. He turned to Lieutenant Solhead. Plot a course back to the rendezvous point. We'll lay low and assess our options once we're clear of immediate pursuit. Aye, Captain. Plotting course now. Hoffman knew some of his crew might be eager to press the attack, to strike another blow while the enemy was still reeling. But he also knew that his primary responsibility was to ensure the safety and effectiveness of the U-722 and her crew. Without clear information on the status of the Wolfpack or the full disposition of the Mauritial forces, a second attack run would be a gamble. And in the grim calculus of submarine warfare, gambling with the lives of his crew and the fate of their mission was a risk he wasn't willing to take. The hunt would continue, but on his terms and in his own way. No reckless heroics, no cinematic gestures. The Silent Service demanded nothing less. Chapter 182, The Battle of Michael, 2. January 23, 1641. Arctic Ocean, 250 miles from Michael. IGVN's Second Conquest Fleet. Pegasus-class fleet carrier GVS Hell Reese. Lieutenant Commander Lucas Adler entered the briefing room. He was surrounded by the low murmur of conversation as his fellow pilots, the elite of their naval air arm, waited for the briefing to begin. He took his seat at the front, his eyes scanning the faces of the men who would soon be under his command. They were a hardened bunch, each one a proven warrior of the sky, dedicated to the cause of GRA Valkan supremacy. The briefing officer stepped up to the podium, his presence commanding the room's attention. Gentlemen, today we embark on a mission of vital importance to the GRA Valkan Empire. He began, his voice filled with the unwavering confidence that was the hallmark of their superior culture. Our target is the Elysian Defense Fleet, currently positioned off the coast of Michael. Adler leaned forward slightly, his interest piqued. The Elysians, while technologically inferior to the mighty GRA Valka's empire, had proven to be a persistent thorn in their side. It was time to pluck that thorn and crush it beneath the heel of GRA Valkan might, demonstrating the superiority of their empire and its indomitable warrior spirit. The officer gestured to a large map on the wall, indicating the known positions of the enemy ships. Intelligence reports indicate the presence of several high-value targets, including 6 Muin-Laberg-class destroyers, 2 Orichalcum-class battleships, and 2 Rhodius-class carriers. The Laberg class, in particular, is believed to possess advanced anti-aircraft capabilities, likely provided by their American allies. Adler studied the map intently, his mind already analyzing potential vulnerabilities. While they lacked detailed information on the Laberg-class destroyers' specific capabilities, he was certain that their experience and training would allow them to triumph. The Muins were barbarians compared to even the Mauritials. Regardless of the tools they were bestowed upon by their American masters, at the end of the day, they were still barbarians. Although we don't have comprehensive intelligence on the Laberg class, we must assume they possess enhanced targeting systems and potentially even radar-guided guns, the officer continued. However, their limited numbers and reliance on foreign technology, which they have likely had minimal time to train with, make them vulnerable to the superior tactics, numbers, and training of our pilots. Adler nodded in agreement, his confidence bolstered by the officer's words. The GRA Valka's empire had faced many challenges in its glorious history and had always emerged victorious through the strength of its warriors and the brilliance of its strategy. Even the Kynians, in all their might, would have crumbled easily. The officer pointed to the map, highlighting the planned attack vectors. Your mission is to neutralize these threats, focusing primarily on the Laberg-class destroyers positioned on the outer perimeter of the Elysian Formation. You will approach from the western coastline at an altitude of 12,000 feet, using cloud cover and fog to mask your approach. The dive bombers will lead the attack, initiating their dives at a 70-degree angle from an altitude of 8,000 feet. Your primary targets will be the destroyer's command centers, bridge superstructures, and any visible anti-aircraft batteries. Adler visualized the attack. The steep dive angle would allow them to build up tremendous speed, making it harder for the enemy's anti-aircraft guns to track and engage them effectively. It should be extraordinarily difficult to track a target moving that fast, even for whatever the Muins might be equipped with. Logically, he believed that there was no way that the Americans would have outfitted the Muin ships with their own current technologies, so it stood to reason that the Muins must be using some sort of outdated system. The torpedo bombers will follow closely behind, approaching at an altitude of 500 feet, the officer continued. They will target the ship's engines and rudders to cripple their maneuverability, making them easier targets for subsequent attacks. Timing is critical. The torpedo bombers must begin their attack runs no more than 30 seconds after the dive bombers complete their dives, to maximize the element of surprise and minimize the enemy's ability to coordinate their defenses. Once the Laberg-class destroyers are neutralized, you will shift your focus to the Orichalcum-class battleships and Rhodius-class carriers, the officer said, indicating the relevant sections of the map. Prioritize cleaning up any targets that have been previously crippled by our submarines. The dive bombers will concentrate their attacks on the battleship's main gun turrets and bridge superstructures, aiming to disable their offensive capabilities and disrupt their command and control. The torpedo bombers will target the carrier's flight decks and any visible hangar bays, seeking to destroy as many enemy aircraft as possible before they can be launched. Adler's lips curled into a predatory smile. The Elysian fleet, for all its vaunted technology and foreign support, would be powerless against the fury of the GRA Valkan assault. They would strike hard and fast, shattering the enemy's defenses and leaving nothing but burning wreckage in their wake. Remember, gentlemen, the officer said, his voice ringing with the unshakable conviction that was the birthright of every GRA Valkan. You are the spearhead of the GRA Valkan war machine. The Elysians and their American allies may have their technological tricks, but they lack the discipline, the training, and the indomitable will of the GRA Valka's empire. You will triumph over these lesser foes because you are the products of the most advanced and powerful culture in all of Alicia. Your skill, your courage, and your unwavering dedication to the Empire will carry the day. Adler felt a surge of pride at those words, a sentiment clearly shared by his fellow pilots. They were the chosen warriors of the Valka's Empire, the instruments of its righteous fury. No force on Alicia, be it magical or technological, could stand against the might of their culture and the strength of their convictions. The briefing concluded as the officer called out, "Prepare yourselves for battle." Dismissed, Adler rose from his seat. He made his way to the flight deck, where his squadron was already preparing for the mission. It had been quite a while since he had seen the deck this busy. Of course, aside from the recent scare following the loss of the Falkenhorst, Wolfhart, and the Ernstrud. In all honesty, the event nearly shook his faith in the Valka's Empire, very nearly. Thankfully, he came to his senses. Their destroyers must have triumphed over the enemy, considering the fact that they experienced no further attacks. His wingman, Lieutenant Jakub Jürgen, looked up as he approached. "Sir, the men have expressed reservations about the upcoming mission." Adler scoffed at the very notion of reservations. Of what? Of the Lauberks? I needn't remind them that we have won every single battle against the Elysians. And, I assure you, the Muins troglodyte mines wouldn't be able to properly use the equipment their American masters have given them. Jürgen shifted uneasily, but agreed anyway. "Of course, sir. I'll ensure the men are ready and focused." Even Adler could see what Jürgen truly thought. Deep down, a flicker of doubt tugged at his own thoughts. The Lauberks were an unknown, but the Valka's Empire had never known loss according to the official IBC broadcasts and the reports from all the admirals. He pushed the doubts aside. They were the pride of the Valkan Navy, the finest pilots in all of Yggdra, and perhaps Alicia as well. They'd always emerged victorious. This would be no different. As he climbed into his own plane, he ran through the pre-flight checks almost mindlessly. His mind was already in the sky, already picturing the dive, the release, the glorious explosion. Completing his checks, he called out to his men. "Donner Squadron, radio check." The responses came back, crisp and clear. Jürgen, Mahler, all the rest. Adler nodded. "Donner leader to all Donner aircraft. Start engines on my mark. 3, 2, 1 mark. Tower, this is Donner leader. Donner Squadron requesting permission for takeoff. Over. Donner leader, this is Tower. You are cleared for takeoff. Winds are 240 at 10 knots. Altimeter 2992. Acknowledge. Over. Tower, Donner leader. Winds 240 at 10 knots. Altimeter 2992. Acknowledged. Donner Squadron taking off. Over. Adler taxied to the runway, his squadron falling into position behind him. As he reached the holding point, he performed one final check. Flaps set, trim adjusted, engine gauges in the green. He glanced over his shoulder, confirming his wingman's position. "Donner 2, you have the wing." "Roger, Donner leader." "I have the wing," Jürgen responded, his voice calm and professional. Adler took a deep breath, centering himself for the task ahead. Then, with a steady hand, he guided his plane onto the runway. "Donner Squadron, line up and wait." One by one, the other planes reported in, confirming their readiness. Donner 2, lined up and waiting. Donner 3, lined up and waiting. Donner 4, lined up and waiting. Adler checked his instruments one final time. Throttle, friction lock, boost, mixture, prop. All set. The engine thrummed with contained power, eager to be unleashed. "Tower, Donner leader. Donner Squadron ready for takeoff. Over. Donner leader, Tower. You are cleared for takeoff. Winds are steady at 240, 10 knots. Good luck and good hunting." Acknowledged. Tower. Donner Squadron taking off. Adler pushed the throttle forward, feeling the plane strain against the brakes. The engine roared, the propeller a blurred disc pulling them forward. Adler released the brakes, and the plane surged forward, gathering speed. The rumble of the wheels on the deck became a roar as the plane hurtled down the runway. Faster, faster, the end of the deck was rushing towards them. Adler pulled back on the stick, feeling the plane respond, the nose lifting. A moment of resistance, the wheels clinging to the deck, and then they were airborne, climbing into the vast expanse of sky. Behind him, the rest of the squadron lifted off in precise order, forming up on his wing as they gained altitude. Adler felt the familiar exhilaration of flight, the world falling away beneath him. This was where he belonged, where he truly came alive, and where his enemies became dead. He checked his instruments, confirming that all was as it should be. Altitude, airspeed, heading, everything was nominal. As they gained altitude, Adler checked in with his squadron. Donner leader to Donner squadron, report fuel and ordnance status. His men reported in, fuel ranging between 80 and 90%. Their engagement was stretching it, but it made sense. Even he knew when to respect the enemy. They wouldn't be able to close the distance until they removed the enemy orichalcums from the battlefield. Roger, Donner squadron. Maintain current heading and altitude. Keep an eye out for enemy interceptors. He switched to the general frequency, listening for updates from the other squadrons. Warhammer leader to all squadrons. Approaching target area. Prepare to engage on my command. Looking out the canopy, Adler could see the faint outlines of ships on the horizon, tiny specks barely visible through their cloud cover. All squadrons, this is Warhammer leader. Enemy fleet in sight. Burke destroyers are priority targets. Dive bombers engage first, torpedo bombers follow. Acknowledge, over. Adler responded, Warhammer leader, this is Donner leader. Acknowledged. Donner squadron standing by to engage, over. The fog and clouds were beginning to thin ahead, revealing flashes of the battlefield. He switched to his squadron frequency. Donner squadron, arm bombs and prepare for attack run. Maintain formation until my signal. As they descended, the veil of clouds parted, unveiling the chaos of the battle below. Ships crisscrossed the ocean, their wakes leaving frothy trails on the surface. Flak filled the sky, a deadly welcome from the ship's guns. Adler spotted the aerial battle raging in the distance. The GRA Valken Antares fighters were engaging the formidable but outnumbered and outskilled Mauritial Alpha 3s and 4s. Even from afar, it was clear that the GRA Valken pilots were dominating their inferiors. A squadron of GRA Valken dive bombers to their right was attacking an orichalcum battleship, braving the fire from its Burke escort. The destroyer's guns were spitting out a hail of flak, trying to ward off the GRA Valken bombers. But something was different. The flak was unervingly accurate, each burst seeming to predict the bomber's moves. Adler's eyes widened as he saw the anti-aircraft fire forming an almost solid barrier, while the smaller guns filled the gaps with their precisely tracking tracers. Too many bombers were hit, falling from the sky in flames. The losses were heavier than Adler had ever seen, far beyond what he'd expected from the Muons. A cold knot formed in his stomach. What trickery was this? As he watched, a streak of light shot up from the Burke, moving with unnatural speed and precision. It struck a bomber, which vanished in a fireball. Adler's breath caught. A missile. The Muons had missiles. The realization hit him like a punch to the gut. The Muons, these inferior beings, had gotten their hands on advanced technology. The briefing had mentioned enhancements, but he never expected such a level of upgrades. Proximity fuses, targeting computers, missiles. These were the latest GRA Valken innovations, so new that only a handful of ships in each conquest fleet were equipped with them. Adler sneered. The dirty Americans were to blame. Most of the bombers were hit, falling from the sky in flames. A group of 4 survivors pressed on, undeterred. A wall of ice formed from the ocean, curving over the ship itself like a shield to absorb most of the bombs. Yet, 2 managed to find their way through. They detonated against the deck of the orichalcum, taking out an anti-air emplacement and disabling one of the smaller guns. A harrowingly ineffective attack. Ahead, another Burke awaited, its guns already tracking Adler's squadron. Flak burst around them, the plane shuddering as shrapnel pinged off the fuselage. But there was a new menace now, the threat of those missiles, against which they had no defense. Adler's grip tightened on the control column, his knuckles white. This was not the battle he had envisioned, not the easy victory over inferior foes. The Muons had upgraded their ships, had turned them into deadly predators that could pick off GRA Valken planes with chilling efficiency. As they neared the release point, the flak intensified, the explosions rocking the plane. Missiles streaked past, each one knocking a fellow pilot out of the sky. Adler's mouth was dry, his heart pounding. He had never faced a threat like this. He took a breath. He was a GRA Valken. He would not let this shake him. As with all munitions, the Muons would run out of their precious missiles eventually. They would triumph, as they always did, even if it came with a cost higher than he had ever imagined. Warhammer leader to all squadrons, commence attack. Adler set his jaw, pushing down the unease that threatened to rise up. It was time to show these Muons the might of the Ravernal Empire, no matter the price. Donner Squadron, break formation and attack. Dive, dive, dive. Chapter 183, The Battle of Michael 3. January 23rd, 1641. Michael Port. IGVN VB, 27 Donner Squadron. 8,000 feet. The air screamed past Adler's canopy as he pushed the control column forward, sending his plane into a nearly vertical dive. The Lavberg-class destroyer grew larger in his sights with each passing second, its deck bristling with anti-aircraft guns. Flak burst all around him, peppering his plane with shrapnel. Adler gritted his teeth, fighting to keep the plane steady. To his right, Jurgen's plane suddenly vanished in a fireball, struck by a missile that seemed to come out of nowhere. Adler barely had time to process the loss of his wingman before another plane, Donner 4, was torn apart by a barrage of tracers. The accuracy of the Lavberg's fire was unnerving, far beyond anything he'd expected from the Muons. 6,000 feet. Adler's heart pounded in his ears as he watched Donner 5 and 6 succumb to the destroyer's defenses, their wreckage plummeting into the sea. The flak was getting thicker, the shells exploding closer to his plane. He was insulated within the canopy, but it was like he could feel the heat of the explosions, the smell of burning fuel and metal. Jurgen, Mahler, Schneider, gone in an instant. The realization hit him like a punch to the gut. Half his squadron, the men he'd trained and fought with, wiped out in a matter of seconds. And for what? A single Lavberg, a ship that was supposed to be an easy target for the pride of the Ravernal Navy. 3,000 feet. Adler's hands shook on the control column, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. The doubts that had plagued him since the briefing surged to the forefront of his mind. The Muons were supposed to be primitives, savages with borrowed technology they barely understood. But this was something else entirely. The Lavberg's guns tracked his squadron with uncanny precision, as if guided by some unseen hand. The missiles, the radar, the proximity fuses, these were the tools of a modern military, not the backward barbarians he'd been led to expect. 2,000 feet. As the dive continued, the Lavberg growing ever larger in his sights, Adler struggled to push the doubts aside. With each passing second, each plane that fell from the sky, he could feel his confidence wavering. Even if the Muons had managed to upgrade their weapons, the underlying hull still remained the same. It was this sole fact that granted him solace as the flak became a solid wall, the shells bursting so close he could feel the plane shudder with each impact. 1,500 feet. It was enough to strike with respectable accuracy, but not enough in his eyes. Alarms blared in the cockpit, warning of damage to the wings and the fuel tanks. Adler's vision narrowed, his focus consumed by the looming shape of the Lavberg. Just a few more seconds, a few more heartbeats, and he'd be able to guarantee a killing blow. 1,200 feet. Almost there. He tightened his finger on the bomb release trigger, breath catching in his throat. This was it, the moment of truth. The Lavberg sat before him, ready to swat him from the sky like an insect. Whether through sheer luck or his warrior spirit as a Ravernal, his plane was still miraculously intact. He would not falter, would not fail. Not here, not now. With a roar of defiance, Adler pressed the trigger, feeling the plane lurch as the bombs fell away. And then he was pulling up, the G-forces slamming him back into the seat as he clawed for altitude. The sky spun around him, a dizzying kaleidoscope of blue, white, orange, and dark gray. Behind him, the Lavberg disappeared in a blossoming fireball, the shock wave buffeting his plane like a leaf in a hurricane. Adler leveled off, his heart hammering against his ribs as he scanned the skies for the remnants of his squadron. The adrenaline was still surging through his veins, his hands trembling on the control column. He'd done it. He'd struck a blow against the Muons and their accursed Lavberg. But at what cost? The radio crackled to life, the voices of his fellow pilots filling the cockpit. They sounded shaken, their usual bravado replaced by a grim determination. Adler counted the survivors, his stomach sinking as he realized just how few had made it through the gauntlet of Mew and fire. Jürgen, Mahler, Schneider, Donner 5, Donner 6. All gone, their lives snuffed out in the blink of an eye. Adler keyed his mic, his voice steady despite the turmoil raging inside him. Donner leader to Warhammer leader, target hit. La Burke is on fire and sinking. But we've taken heavy losses. Half my squadron is gone. There was a moment of silence, a pause that seemed to stretch into eternity. Then Warhammer leader's voice came back, tinged with a mix of satisfaction and regret. Acknowledged, Donner leader. Good work. Return to the carrier for rearming and refueling. We'll need you back in the fight as soon as possible. Adler swallowed hard, his eyes stinging with unshed tears. Good work, they said, as if the lives of his men, his friends, could be measured in such simple terms. As if their sacrifice, their bravery, could be reduced to a mere tally of successes and failures. He looked out over the battlefield, taking in the chaos and destruction that stretched as far as the eye could see. Planes spiraled out of the sky, trailing smoke and flames. Ships burned and sank, their crews scrambling for lifeboats amidst the wreckage. And everywhere, the relentless pounding of the Mewan guns, the incessant shriek of missiles and shells. With a heavy heart, Adler turned his plane southeast, the surviving members of Donner's squadron falling into formation behind him. The battle was far from over, and they would be needed back in the fray soon enough. But as they flew, Adler couldn't shake the feeling that something had changed, that the world he'd known had been irrevocably altered. For now, he had a duty to fulfill, a mission to complete. And so, Adler set his jaw and focused on the task at hand, guiding his battered plane back to the carrier. The Ravernal Empire, the glory of their people, the destiny that had been promised to them. It all hung in the balance. And he, Lucas Adler, would do his part to see that promise fulfilled, no matter the cost. Michael Naval Command Center, Michael Port. Sirs, the MNS Chevalier has been hit. The Dwarven Communications Officer, Lieutenant Thorin Ironfist, reported, his voice rising above the clamor of the Michael Defense Fleet Command Center. Admiral Devin Flintarm, the stout dwarf commanding the defense of Michael, snapped his attention to the map and scrying chamber dominating the center of the room. The scrying display showed the Chevalier, a La Burke-class destroyer, wreathed in orange flames, its hull breached in multiple locations. Flintarm's brows knitted together as he watched the stricken vessel list heavily to starboard. Damage report, he barked, his voice demanding instant response. Iron Fist relayed the information from the Chevalier. Captain Montaigne reports propulsion's offline, and they're taking on water. Fires are spreading through the ship. Heavy casualties, sir. Flintarm slammed his fist on the edge of the map table, sending a shudder through the magical display. The Chevalier was one of their most valuable assets, a destroyer equipped with the latest American armaments. Losing her would be a heavy blow to the fleet's defensive capabilities. Tell the MNS Montpellier and the MNS Bellerophon to cover the Chevalier, Flintarm commanded. The more La Burkes they lost, the faster they would succumb to the Valken's aircraft. Damn, how he wished he had a PAL Chimera with them. Alas, there was no use dwelling in wishes and daydreams. And get me a full damage assessment on the fleet, now? As his officers relayed his orders through manicoms, Flintarm turned to his second-in-command, the Mewan Admiral Corwin Darnell. The human's face was grim, his dark eyes reflecting the same concern that Flintarm felt. The Valkens are targeting our La Burkes quite effectively, Darnell said. They've deduced that those ships are our best defense against their bombers. The Mewan's words were different compared to his own guttural brogue, reminding him almost of the elevated elven language of people like Admiral Tachyon. Though as scraping his accent was, the man's words held true. The Valken attack was relentless, wave after wave of bombers and fighters pressing their assault despite the heavy losses inflicted by the La Burke's advanced weaponry. They're a clever lot, these Vakis, Flintarm growled. But we'll make them pay for every inch of sky they try to take. Darnell raised an eyebrow, a hint of a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. I must say, Admiral, I thought you dwarves preferred to fight with your feet on solid ground. Flintarm shot his second-in-command a sidelong glance, his own lips twitching beneath his beard. We do. But when the enemy brings the fight to us, We'll meet them on any battlefield, be it land, sea, or sky. The moment of levity passed as quickly as it had come, the weight of their situation settling back upon their shoulders like a mountain of granite. The Michael defense fleet was holding, but the cost was high, and the GRA Valkyns showed no signs of relenting. Flintarm turned his attention back to the scrying display, watching as the Montpellier and the Bellerophon moved to protect the crippled Chevalier. "Admiral, reports coming in from across the fleet," Iron Fist called out. "The Aquitaine has suffered damage to its forward gun turrets, but she's still in the fight." The Richelieu reports minor damage to her superstructure. The Londarin reports that it has lost a fifth of its aircraft complement, while the Neutron reports that its mana reserves are critical. "We've already lost one of the Muon carriers." Flintarm nodded. The fleet was holding, but the toll was mounting. Each damaged ship, each lost crew member, was a blow to their defensive capabilities. They needed to find a way to turn the tide, or at least to buy time for the American reinforcements to arrive. He found his gaze lingering on the rear of the formation, where the battleships were positioned. The heavy hitters of the fleet were taking a beating, their thick armor and powerful shields barely withstanding the relentless Jare Valkan assault. At this range, their massive guns were all but useless, unable to strike back at the enemy ships that harried them from afar. "They're sittin' ducks back there," Flintarm growled, his frustration evident in the set of his jaw. "We need to do something to take the pressure off, M, or we'll lose M before the day is done." As if on cue, a communications officer hurried over to them. "Admiral Flintarm, sir," he said, saluting sharply. "We just received a message from the Americans via Manicom. They say their fleet is on the way, but it will take them 3 days to reach us." Flintarm's eyes widened, his heart sinking at the news. 3 days. 3 long, bloody days of holding out against the GRA Valkan onslaught. It seemed an impossible task, a feat beyond the reach of even the most seasoned warriors. "Understood," Flintarm said, his voice steady despite the weight of the news. "We'll make those 3 days count. We'll fight with everything we have, and hope it'll be enough." The communications officer nodded. "There's more, sir. The Americans also sent us some information on the commander of the Second Conquest Fleet, Fleet Admiral Falk Venstrom, known for his rather cautious approach to warfare." Darnell stepped forward, his brow furrowed in thought. "A cautious commander, you say? That could work in our favor." He turned to Flintarm. "Admiral, perhaps we could create a forward engagement group, consisting of the Orichalcum-class battleships and some escorts for anti-air protection. We could send them ahead, in hopes of getting within missile range. Even if they can't, they might at least force Venstrom to pull back, given his cautious nature." Flintarm stroked his beard, considering the proposal. It was a risky move, exposing their battleships and escorts to the fury of the GRA Valkan assault. But if it paid off, it could buy them the time they so desperately needed. It's a gamble," he said, his eyes narrowing as he studied the map table. "But it's one we might have to take. Those battleships are no good to us sitting in the rear, and we need to do something to throw Venstrom off balance." Darnell nodded, his gaze drifting to the Manicom device. "What about illusion magic? Could we use that to create decoys, confuse the GRA Valkans?" Flintarm shook his head. "Not likely. Venstrom's Relene on radar. Our illusions won't show up on those screens. They're only good for close-quarters trickery, not the kind of long-range battle we're facing here." Darnell sighed, his shoulders sagging slightly. "Of course you're right. It was a foolish suggestion." Flintarm clapped a hand on the Muon admiral's shoulder, his grip firm and reassuring. "Nay, it's not foolish to consider every option. But in this case, we'll have to rely on the cunning of our movements." He turned back to the map table, his eyes tracing the lines of the proposed forward engagement group. It was a bold move, a desperate gamble in the face of overwhelming odds. But it was a gamble they had to take, if they hoped to survive the fury of the GRA Valkan onslaught. "All right, here's what we'll do," Flintarm said, his voice low and urgent. "We'll send the battleships and their escorts ahead, have them push as far as they can. If they can get within missile range, they can give the Vakis a bloody nose. If not, then it shall be as you said. They can at least force Venstrom to keep his distance, buy us some time." Darnell nodded, his dark eyes brightened by the slightest hint of optimism. "I'll see to it that the orders are relayed to the fleet." Flintarm grunted his approval. "Good. And let's hope the gods of war are smiling on us today. We'll need all the help we can get. Chapter 184, Darnell's Gambit. January 25th, 1641. Arcticus Ocean. IGVN's Second Conquest Fleet. Great Atlaster-class battleship GVS Laniakea. Fleet Admiral Falk Venstrom stood on the bridge, gaze fixed on the map sprawled across the table before him. The map, a carefully annotated representation of the ongoing battle, was updated continuously by the ship's radio operators and intelligence officers. They were making progress, but not as much as he'd hoped. His brow furrowed as he studied the latest reports from the strike group he had deployed earlier. The Muen's La Burke-class destroyers were proving a tougher challenge than anticipated, their advanced anti-aircraft capabilities taking a toll on his bomber squadrons. While the skill and determination of his pilots were unquestionable, Venstrom couldn't help but feel a sense of unease at the higher-than-expected losses. If he had committed more units to the fight, he could have mitigated some of the losses. Well, it was too late for that. At the very least, the existing forces were still more than enough, and the gap between them and the EDI defenders would only grow as more La Burkes succumbed to their assault. The sounds of footsteps approaching drew his attention, and Venstrom turned to see a communications officer saluting sharply. Fleet Admiral Venstrom, sir. Lieutenant Morick, communications, reporting. Venstrom returned the salute. At ease, Lieutenant. What do you have for me? Sir, we've received a priority message from VB-30, one of the bomber squadrons. They've observed unusual activity within the enemy fleet. Go ahead, Lieutenant, Venstrom prompted, his interest piqued. Lieutenant Morick consulted his notes before continuing. VB-30 reports that a group of ships, including what they believe to be 2 Orichalcum-class battleships and a dozen destroyer and cruiser escorts, has broken formation and is advancing towards the Hell Reese battle group. The news gave Venstrom pause. The EDI battleships, with their heavy armor and powerful main guns, were designed for close-range engagements. While their missiles had considerable reach, the Pegasus and Cygnus-class carriers still outranged them. Their sudden advance suggested a potential shift in tactics, perhaps an attempt to draw his fleet into a more direct confrontation. The risk of exposing his carriers and other critical assets to the enemy battleship's firepower was not lost on him. Venstrom turned to his intelligence officer. Commander Eckhart, I want a full analysis of the composition and capabilities of this advancing force. Coordinate with the Air Reconnaissance Division and get me a detailed report on the double. Aye, sir. Commander Eckhart responded crisply, immediately setting to work. Venstrom then addressed his operations officer. Commander Newmark, signal all ships to maintain current positions and readiness levels. I want our strike groups to continue their attacks on the enemy fleet, but to exercise caution and maintain a safe distance from those battleships. Yes, sir. Captain Newmark acknowledged, relaying the orders to the fleet. As he waited for the intelligence report, Venstrom leaned over the tactical map, his mind working through the potential implications of the EDI's move. What could they possibly be hoping to achieve? The EDI was competent. They most certainly were aware of the fact that their ships couldn't hope to catch up to any Jare Valken vessel. More importantly, their commanders should know that sending them forward meant less air defense coverage. So why? Why send their prized battleships on a suicide run to chase after an opponent faster than them and with more range than them? Commander Eckhart approached Venstrom, a stack of papers in hand. Sir, the analysis you requested. Venstrom took the report, scanning the details quickly. His eyes narrowed as he studied the markers representing the EDI forces. 2 Orichalcum-class battleships, 6 light cruisers, and a dozen destroyers, including 2 La Burkes. A formidable force, but not an insurmountable one, especially given the range at which his carriers could engage them. As he studied the formation and composition of the enemy ships, a thought began to take shape in his mind. The EDI's move seemed desperate, reckless, even. Was this just an attempt to resist, even when the very act was futile? He could respect that the EDI wouldn't go down with a fight, but their actions truly just seemed like sacrificing the lives of their men for nothing. Yet, he knew that the EDI were no fools. They wouldn't throw away their ships and crews for nothing. Going so far as to risk 4 of their most prized vessels, there had to be a purpose behind this advance, some strategic plan they hoped to achieve. Suddenly, the realization dawned on him. This battle group was never meant to reach his forces at all. It was a sacrifice, a diversion meant to force distance between his carriers and their main fleet at Michael. If lucky, they could engage in combat by a rash leader hoping to eliminate such prized assets. If not, then by pushing forward, the enemy perhaps hoped to buy time by forcing a temporary retreat. Venstrom's lips tightened into a thin line. It was a clever ploy, one that might have worked against a more impulsive commander. Though, as tantalizing as the offer of 2 orichalcums and 2 lawburks may seem, he was not one to be baited so easily. He turned to Lieutenant Morick. Signal the Hellreese. All ships are to remain at a safe distance from the enemy battle group. If a reprieve for Michael is what they seek, then we shall grant it at a steep cost. Have their bombers focus their attacks on the advancing battle group. Hammer them with everything they've got. We shall make the enemy pay for this gambit. Aye, sir, Morick responded, relaying the orders. Venstrom returned his gaze to the map, watching as officers adjusted the icons and figures to reflect the shifting battlefield. Let the enemy ships continue their advance. It was only a matter of time before they were wiped out by his fleet's air power. Though, despite his eagerness in seeing to their defeat, he couldn't help but feel a grudging respect for his opponents. They were skilled and determined, willing to take bold risks in the face of overwhelming odds. Yet, boldness alone would not win this battle. There were no American units around them for almost 2,000 miles. This gambit would no doubt buy some time. But did they really expect this battle group to last any more than a day? As the first reports of successful strikes against the EDI battle group began to filter in, Venstrom allowed himself a small, grim smile. The enemy had played their hand, and he had countered it effectively. Now, it was his turn to dictate the flow of the battle, to press his advantage and push the enemy back on their heels. Michael Naval Command Center, Michael Port. Admiral Devin Flintarm stood by the scrying chamber in the center of the room, spectating the ongoing battle that was displayed through the shimmering mist. Beside him, Admiral Corwin Darnell studied the scene intently, if not with a hint of surprise at the scrying mechanism. Flintarm raised an eyebrow at the man's intrigue, feeling proud of the Muin's shock. He gave a small smile. Even as allies, their rivalry was still ever present. A Mauritial communications officer then approached them, saluting crisply. Admirals, updates from the forward engagement group. Darnell nodded. Go on, Lieutenant. Sirs, we've received a Manicom transmission from the Montpelier. They report significant damage to their gun turrets. The Bellerophon and Sinclair are attempting to provide support from their Stinger squadrons, but the GRA Valken airstrikes are relentless. Flintarm nodded, acknowledging the update. Aye, lad. Keep me informed of any further developments. As the lieutenant departed, Darnell turned to Flintarm, his expression grim. I say, old chap, the forward engagement group appears to be in quite the sticky wicket. Do you suppose they'll be able to hold the line long enough? Flintarm considered the question, his eyes never leaving the scrying image. The forward engagement group, comprised of the Orichalcum-class battleships and their escorts, had been pushing ahead for hours, drawing the brunt of the GRA Valken air power. It was a costly maneuver, but one that was necessary to alleviate the pressure on Michael and the main EDI fleet. They've got Tay, Flintarm replied, his voice gruff with determination. We need him to keep the Valkens occupied fair as long as possible. What's the status of the Orichalcums? Darnell consulted a series of Manicom reports before responding. The HMS Starlight is holding steady, but I'm afraid the HMS Eclipse seems to have taken a bit of a pounding. Multiple torpedo hits, reduced speed, and she's falling behind the formation, you see. Signal the Eclipse, Flintarm sighed. Tell him to focus on damage control and to fall back with the Montpelier. The Starlight will need to close ranks with the rest of the battle group to continue the advance. Darnell nodded, relaying the orders to the Manicom operators. The scrying chamber hummed with activity as officers and mages worked to maintain the magical connection and relay critical information to the fleet. As the battle continued to unfold, Flintarm and Darnell monitored the stream of reports from Manicoms and radio transmissions. It didn't look good. Numerous systems disabled, rising casualties, and a depletion of ammunition for their most valuable assets. Yet, despite the mounting losses, the forward engagement group pressed on, their resolve unwavering in the face of the GRA Valken onslaught. I say, Flintarm, have a gander at that. Darnell said, pointing to a group of silhouettes near the edge of the scrying image. GRA Valken dive bombers, approaching from the north. Flintarm squinted, studying the incoming aircraft. Aye, and it looks like they're targeting the starlight. Signal the escorts to tighten their formation and intensify their anti-aircraft fire. Darnell relayed the orders, and the scrying image shifted as the EDI ships responded to the new threat. The dive bombers swooped in, several cut down my Stinger missiles and accurate flak as they released their payloads. The starlight shuddered under the impact, but her hull held, the summoned ice shields and magically hardened armor absorbing the brunt of the damage. The starlight reports minor damage to her superstructure, but she's still combat effective, Darnell reported, a hint of relief in his voice. Flintarm nodded, his eyes still fixed on the scrying image. The forward engagement group had been in constant combat for hours, enduring wave after wave of GRA Valken airstrikes. Now, they were exiting the range of support from coastal airfields, which meant an even more dire outlook. But even as the battle raged on, Flintarm knew that the forward engagement group's success would be measured not in ships destroyed or enemies vanquished, but in time, precious minutes and hours bought with the blood and sweat of brave Mauritial and Muan sailors. Suddenly, a Muan radio operator approached the admirals, a message slip clutched in his hand. Admiral Darnell, sir. Urgent communication from our scout ships. Darnell took the message slip from the radio operator, his eyebrows raising as he scanned its contents. I say, Flintarm, it appears our gambit is paying off. The scout ships report that the GRA Valken fleet has halted its advance and is now retreating to maintain distance from our forward engagement group. Flintarm turned to face Darnell, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. You mean to tell me that Vinstrom's taken the bait? He's no longer pressing the attack on Michael? Darnell nodded, a small smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Precisely, old chap. The GRA Valkens have been forced to divert their attention to the battleships, buying us the precious time we so desperately needed. Flintarm stroked his beard, his mind racing with the implications of this development. The forward engagement group had succeeded in their mission, drawing the enemy's fire and allowing the main EDI fleet to regroup and strengthen their defenses. Unfortunately, the cost had been high, with the Orichalcum-class battleships and their escorts suffering heavy damage and casualties. Those brave lads out there, Flintarm said, his voice rough with emotion. They've given everything to give us this chance. We can't let their sacrifices be in vain. Darnell placed a hand on Flintarm's shoulder, his expression one of grim determination. And we shan't, my friend. We'll make every moment count, every second they've bought us with their blood and courage. But would it be enough? The GRA Valken fleet was pushed back for 50 miles so far and counting, but their forward engagement group had been whittled down to just over 2/3 of its initial composition. How many more miles could they push the enemy back? How much more time could they buy? They needed a miracle, a deus ex machina that could turn the tide of the battle and give them the edge they so desperately needed. And as if in answer to their unspoken prayers, the Muan radio operator once again approached the admirals, a look of barely contained excitement on his face. Admiral Darnell, Admiral Flintarm. We've established a secure link with Admiral Locklear of the U.S. Fifth Fleet. He's standing by to speak with you. Darnell and Flintarm exchanged a glance, a flicker of hope sparking in their eyes. Put him through immediately, Darnell ordered. The radio operator nodded, making a swift adjustment to the communication system. A moment later, a clear, confident voice filled the room. Admirals Darnell and Flintarm. This is Admiral Samuel Locklear, commanding officer of the United States Navy Fifth Fleet. Do you read me? Flintarm leaned forward, his heart pounding in his chest. Aye, Admiral Locklear. We read ye loud and clear. Admiral Locklear wasted no time in delivering his message. Gentlemen, I have an update on our operations. The Fifth Fleet is currently en route to Michael and will be in a position to provide direct support within 4 hours. Additionally, we have launched a coordinated Tomahawk missile strike against the GRA Valken fleet. These will be making contact with the GRA Valken battle group you are currently engaging and hopefully provide your forces some relief. Chapter 185, Out of Options. January 26, 1641. Arcticus Ocean. IGVN VB 27 Donner Squadron. Lucas Adler banked his plane, the sleek lines of his Antares fighter cutting through the sky as he led the remnants of Donner's squadron back towards the GVS Adler. The attack run had been a grueling affair, the Muon La Burks proving to be far more formidable than he had anticipated. Even with their superior GRA Valken technology and training, the squadron had suffered heavy losses. But they had struck a blow against the enemy, and that was what mattered. The sight of one of the La Burks limping away, trailing smoke and flames, had been a balm to Adler's battered pride. These Muons, for all their vaunted American equipment, were still no match for the might of the GRA Valka's empire. As the GVS Adler came into view, a massive steel behemoth amidst the rolling waves, Adler felt a surge of anticipation. The carrier was a symbol of GRA Valkan power, a floating fortress from which they would launch their attacks and crush the enemies of the Empire. He keyed his radio, following the proper protocols drilled into him through countless hours of training. Adler approach, Donner leader, feet wet, in the break, over. The response came back, crisp and efficient. Donner leader, Adler approach, Roger. Winds 220 at 12 knots, altimeter 2998. Deck is clear for case-I recovery. Report final, over. Wilco, Adler approach. Donner leader on final, gear down and locked, over. Adler replied, picturing the smooth glide onto the carrier's deck, the satisfying jolt as his plane caught the arresting wire. He glanced over his shoulder, checking on the rest of his squadron as they formed up behind him. They were a sorry sight, their planes battered and scorched, but they had survived. He was about to key his radio again, to report his position on final approach, when something caught his eye. Bright lights, winking into existence on the horizon, like distant stars suddenly born in the middle of the day. Adler frowned, squinting against the glare of the sun. The lights were moving, growing larger with each passing second. They almost looked like. His eyes widened, a chill running down his spine as realization dawned. Adler approach, Donner leader. I have visual on inbound objects, bearing 030. Appear to be missiles, over. The response was immediate, the controller's voice now tinged with alarm. Donner leader, Adler approach. Confirm missile sighting, bearing 090. Emergency procedures in effect. Break off approach and clear the area, acknowledge, over. Acknowledged, Adler approach. Breaking off approach, over. Adler replied automatically, even as his mind raced with the implications. Missiles? Here? But how and who? His thoughts were cut off as the missiles streaked in, sudden and devastating. Brilliant flashes erupted along the length of the GVS Adler, explosions blossoming like fiery flowers as the warheads found their marks. The escort carriers flanking the Adler were hit as well, their decks and superstructures vanishing in sheets of flame. Adler watched in stunned disbelief as the pride of the GRA Valkan Navy burned before him. The mighty carriers reduced to blazing pyres in a matter of seconds. The missiles had come out of nowhere, catching them completely off guard. As the shock of the attack slowly gave way to a cold, simmering rage, Adler found himself grappling with the unexpected devastation. The GVS Adler, their base of operations, their very home in this hostile sea, had been crippled, perhaps destroyed outright. And with her went their means of rearming, refueling, and repairing their planes. They were alone now, cut off from support and supply. The realization settled like a leaden weight in Adler's gut. He circled the burning carriers, his mind spinning with questions. How could this have happened? Where had the missiles come from? And, most pressingly, where were they supposed to go now? The reports from the front lines had been encouraging, the strike group making steady progress against the enemy fleet. The Muon La Burke-class destroyers had proven to be a nuisance, but nothing that the superior training and technology of the GRA Valkan Navy couldn't overcome. Yet, the sense of foreboding was difficult to shake. Admiral Venstrom, sir. The communications officer's voice was tense, edged with barely contained panic. Urgent report from the Adler. They've been hit by missiles, origin unknown. Severe damage reported, sir. Fleet Admiral Falk Venstrom felt his blood run cold, a sudden tightness gripping his chest. The Adler, the pride of the Second Conquest Fleet, struck by missiles? It seemed impossible, a nightmare scenario that he had hoped would never come to fruition. He turned to the officer, his voice steady despite the turmoil raging inside him. Give me a full damage report now, and find out where those missiles came from. The damage reports began to filter in, each one more grim than the last. The Adler's flight deck was in shambles, her hangar bays a twisted ruin. Fires raged unchecked, and the ship was listing heavily, her crew fighting a desperate battle to keep her afloat. The escort carriers had fared even worse, their ammunition stores ignited by the missile impacts. Venstrom's jaw clenched as he absorbed the news, his mind already racing ahead to the next steps. They needed to find out who was responsible for this attack, and they needed to do it fast. The Muons couldn't have this kind of capability, could they? And the Americans? No, they were still days away, according to the latest intelligence reports. He turned to his chief of staff, Rear Admiral Gormand, who had just arrived on the bridge with an ashen face. Gormand, I need answers. Where did those missiles come from? And how did they catch us so completely off guard? Gormand shook his head, his expression grim. I don't know, sir. Our radar didn't pick up any launches, and there's no sign of enemy ships or planes in the area. It's like they came out of nowhere. Venstrom nodded, his expression tight with barely contained frustration. There was only one possible answer. Very well. Gather my officers in the briefing room. We need to assess the situation and decide on our next move. Minutes later, Venstrom stood at the head of the table, his senior staff taking their seats before him. He could read the tension in their postures, the tight lines around their eyes and mouths. The shock and uncertainty that he felt were mirrored in their faces, a reflection of the grim situation they found themselves in. Gentlemen, Venstrom began, his voice steady despite the turmoil raging inside him. As you know, the GVS Adler and her escorts have been hit by a missile attack of unknown origin. The damage is severe, and our strike group is now without air support. We need to understand what happened and adjust our strategy accordingly. Commander Eckhart, what do we know about these missiles? Eckhart leaned forward, his brow furrowed as he spoke. Not much, sir. As Rear Admiral Gormand said, our sensors didn't pick up any launches. The missiles seemed to come out of nowhere. Venstrom's jaw clenched. Could it be some kind of new Elysian technology? Something we haven't encountered before? Eckhart shook his head. It's possible, sir, but unlikely. Our intelligence reports indicate that the Elysians don't possess missile technology advanced enough to evade our sensors completely. What about the Americans? Venstrom asked, his mind racing through the possibilities. Could they have developed stealth technology that our sensors can't pick up? It's a possibility, Eckhart admitted. But even if they have, it doesn't explain how they managed to get close enough to launch without us detecting their ships or planes. Venstrom leaned back in his chair, his brow furrowed in thought. What if they didn't need to get close? Eckhart looked puzzled. Sir, long-range missiles, Venstrom said, his voice low and tense. If the Americans have missiles with a range greater than our scouting perimeter, they could have launched from well beyond our ability to detect them. Eckhart's eyes widened as he considered the implications. If that's true, sir, then our entire fleet could be at risk. We wouldn't even see them coming. If the missiles came from such a great distance, it would confirm his suspicions about the 4th and 5th Conquest fleets. The lack of communication from them in recent weeks had been troubling, but he had held out hope that they were simply engaged in their own operations. Now, the pieces were falling into place. If the Americans could neutralize the GVS Adler so easily, it was entirely possible that they had already defeated the 2 conquest fleets. The thought sent a chill down his spine. If the Americans had managed to defeat 2 conquest fleets in a matter of weeks, then the GRA Valka's empire was engaging a greater threat than they had ever anticipated, a greater threat than they could hope to win against. While they were keenly aware of the technological superiority of the United States, it had always been, until now, a speck in the back of their minds. They had waved it off for so long, possibly because they didn't like the harsh reality of the situation. And now, here they were, facing a nightmare built upon their cognitive dissonance. Venstrom nodded grimly. And if they can take out the Adler and her escorts so easily, it's possible they've already used these weapons against the 4th and 5th Conquest fleets. That would explain the lack of communication from them. If that is the case, then why haven't they struck our fleet yet? Gormand asked. Venstrom considered the question. There were only 2 possible answers that came to mind. Either the initial strike was a show of force and they are allowing us, even if inadvertently, the opportunity to surrender, or their missiles were launched from the furthest possible range, and as fate would have it, we are just outside of their range. Commander Newmark, The operations officer quickly unrolled a large maritime chart of the region and spread it across the table. Based on the estimated range of the American missiles, which intelligence suggests could be upwards of 1,000 nautical miles, the launch point could be anywhere within this sector, he said, tracing a large circle on the map with his finger. Gorman leaned in, studying the chart with a furrowed brow. That puts them well beyond the strike range of our Sirius dive bombers and Rigel torpedo bombers. Even if we launched them from the Adler's forward position, we'd be sitting ducks out there. Rear Admiral Hanzik, the logistics officer, grunted in frustration. And with the Adler out of commission, we've lost our best chance of getting any sort of reconnaissance on the American fleet's position. We're flying blind here, and that's not a position I like to be in. Vinstrom nodded grimly. Which means we have to assume the worst, that the Americans are already moving to intercept us, and that they have a significant advantage in terms of range and striking power. We need to consider our options carefully. Commander Eckhart, the intelligence officer, adjusted his glasses as he spoke. It's possible that the initial strike was a demonstration, a warning shot to force our hand. The Americans have always favored a speak softly and carry a big stick approach. They might be trying to pressure us into surrender. Speak softly. Hanzik scoffed. I'd hardly call a barrage of missiles a soft statement. If that's their idea of speaking softly, I'd hate to see what happens when they decide to yell. The point is, Vinstrom interjected, his voice stern, that we should treat this as an opportunity to open dialogue with the Americans. Whether they intentionally withheld a strike on our fleet or are simply limited by the range of their missiles is inconsequential. The only matter of consequence now is the window of opportunity we currently have and how we use it. I believe the best course of action here is to, Vinstrom paused, taking a look at his fellow officers to gauge their reaction, negotiate. Negotiate. Commander Talger, the weapons officer, spoke up, his tone incredulous. It seemed the implication of the term, given the circumstances, was not lost on him. Admiral, with all due respect, the Ravernal Empire does not negotiate with the enemy. We fight until victory or death. Anything less would be a betrayal of our values and our fallen comrades. Gorman leaned forward, his eyes narrowing. And what would you suggest, Talger? That we sail directly into the teeth of the American fleet, guns blazing? We'd be sending our men to their deaths for nothing. Talger slammed his fist on the table. Better to die fighting than to surrender like cowards. If we give up now, we'll be forever known as the fleet that failed the Empire in its hour of need. Lieutenant Commander Ehrlich, the damage control officer, spoke up tentatively. If I may, sir, we have to think about the state of our ships as well. The Adler and her escorts took heavy damage and didn't even see a single sign of an American ship or plane. If that's how it is, if that's how it shall be, I'm not confident that we'll fare any better. Vinstrom stood up, his presence commanding the room. Enough. We are officers of the Ravernal Navy, and we will conduct ourselves as such. Talger, your bravery is commendable, but bravery alone will not win this war. He paused, looking around the room. We have a responsibility to the men under our command, to the empire we serve. Eckhart nodded. The Admiral is correct. We must approach this situation with logic and reason, not just emotion. The Americans have demonstrated a clear technological advantage. Ignoring that fact would be foolish and irresponsible. Hanzik sighed, rubbing his temples. I don't like the idea of negotiating any more than you do, Talger. To be frank, I hate it, but I hate the idea of dying for nothing even more. There is no glory in a senseless death, even less so when these deaths are a detriment to the Empire's workforce. The war will be over someday, and how the economy fares afterward is partially up to us. Talger looked around the room, realizing he was outnumbered. Fine, but let the record show that I objected to this course of action. Vinstrom nodded. Noted, Commander, but the decision ultimately rests with me. The room was silent for a moment before Gorman spoke up. I'm with you, Admiral. We need to think strategically, not just tactically. If negotiation can get us out of this mess, then it's an option we have to consider. Other officers around the table nodded their agreement, some more reluctantly than others. Vinstrom felt a small measure of relief. At least he had the backing of most of his command staff. With his mind set, he first needed to let the EDI know that they were willing to negotiate with the Americans. He turned to his communications officer. Lieutenant Morick, open a channel with Michael. Chapter 186. Out of options, 2. Morik nodded curtly. Aye, sir. Initiating contact now. As Morik worked to establish the connection, Vinstrom felt a heavy weight settle in his chest. The very thought of reaching out to the enemy, of admitting that the Ravernal Empire might not be able to win this war, was like a bitter poison on his tongue. He had spent his entire career believing in the superiority of Ravernal military might, in the inevitability of their victory. And now, here he was, preparing to ask for terms. But what choice did he have? The Americans had proven themselves to be a far more formidable adversary than anyone had anticipated. Their technology, their tactics, their sheer firepower, it was all beyond anything the Ravernals had ever faced before. If he continued to press the attack, he would be sending his men to their deaths. And for what? A chance at glory? A place in the history books? No, he had a duty to his fleet, to the brave men who had fought and bled under his command. If there was a chance to save even a fraction of them, to spare them the horrors of a war they could not win, then he had to take it, even if it meant swallowing his pride and facing the scorn of his superiors. Admiral, I have the EDI forces on the line, Morik reported. Vinstrom took a deep breath, steeling himself for the conversation ahead. He picked up the handset, his grip tight enough to turn his knuckles white. This is Fleet Admiral Vinstrom of the Ravernal 2nd Conquest Fleet, requesting a parley with your commanding officer. There was a crackle of static, then a gruff voice came over the line. ACH, Admiral Vinstrom. This is Admiral Flintarm of the Michael Defense Fleet. He got some nerve, calling for a parley after the pounding he given us. Vinstrom closed his eyes for a moment, the weight of his decision bearing down on him like a physical force. Admiral Flintarm, I understand your skepticism, but the situation has changed. I am prepared to discuss terms for a ceasefire and possible negotiations with the American fleet commander. There was a pause, shorter this time, but still heavy with meaning. When Flintarm spoke again, his voice had lost some of its edge. Is that so? And what brought about this change of heart? If you don't mind me a skin? Vinstrom's jaw clenched, a flash of anger rising in his chest. But he pushed it down, knowing that Flintarm's question was fair. Even if it was out of mockery or sarcasm, he just had to suck it up for the sake of his men. Recent events have made it clear that continuing this conflict will only lead to more unnecessary loss of life. I am seeking a way to end it, to find a resolution that might spare both our forces further bloodshed. Flintarm was silent for a moment, and Vinstrom could almost hear the gears turning in the man's head. I can understand that. We've all seen our share of loss in this war. If you're serious about a ceasefire, about negotiating with the Americans, then I'm willing to pass along your message. Vinstrom felt a flicker of hope in his chest, even as the weight of his decision continued to bear down on him. I am serious, Admiral Flintarm. I am prepared to order my forces to stand down, effective immediately. We will cease all offensive operations and maintain our current positions pending the outcome of negotiations. Flintarm grunted, a sound that might have been approval or simply acknowledgement. That's a good start, Admiral. I'll relay that to the Americans and let you know their response. But I'll need you to make it official, send over the formal request for a ceasefire through the proper channels. Dotting the I's and crossing the T's. Understood, Admiral Flintarm. I will have my staff draft the formal request immediately. You can expect it within the hour. I'll keep an eye out for it. And Admiral, I hope you're right about this. I hope this is the beginning of the end of this bloody war. Flintarm out. As the connection ended, Vinstrom slumped back in his chair, feeling as if he had aged a decade in the span of a few minutes. He had taken the first step, made the overture for peace. But the hardest part was still ahead. He knew that there would be those in the Ravernal High Command, one man, specifically, who would see his actions as a betrayal, a sign of weakness. The foolish Chancellor would rather see the fleet burn than admit defeat, even in the face of overwhelming odds. U.S. Navy 5th Fleet. CSG 2. USS Dwight D. Eisenhower. Admiral Samuel Locklear leaned back in his chair as he listened to his executive officer, Captain James Wheeler, describe the pristine beaches and crystal-clear waters of Otaheite. I'm telling you, Sam, it's paradise on Earth. Well, Alicia, I suppose, James said, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. The perfect spot for some well-deserved R&R. Sam chuckled, shaking his head. You make it sound mighty tempting, James. But you know as well as I do that we've got a job to do first. James grinned, undeterred. Come on, Admiral. The crew's been working their asses off. They deserve a break, and so do you. Sam had to admit, the idea of a little downtime was appealing. The past few weeks had been a whirlwind of activity, with the Fifth Fleet constantly on the move, responding to one crisis after another. The GRA Valken threat had kept them all on their toes, but now, with the enemy fleet on the brink of surrender, it seemed like maybe, just maybe, they could afford to take a breath. Tell you what, Sam said, leaning forward and resting his elbows on his desk. Let's get through this GRA Valken business, make sure everything's squared away, and then we'll talk about shore leave. James nodded, his expression turning serious. Speaking of that, any word from Admiral Flintarm? As if on cue, a knock sounded at the door, and Lieutenant Emily Nakamura, Sam's communications officer, poked her head in. Admiral Locklear, sir, we've just received a message from Admiral Flintarm. It's about the GRA Valkens. Sam sat up straight, his relaxed demeanor evaporating. Come in, Lieutenant. Let's have a look. Emily entered the room, handing Sam a printed copy of the message. He scanned it quickly, his eyebrows rising as he took in the contents. Well, I'll be damned, he muttered. James leaned forward, curious. What is it, sir? Sam looked up, a wry smile on his face. It seems our friend Admiral Venstrom has finally come to his senses. He's requesting a ceasefire and negotiations for surrender. James let out a low whistle. About damn time. Those GRA Valkens have been a thorn in our side for far too long. Sam nodded, his mind already racing ahead to the next steps. Agreed. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. We need to handle this carefully, make sure everything's done by the book. He turned to Emily. Lieutenant, get me a secure line to Admiral Flintarm. I want to discuss the details of this surrender request. Aye, sir, Emily said, snapping a crisp salute before hurrying out of the room. Sam leaned back in his chair, his eyes narrowing as he considered the implications of Venstrom's message. The GRA Valken fleet had been a formidable adversary for the Muons and Mauritials. Their ships and weapons advanced far beyond anything the EDI forces had encountered before. But in the end, there was always a bigger fish, and the U.S. Navy was the biggest one around. From what he heard of the 4th and 5th Conquest fleets, it seemed like most of the GRA Valken admirals weren't the idiots he had initially made them out to be, Venstrom especially. It was a bit disappointing to see him surrender without so much as a fight, but he had to give credit where it was due. Venstrom was a smart man who knew when to fold. Hopefully, the 3rd Conquest fleet sailing behind Venstrom would follow suit. Sam glanced at James, who was watching him with a knowing expression. Looks like that shore leave is just around the corner, he said, a hint of optimism in his voice. James just grinned, shaking his head. Just a bit longer, sir. But hey, at least we know Odahite will still be there when we're done. Aye up. Well, let's get to work. We've got to surrender to negotiate, Admiral Locklear said, his voice filled with determination as he strode onto the bridge of the USS Dwight D. Eisenhower. Admiral on deck, a young ensign called out, and the bridge crew snapped to attention. As you were, Locklear said, nodding to the crew as he took his seat. Looking around, it seemed everyone was ready. His staff judge advocate, Captain Amanda Singh, and his intelligence officer, Commander Michael Harlow, were already present. He found himself by the communications station, hand resting on the radio transceiver as he prepared for the upcoming negotiations. As the appointed time approached, Locklear took a moment to collect his thoughts. He knew that the negotiations would be a delicate balancing act, requiring a mix of firmness and diplomacy. The GRA Valkens were a proud people, and he would need to be careful not to unnecessarily antagonize them, even in defeat. Admiral, we have Admirals Flintarm, Darnell, and Venstrom on the line, Nakamura reported, her hand poised over the radio controls. Very well, Locklear said, picking up the transceiver. Patch them through. The radio crackled to life, the voices of the other admirals filtering through the speakers. Locklear noted the presence of background noise on each channel, a reminder of the different environments and circumstances each participant was broadcasting from. Gentlemen, Locklear began, his voice calm and measured. Thank you for joining this conference. As you know, Admiral Venstrom has requested a ceasefire and negotiations for the surrender of the 2nd Conquest Fleet. I have asked you here today to discuss the terms of that surrender and to ensure that it is conducted in accordance with all relevant laws and protocols." He paused, allowing his words to sink in before continuing. "Before we begin, I would like to introduce the members of my team. With me today are Captain Amanda Singh, my staff judge advocate, and Commander Michael Harlow, my intelligence officer. They will be assisting me throughout these negotiations." Locklear took a moment to adjust his headset, ensuring that his voice would be heard clearly by all parties. "I want to emphasize that our goal here is to achieve a fair and equitable resolution to this conflict, one that respects the interests and concerns of all parties involved. I am committed to conducting these negotiations in good faith, and I ask that you do the same." He turned his attention to the GRA Valken channel. "Admiral Venstrom, as the party requesting the surrender, I would ask that you begin by stating your intention and outlining any specific terms or conditions you wish to propose regarding the Second Conquest Fleet under your command. Admiral Flintarm, Admiral Darnell, and I will then discuss these terms and offer our own proposals. Is this acceptable to everyone?" There was a moment of silence on the line, broken only by the faint crackle of static. Then, Admiral Flintarm's gruff voice came through. "Aye, Admiral Locklear. That's a fair way to proceed. I'm ready to hear what the GRA Valken has to say." "Agreed," Admiral Darnell chimed in. "I believe we all share the goal of bringing this conflict to a swift and satisfactory conclusion." Locklear nodded, though he knew the gesture couldn't be seen over the radio. "Very well. Admiral Venstrom, the floor is yours." There was another pause, no doubt the man behind the radio hesitating. Locklear could almost picture the GRA Valken admiral gathering his thoughts, preparing to make the most important declaration of his military career. "Admiral Locklear, Admiral Flintarm, Admiral Darnell," Venstrom began, his voice heavy with the weight of his words. "I, Fleet Admiral Falk Venstrom of the GRA Valken's Second Conquest Fleet, hereby request a ceasefire and offer the surrender of all forces under my command, subject to the following conditions." He paused, and Locklear could hear the rustling of papers over the radio, as if Venstrom was consulting his notes. "Firstly, I request that all GRA Valken personnel be treated in accordance with your Geneva Convention. While I recognize that we are not signatories and that this convention may not strictly apply given our current circumstances on Alicia, I appeal to the spirit of humanity and fairness that underpins such agreements. This includes providing adequate food, shelter, and medical care, and abstaining from any acts of retribution or abuse." Locklear exchanged a look with Wheeler. It was a surprise to hear those words come from the radio. It appeared that Venstrom had done his research to the best of his ability. It was a respectable proposition, one not so far-fetched that the Muins and Mauritials would decline. "Secondly," Venstrom continued, "I ask that the ships and equipment of the Second Conquest Fleet be treated as the property of the GRA Valken's Empire, to be returned or accounted for in any future peace negotiations between our governments. I understand that some vessels may need to be temporarily interned or disarmed, but I seek assurances that they will not be permanently seized or destroyed." Locklear listened carefully, making mental notes of each point. These were not unreasonable requests in his eyes, but he couldn't say the same for Admirals Flintarm and Darnell. Both Mu and the Holy Mauritial Empire had taken quite the beating. They'd probably gone for at least some form of compensation. "Finally," Venstrom said, "I request that my officers and crew be allowed to surrender with honor, and that their service and sacrifices be recognized and respected by all parties. These are brave men who have fought valiantly for their country, and they deserve to be treated with dignity, even in defeat." There was a moment of silence on the line as Venstrom's words sank in. Then, Admiral Flintarm's voice crackled over the radio. "Those are fair points, Admiral Venstrom. I can't say I agree with all of them, but I respect your right to propose terms. Admiral Locklear, what say you?" Locklear leaned forward, choosing his words carefully. "Admiral Venstrom, thank you for outlining your conditions. I believe they provide a good starting point for our discussions. Admiral Darnell, do you have any initial thoughts or responses?" "I concur with Admiral Flintarm," Darnell said. "Admiral Venstrom's proposals are not entirely unexpected, and I dare say we should be able to find common ground. Of course, the devil is in the details, as they say. We'll need to work through the specifics of each point to ensure that our party's interests are adequately addressed." "Agreed," Locklear said. Let's take each condition in turn and see if we can reach a consensus. Admiral Venstrom, please feel free to provide any additional clarification or justification as we proceed. Captain Singh, I'll be relying on your legal expertise to ensure that any agreements we reach are in line with international law and military protocols. Understood, Admiral, Singh responded crisply. Chapter 187, House of Cards. What? Merrick's yelled, sending a lamp crashing into a wall. The room fell silent as all eyes turned to the Chancellor. Karl Mann, seated near the head of the table, kept his face impassive, but he could feel the tension in the air. It was like a ticking time bomb, a fuse about to blow. Merrick paced the room, his face red. Venstrom surrendered? Surrendered? Just like that. Karl Mann already knew where this was headed. He took a breath before speaking. Chancellor, the Second Conquest Fleet was outmatched. The Americans, silence. Americans this, Americans that. Merrick snapped, cutting him off. Excuses, excuses, excuses. Venstrom had a duty to fight. To die for the Empire, if necessary. Karl Mann bit his tongue. He was getting tired of Merrick's disrespect and plain incompetence. To die for the Empire? For what gain? Dying for the Empire entailed some sort of benefit, something to make the sacrifice worth it. What good would it do to send a fleet into the jaws of American missiles? These men are the Empire. Without them, GRA Valkan society cannot function. It was clear to him now that Merrick either couldn't understand this or refused to acknowledge this. Karl Mann's mind drifted to the countless families that would have been shattered, the children left fatherless, the workers erased from the economy, had Venstrom followed Merrick's twisted logic. The Chancellor spoke of honor and duty, but where was the honor in needless sacrifice? Where was the duty in abandoning one's responsibilities to nation and family? Karl Mann could see the other officers exchanging uneasy glances. General Siegs, across the table, met his gaze, his eyes conveying a silent message. Tread carefully. Karl Mann nodded almost imperceptibly. He didn't need to be told twice. Chancellor. Karl Mann tried again, keeping his tone measured. Admiral Venstrom made a decision based on the tactical reality. Continuing to fight against such odds would have been a needless waste of lives and resources. Merrick slammed his fist on the table, making everyone jump. Tactical reality? We are the GRA Valka's Empire. We don't surrender. If Karl Mann could facepalm. Hell, if he could call out Merrick for his idiocy right here and now, he would. His illogical words were a testament to his delusion, utterly disgusting. Karl Mann could see it reflected in the faces of the other officers. The growing realization that their leader was disconnected from reality. The growing disappointment in the man that they had put their faith in. Merrick's rhetoric might appeal to the hardcore nationalists, but here, among the military's top brass, it rang hollow. Karl Mann could feel his own frustration rising. Merrick's words were the rallying cries of a demagogue, not the reasoned analysis of a military leader. Did he truly not understand the gravity of the situation? Or did he simply not care, as long as he could maintain his grip on power? Chancellor, we need to assess our position objectively, Karl Mann said, trying a different approach. Losing the Second Conquest Fleet significantly alters the strategic balance. We need to adapt our plans accordingly. Merrick waved a hand dismissively. Our plan is to crush the enemy, to show them the might of the GRA Valka's Empire. And how do you propose we do that, Chancellor? The question came from Admiral Taurus, his voice tight with controlled anger. With what ships? What men? Venstrom's fleet represented a significant portion of our naval strength. We can't simply wish new ships into existence. A murmur of agreement rippled through the room. Karl Mann could sense the tide turning, the officers' faith in Merrick's leadership beginning to crack. It was a dangerous moment. The Chancellor's authority had never been openly challenged like this before. Karl Mann's eyes darted to Siegs, a brief flicker of communication passing between them. They both knew they were walking a razor's edge. Push too hard, and Merrick might lash out. But let him go unchecked, and the Empire would surely bleed. Chancellor, with all due respect, Karl Mann said, choosing his words carefully, we can't ignore the facts on the ground. The Americans have proven to be a formidable adversary. We need to be strategic in how we proceed. Merrick's eyes narrowed. Are you questioning my leadership, Karl Mann? Karl Mann could feel the eyes of every officer in the room on him. He knew he was treading on dangerous ground. But he also knew that someone had to speak truth to power. no matter the consequences. No, Chancellor. I'm trying to provide a clear-eyed assessment of our situation, as is my duty. The room was silent for a long moment. Carlman could see the calculations running behind Merrick's eyes, the Chancellor weighing his options. Finally, Merrick spoke. Admiral Venstrom's surrender is a stain on the honor of the Valka's empire. Shameful, dishonorable, putrid. Surrender after losing a single fleet carrier. Merrick scoffed. A stain, one that must be erased. We will respond with the full might of our military until the enemy is crushed beneath our boots. As Merrick's words echoed in the room, Carlman couldn't help but wonder, was this the beginning of the end? The Chancellor's grip on power had always seemed unassailable, but now, faced with a crisis of this magnitude, the cracks were starting to show. Merrick's continued with his audacious rhetoric, his tone more fervent. "We must strike back immediately," he declared, his eyes gleaming with a feverish intensity. "The Third Conquest Fleet will engage the American forces directly. We will show them the true might of the Valka's empire." Carlman felt a chill run down his spine. Engaging the Americans head-on was a fool's errand, a recipe for certain defeat. He glanced at Siegs, seeing his own concerns mirrored in the general's eyes. But before Carlman could voice his objections, Merrick's continued, his voice taking on a more measured tone. "In the meantime, we must solidify our position in the Oster Plains. By entrenching our forces there, we can bog down the American reinforcements as they attempt to make landfall in Michael and Oda Height." Carlman paused, considering the proposition. It was a sound strategy, one that could potentially delay the American advance and buy them valuable time. He could see some of the other officers nodding in agreement, their earlier doubts momentarily assuaged by the Chancellor's seemingly rational plan. Merrick's turned to Siegs, his gaze sharp and commanding. "General Siegs, while the Americans are occupied in the Oster Plains, I want you to intensify our operations along the Malmund front. Press the advantage, and do not relent until the enemy is crushed." Siegs nodded, his expression guarded. "As you command, Chancellor." Carlman watched the exchange, a knot forming in his gut. Merrick's plan, while strategically sound in some aspects, still carried immense risks. Overextending their forces, especially in the face of American technological superiority, could prove disastrous. But as he looked around the room, Carlman could see that the tide had turned. The officers who had previously expressed doubts were now murmuring their assent, swayed by the Chancellor's confident demeanor and seemingly sound tactics. Carlman knew he had to tread carefully. Openly opposing Merrick's now, in front of the entire high command, would be political suicide. He needed to bide his time, to find a way to subtly steer the empire away from the brink of disaster. He cleared his throat, drawing the attention of the room. "Chancellor, while I agree that we must take decisive action, we should also consider the long-term implications of our strategies. Overextending our forces could leave us vulnerable to counterattacks. 3 conquest fleets have been, effectively, wiped out. This is not sustainable." Merrick's eyes narrowed, his gaze boring into Carlman. "Are you suggesting we cower in the face of the enemy, Carlman? That we let them dictate the terms of this war?" Carlman held his ground, his voice steady. "Not at all, Chancellor. I merely propose that we proceed with caution and that we consider all possible outcomes before committing our forces." For a long moment, the room was silent. Then, slowly, Merrick's nodded. "Very well, Carlman. I will take your counsel under advisement. But make no mistake, we will not rest until the Valka's empire emerges victorious." It seemed that Merrick's had at least some semblance of rationality. The thought of explaining further crossed his mind. If he could convince Merrick's to abandon his suicidal objectives along the Muin coastlines, it would save countless lives and countless ships. It wasn't the best idea, and he was almost surely pushing his luck, but he had to at least try. "Chancellor," Carlman said carefully, "while I agree that we must do everything in our power to counter the American threat, we must also be realistic about our capabilities. Overextending ourselves, or making promises we cannot keep, will only lead to disappointment and demoralization among our forces." Merrick's gaze snapped to Carlman, his eyes narrowing. "Realistic? I will tell you what is realistic, Carlman. Victory at any cost. That is the only reality that matters." Would he be able to get through to him? He held Merrick's gaze, refusing to be cowed. "And what of the cost to our own people, Chancellor? What of the lives that will be lost, the families that will be shattered, in pursuit of an impossible goal? For a moment, Merrick's mask slipped, and Carl Mann saw a flicker of doubt, of uncertainty in his eyes. But it was gone as quickly as it had appeared, replaced by the familiar rage and fervor. The GRA Valkan people are strong, Carl Mann. They will endure any hardship, make any sacrifice, in the name of victory. And they will thank us for it when the GRA Valkan flag flies over every corner of this world. The meeting ended shortly after, with Merrick's demanding regular updates on the progress of Kreuger's research and the other officers hastily agreeing to redouble their efforts. As the officers dispersed, Carl Mann and Siegs exchanged a brief, knowing glance. They had already arranged to meet later that evening, in a location far from the prying eyes of Merrick's loyalists. Carl Mann gave a subtle nod, confirming that the plan was still in motion. Carl Mann returned to his office, his mind buzzing with the details of the upcoming meeting. He tried to focus on his daily duties, but the weight of what was to come kept intruding on his thoughts. He found himself double-checking every report, every requisition form, as if the slightest mistake might somehow give away his intentions. As the day wore on, Carl Mann's nerves began to fray. He caught himself glancing at the clock every few minutes, willing the hands to move faster. He needed to get out of here, to put his plans into motion before the crushing pressure of his own doubts and fears consumed him. Finally, as evening began to settle over the city, Carl Mann made his move. He slipped out of his office, taking care to avoid the usual corridors and thoroughfares. Instead, he wound his way through a maze of back alleys and side streets, his footsteps echoing off the damp cobblestones. The route was circuitous and at times confusing, but that was the point. Carl Mann couldn't afford to take any chances, not with so much at stake. He knew that Merrick's had spies everywhere, eyes and ears in every corner of the city. Sure, many of his supporters were simple patriots, fooled into thinking he was right at one point. But how many of them were maniacs like him? One wrong move, one careless mistake, and everything he had worked for could come crashing down around him. As he walked, Carl Mann found himself scanning the shadows, his heart pounding at every unexpected sound or movement. Was that footstep behind him just another passerby, or was it one of Merrick's thugs, tracking his every move? The uncertainty gnawed at him, but he forced himself to keep moving, to trust in the precautions he had taken. After what felt like hours, Carl Mann finally arrived at the designated meeting place, a nondescript warehouse on the outskirts of the city. He paused for a moment, taking a deep breath to steady his nerves. This was it, the moment of truth. Everything he had done, every risk he had taken, had led him to this point. With a final glance over his shoulder, Carl Mann slipped inside, pulling the door shut behind him. The warehouse was dimly lit, the air heavy with the scent of dust and old machinery. As his eyes adjusted to the gloom, he could make out the figures of Siegs and the other officers. As he reached the group, Carl Mann took a moment to look each of them in the eye, to see the determination and the fear that warred within them. These were good men, loyal soldiers who had dedicated their lives to serving the GRA Valka's empire. And now, they were being asked to turn against their own leader, again, in the name of a higher loyalty. Siegs stepped forward, breaking the tension with a curt nod. "I'm glad you made it, Arnold. We were starting to wonder if you'd been held up." Carl Mann shook his head, a humorless smile tugging at his lips. "No, just had to take the scenic route. Can't be too careful these days." He turned to face the rest of the group, his expression sobering. "We've made a mistake once, trusting Merrick's. Let's make sure we're not too late to fix it." The others murmured their agreement, guilt-stricken faces nodding along. "Before we begin," Siegs said, his voice cutting through the tense silence, "I'd like to introduce our newest member. Some of you may be familiar with him. One of the top dogs in the IBC, Marcellon Scaldater. Chapter 188, House of Cards 2. I'd like to introduce our newest member. Some of you may be familiar with him. One of the top dogs in the IBC, Marcellon Scaldater." Marcellon stepped forward, his polished dress shoes clicking against the floor. He surveyed the room, taking note of the assembled military brass and their guarded expressions. The weight of the moment was not lost on him. The very future of the GRA Valka's empire hung in the balance. "General Siegs, gentlemen," Marcellon began, his voice steady and formal, belying the unease that churned beneath his composed exterior. I am honored to be here, though I must confess, the circumstances that have brought us together are most disconcerting." He paused, allowing his words to settle in the air. The room was silent, save for the distant ticking of a clock on the wall. Marcellon adjusted his tie, a nervous habit he developed over years of delivering broadcasts and managing the intricate workings of the IBC. As a loyal servant of the Empire, I have always held fast to the principles of honor and duty. The IBC has been a bastion of these ideals, a guiding light for the people in these trying times. However, recent events have cast a pall over our noble endeavors, and I find myself questioning the very foundation upon which we stand. Siegs nodded. Your presence here, Marcellon, speaks to your unwavering commitment to the Empire. We stand united in our pursuit of the truth behind Merix's rule and the restoration of honor to our great nation. Marcellon felt a flicker of resolve kindle within him. The road ahead would be fraught with peril, a labyrinthine path of secrets and lies that threatened to unravel the very fabric of their society. But he knew, with a certainty that suffused his being, that he could not stand idle in the face of such treachery. If Merix truly usurped power from the Emperor, it would be unforgivable to play along with that narrative. Gentlemen, I stand ready to play my part in this most critical of endeavors. Let us begin our work, for the sake of the Empire and all her loyal citizens. Marcellon, I trust your journey here was uneventful? Irik's instructions were clear, I presume? Siegs asked, his tone a mix of formality and underlying warmth. Marcellon nodded, recalling the circuitous route he had taken to reach this clandestine gathering. Yes, General. Irik was most thorough in his directions. I appreciate the precautions taken to ensure our meeting remains undiscovered. Siegs acknowledged Marcellon's words with a nod before addressing the group as a whole. Gentlemen, before we begin, I believe it is important to ensure that we are all on the same page. Marcellon, as our newest member, I invite you to share your thoughts on Chancellor Merix's rule and the current state of the Empire. Marcellon paused for a moment, gathering his thoughts. He could feel the eyes of the room upon him, the weight of their expectations pressing down on his shoulders. Gentlemen, Marcellon began, his voice steady and measured. As the Chief Technical Officer of the Imperial Broadcast Corporation, I have had a unique vantage point from which to observe the workings of our government. In recent months, I have grown increasingly concerned about the direction in which Chancellor Merix is leading our empire. He took a breath, the memories of the mysterious agent's words echoing in his mind. The official narrative surrounding the Emperor's illness and abdication has always struck me as suspect. The sudden disappearance of key figures, the lack of transparency, it all points to something far more sinister at play. The others nodded, murmurs of agreement rippling through the room. Karl Mann, the Chief of Naval Operations, leaned forward, his expression grave. Mr. Skaldottir, your concerns are well-founded, Karl Mann said, his voice low and urgent. What we are about to share with you will confirm your suspicions and shed light on the true nature of Merix's rule. Siegs nodded, his gaze sweeping the room. Gentlemen, let us bring Marcellon fully into the fold. It is time he learned the truth about the coup that brought Merix to power and the disastrous consequences of his leadership. Karl Mann leaned forward, his hands clasped on the table. Mr. Skaldottir, it all began with the incident involving the GVS revolution. Warhawks seized the vessel and nearly dragged us into all-out war with the Americans several months ago. The Emperor made a tough decision and had us open fire on our own men to prevent this war. I complied. I see now that it was necessary, but it was still a decision that didn't quite sit right with my conscience. Karl Mann sighed, running a hand through his hair. You have to understand, when Merix first started questioning Gra Lux's leadership, it was easy to get caught up in his rhetoric. He made it seem like the Emperor was weak, that he was holding us back from true greatness. And for some, like myself and Siegs, we didn't have a choice. It was either we play along, or leave the fate of the nation in the hands of the war hawks. Siegs nodded, his expression pained. We were fools. I knew of the planned coup, but I feigned ignorance. I told others, and myself, that I was busy. I buried myself in strategy. My indifference, it may as well have doomed the imperial family. The others among them had similar stories. A handful seemed to have been swayed by Merix's rhetoric, as Karl Mann explained, but recently realized the error in their ways after receiving reports from the front lines. They were patriots through and through, but that didn't mean they were stupid enough to ignore the Americans' technological advantages. They were proud, yes, but that didn't mean they were stubborn enough to face an enemy they had no hope of winning against. Even if they weren't directly involved in the coup, their words and tones suggested guilt, regret from falling victim to the bystander effect. He didn't know what to think of their excuses. It was unforgivable, but at the same time, what could they have even done? What would he have done? The fact that His Excellency was overthrown in a secret coup was a revelation that he wished he never had to hear. He wanted to believe it was a lie, but the dots were there, and they connected so seamlessly. Marcellon looked Carlman in the eyes. The 4th and 5th Conquest fleets have been defeated, haven't they? It's why we've had to resort to reruns of old footage, right? Carlman nodded. He didn't say a word, and well, he didn't need to. His eyes told him everything he needed to know. Marcellon pushed further. We were also scheduled to receive new footage from the 2nd Conquest Fleet. I assume they've suffered the same fate. Again, Carlman's sole answer was a simple nod. Marcellon sighed. This was the true state of the war, it seemed. So, what do we do now? He asked, truly wondering if there was even a way out. How do we stop Merix, expose his lies, and save the Empire from ruin? I'll be frank with you, Sieg said, his tone taking a more hopeless note. I don't know. Merix has already imprisoned many of the outspoken doves and fired anyone directly associated with them or the imperial family. Our allies are few, and the legitimacy of the throne is in question. I fear the worst for His Excellency and his family. Marcellon raised an eyebrow. The way that Siegs put it made it sound like a pipe dream, an impossible task. Yet, those last few words got him thinking. Would it make a difference if His Excellency were here? Siegs and Carlman exchanged a glance, a flicker of surprise passing between them. Of course it would, Carlman said. If the Emperor were here, if he could rally the people behind him, expose Merix's treachery, it would change everything. Siegs agreed, but his expression remained guarded. But that's just wishful thinking, isn't it? Merix has done everything in his power to make sure the Emperor and his family are out of the picture. Even if they were alive, they'd be under constant guard, hidden away somewhere we could never reach them. Marcellon hesitated, his heart pounding in his chest. He knew that what he was about to say could change the course of their entire struggle, but he also knew that it could put them all in even greater danger. If that mysterious man was secretly working for Merix, then they, and all of their families, would be in peril. He took a deep breath, steeling himself for the reaction he knew was coming. What if? He began, his voice hesitant. What if there was a chance that His Excellency was still alive? That he managed to escape Merix's clutches somehow? The men stared at each other, their expressions a mix of shock, disbelief, and cautious hope. What are you saying, Mr. Skeldadder? Someone asked. How could you possibly know that? Another man questioned. Siegs and Carlman stared at him, their expressions a mix of surprise and skepticism. Marcellon, Siegs said, his voice gentle but firm. I know we all want to believe that, but we have to face reality. If the Emperor were alive, don't you think we would have heard something by now? Some kind of sign or message? Carlman nodded, his eyes filled with a deep sadness. As much as it pains me to say it, Siegs is right. We've all seen the reports, the broadcasts. If His Excellency had escaped, surely there would be rumors, whispers of his whereabouts. But there's been nothing, just silence. I wasn't sure at first, he said, his voice barely above a whisper. I thought it might be a trap or some kind of cruel joke. But now, after hearing what you've told me about Merix and the state of the Empire, I think it might be real. Siegs leaned forward, his eyes narrowing. What are you talking about, Marcellon? What might be real? Marcellon took a deep breath, his heart pounding in his chest. He glanced around the room, as if checking for hidden listeners, before speaking again. A few days ago, I was approached by someone, a man who claimed to be an agent of His Excellency. Carlman's brow furrowed, his expression a mix of disbelief and cautious hope. An agent of His Excellency? Are you sure, Mr. Skeldadder? How can you be certain this man was telling the truth? Marcellon shook his head, his mind racing with the implications of what he had just revealed. I can't be certain, not completely. But the way he spoke, he seemed like he might have been Sicarius. Like he really was working for the Emperor, trying to gather support for his return. Sieg sat back in his chair, the man's possible affiliation catching his eye. Sicarius, HM? If what you're saying is true, Marcellon, if there really is a chance that His Excellency is alive, well, that's our light at the end of the tunnel. But there's quite a chance this is a trap. Marcellon nodded, his eyes blazing with a newfound conviction. I know the risks, General, but I also know that we can't just sit back and do nothing. If there's even a chance that His Excellency is out there, that he needs our help, we have to try. Carlman leaned forward, his voice low and intense. Mr. Skeldottir, I need you to think carefully. This agent, the one who approached you, did he give you any way to contact him? Any instructions or messages to pass along? Marcellon took a deep breath, steeling himself for the reaction he knew was coming. He did. He told me that if I wanted to help, if I was willing to take the risk, I should meet him again at a specific time and place. He said he would have more information, more evidence that could help us expose Merrick's lies and restore the rightful ruler to the throne. Siegs leaned back in his chair, his expression pensive. Marcellon, this agent, did he give you any indication of how he knew about His Excellency's whereabouts? Any proof that he's actually in contact with the Emperor? Marcellon shook his head, frustration etched on his face. No, nothing concrete. He was very cautious, very secretive. But the things he knew, Siegs, the details about the imperial family, about the inner workings of the palace, it's not the kind of information that just anyone would have access to. Carlman frowned, his fingers drumming on the table. But that's just it, isn't it? If this agent really is working for His Excellency, why all the secrecy? Why not just come out and tell us directly? Marcellon felt a chill run down his spine at the thought, but he forced himself to remain calm. I've considered that possibility, he said, his voice steady. But I keep coming back to the same thing. If Merrick knew about us, if he had even the slightest suspicion that we were working against him, why not just arrest us all right now? Why go through the trouble of setting up such an elaborate trap? Another person spoke up. It was the Director Gesta from Foreign Affairs. We may not have much time either. His gaze grew distant. The man had the stare of a soldier who had seen the horrors of war, despite never even touching a gun himself. He turned to General Siegs, then back to the others. I've seen what the Americans are capable of, and I fear Merrick's may force their hand. Whatever he was talking about, Siegs and Carlman seemed to know. Their expressions mirrored Gesta's, like they saw the end of the world and knew it was at their doorstep. Marcellon could see the conflicting emotions playing out on the faces of the other officers, the fear and uncertainty warring with the desperate need to act. I know it's a risk, he said finally, his voice low but firm. But I truly believe that this agent is our best chance of finding out the truth about His Excellency. If we pass up this opportunity, if we let our fear paralyze us, we may never get another chance. Siegs was silent for a long moment, his eyes distant. Finally, he spoke, his voice heavy with the weight of his decision. Marcellon is right. We can't let this chance slip away, no matter how dangerous it might be. But we need to be smart about it, to take every precaution to ensure that we're not walking into a trap. Carlman nodded, his expression grim. Agreed. Mr. Skeldottir, you'll need to be our eyes and ears on this. Meet with the agent, find out everything you can. I'm sure I don't need to remind you to be careful. We need to keep our cards close to our chest until we know for sure that we can trust this agent. Gesta didn't hide his urgency at all. We're counting on you, Mr. Skeldottir. Siegs looked around the room, his gaze settling on each of the officers in turn. Then it settled. Marcellon will meet with the agent and report back to us. In the meantime, we'll continue to gather information on our end to build our case against Merrick's. Chapter 189, The Agent. The streets of Ragna were as busy as usual, crowded and bustling even on a weekday afternoon. Standard, the norm. Marcellon felt out of place despite tracing the same route he always did. Calm down, he thought to himself. This is just another meeting with an advertising client. It really wasn't. But what else could he tell himself to ease the fact that he was caught between the fate of his nation and the safety of his family? As he walked, Marcellon's thoughts drifted to the events that led him here. It all started with a simple message from Eirik, a trusted colleague. Then came the first meeting with the mysterious agent, followed by the secret gathering with General Siegs and Admiral Carlman. Each step had pulled him deeper into a web of intrigue and danger, and now he found himself on the precipice of something much larger than himself. But what choice did he have? The empire he had dedicated his life to was crumbling under the weight of Chancellor Merrick's lies. The thought of his son, his pride and joy, being sent off to fight in a war based on deception and ego, it was too much to bear. No, he had to act, even if it meant risking everything. As he approached Jellick's steakhouse, Marcellon took a moment to compose himself. He straightened his tie and smoothed down his hair before entering the restaurant. The maitre d' greeted him with a polite smile. "Good evening, sir. Do you have a reservation?" Marcellon cleared his throat. "Yes, a table for two under the name Tharnvik." The maitre d' scanned the reservation list and nodded. "Ah, yes. Your companion has already arrived. Please follow me." As Marcellon followed the maitre d' through the restaurant, the familiar sense of grilled meat and rich sauces enveloped him, providing a momentary comfort in the midst of his turbulent thoughts. The maitre d' led him to a booth in a quiet corner of the restaurant, where the agent was already seated. "Here you are, sir. Your waiter will be with you shortly." Marcellon thanked the maitre d' and slid into the seat across from the agent, who greeted him with a nod. "Mr. Skeldottir," the agent said, keeping his voice low. "Thank you for coming. I didn't have much of a choice, did I?" Marcellon replied, trying to keep his tone light. Easier said than done, considering the situation. The agent smiled faintly. "We always have a choice, Mr. Skeldottir. It's just a matter of which path we decide to take. And from what I hear, you've taken the same path as the good general and the good admiral." Marcellon leaned back, studying the man across from him. There was something about him, a quiet confidence that both reassured and unsettled him. "You seem to know an awful lot about me and my recent activities." The agent chuckled. "It's my job to know things, Mr. Skeldottir." "Well, Eirik told me. But don't worry, your secrets are safe with me." Marcellon narrowed his eyes. "And how can I be sure of that?" "Because we're on the same side. You, me, Eirik, General Siegs, Admiral Karlman." The agent replied, leaning forward. "We both want what's best for the Empire, and we both know that Chancellor Merrick's is leading us down a dangerous path." It was then that their waiter approached the table. Marcellon leaned back, welcoming the brief distraction. A few extra moments to gather his thoughts before diving into the deep and wouldn't hurt. "Good evening, gentlemen. Can I start you off with something to drink?" Marcellon glanced at the agent, who gave a slight nod. "I'll have a glass of your house red, please." "Make that too," the agent added. As the waiter walked away with their drink orders, Marcellon turned his attention back to the agent. The man's words were tempting, sure. They made sense, sure. However, there was that lingering thought in the back of his mind. What if he was wrong? The agent seemed to sense his hesitation. "I know it's a lot to take in, Mr. Skeldottir, but I assure you, I am working on behalf of Emperor Gra Lux and the true interests of our nation." Marcellon took a deep breath, mulling over the choices laid out in front of him. Images flashed through his mind. Sharing a laugh with his darling Amalia over home-cooked dinner, little Lucas' beaming face as he taught him how to ride a bike, the familiar faces of his coworkers at the IBC's office. But then, he thought about all those other families, all those people being strung along by twisted stories and false promises. He couldn't just sit by and watch it all go down in flames. If he had a shot at making a difference, no matter how small, well, he had to take it, didn't he? "All right," he said finally. "What's the plan?" The agent leaned forward. Marcellon looked around before imitating the movement. Lowering his voice, the man began. "His Excellency has a message for the people, and we need you to help get it out there." A pre-recorded broadcast, straight from the Emperor himself. Marcellon's eyebrows shot up. "A broadcast? How am I supposed to?" "Now, I know you're probably wondering how you're going to get it on air," he interrupted, smiling like he had just the plan. "Here's the deal. We've got a city-wide distraction planned, something to keep Merrick's goons busy. At the same time, a fire alarm's going to go off at the IBC, clear the building out." He tapped his finger on the table, emphasizing each point. "You just go about your day like normal. When that alarm hits, you double back, pretend you left something behind. Link up with Eirik and your co-workers on the inside, and get that tape rolling. Once it's out, slip out the fire exit and blend in with the crowd. Easy as pie." The plan was audacious. There wasn't a lot that could go wrong, and frankly, it was a well-thought-out plan. But it was still audacious. "When will this happen?" "Prime time," he replied. 8 p.m. sharp, when every family in the Empire's gathered round the dinner table and tuning in. Marcellon nodded slowly. It was bold, no doubt about that. But there were still some nagging questions, potential holes that needed addressing. "All right, say we get the broadcast up and running. What's to stop Merrick's from just raiding the building, cutting the power to the whole damn grid? The agent's expression didn't falter. We've got that covered. You just focus on your part, getting that message out there. Let us worry about the rest. There was a hint of steel beneath the casual exterior that told Marcellon there was more to this plan than he was being told. But then again, he supposed that was the nature of the game they were playing. Secrets upon secrets, need-to-know basis only. The man's suggestion could no doubt garner the support that Siegs and Carlman needed. But what about the ensuing chaos? Maybe they'd be able to get rid of Merrick's peacefully, but what if they couldn't? That is quite the ambitious plan, Mr. Wildman. Very well then, Mr. Wildman, Marcellon continued. This plan won't be free from repercussions. You mentioned you can ensure my family's safety. How? The waiter returned to the table with their drinks and an order pad. Gentlemen, are you ready to order? Or would you like to hear about our specials for this evening? Wildman gave a slight shrug. Sure, what V you got? We've just added a new dish to our menu, Kelpie steak. It's a delicacy in Paganda and Lee fur. We happened to get lucky with a seasonal migration. Marcellon raised an eyebrow. He'd heard about new food options, but most of them remained inaccessible, locked behind scientific study, too rare to study, or not viable to hunt. They had gotten lucky with the frequency of krakens and the quick consensus of its safe consumption by the health department, but hadn't come across many other new items since. It seemed Wildman shared the same sentiment, probably, based on the excited look on his face. Kelpie steak, huh? Sounds interesting. I'll give it a try. Marcellon had to agree. Make that too, then. Oh, and I remember you mentioned enjoying the Kraken calamari last time, Wildman. Should we get that as well? Wildman grinned. Absolutely. Can't pass up an opportunity for some good calamari. The waiter jotted down their orders and collected the menus. Excellent choices, gentlemen. I'll put that in right away. As the waiter departed, Wildman turned his attention back to Marcellon's question. Right, your family's safety. His Excellency has provided access to several safe houses in the Ragna countryside, private mansions where your loved ones can stay, away from the city and any potential fallout. He leaned back in his seat, his expression serious. Now, ideally, no one should even know that you and your colleagues are involved in this. But in case Merrick's somehow catches wind of it, the safe houses are there as a precaution. A last resort, if you will. Safe houses, it made sense. His Excellency probably had these sanctuaries all over the Empire, in case something like Merrick's coup happened. However, the thought of having to uproot his family, to send them into hiding, it made Marcellon's stomach churn. Faced with the possibility of Merrick's coming after them, though, what other choice did he have? Wildman must have sensed his hesitation, the way his thoughts were spinning in circles. Look, Mr. Skeldaughter, he said, his tone softening just a touch. If you're having second thoughts, I advise you to talk to Eirik or General Siegs. They've got the same precautions and probably also the same predispositions. Yes, I suppose that makes sense. It wasn't a bad idea, and he'd take all the counsel and time he could get before making such a monumental decision. Naturally, the decision to send his family to safety went hand in hand with the decision to put himself on the front lines and the decision to upend Chancellor Merrick's delicate house of cards. Taking a sip of his wine, Marcellon began. I know the information you've provided me is rather sensitive, but I'd also like to discuss this plan with the General and the others. Marcellon studied Wildman's expression. Would he react negatively? This was a huge ask, after all, and he knew what might happen if word of this operation got out. Surprisingly, Wildman only smiled, almost welcoming it. By all means, he said, lifting his hands. Like I said, we're all on the same side. We can't restore His Excellency to the throne if we can't even see eye to eye. It was a relief that Wildman accepted the proposition so easily, but would he accept the next? He was certain that they'd have questions which Wildman, ever true to his veil of secrecy, might not be so inclined to answer truthfully, if at all. I have a few questions about the operation then. I want to ensure this is no honeypot, that our efforts are truly for His Excellency, that our efforts actually have a good chance of succeeding. Wildman leaned back and crossed his arms. From what Marcellon could recall of basic psychology, that posture usually meant someone was on the defensive, right? But with Wildman, things were rarely that straightforward. Wildman was no doubt experienced, especially so if he truly was Sicarius and working directly for His Excellency. He could just as likely be using that gesture deliberately, a strategic move to throw Marcellon off. Was this genuine caution or a ploy to gauge Marcellon's reaction? He shook the thought. There was no use in trying to read between the lines, in trying to challenge a master at his own game. He had questions to ask, so he would ask them. So, you mentioned a tape. What exactly is on this tape? Wildman prepared to answer, but then his eyes darted off to the side, and he smiled. Ah, that must be the Kelpie steak. Gentlemen, 2 Kelpie steaks and 1 serving of Kraken calamari, the waiter announced, setting the dishes on their table. If you need anything else, do let me know. Please enjoy your meals. Wildman already started digging in as soon as the waiter left. He said, savoring a bite of Kelpie. You know, this is probably the best steak I've ever had. Marcellon nodded, taking a bite of his own steak. The man was certainly right. This was probably the best steak he'd ever had as well. He eyed Wildman's casual facade and reflected on his own expressions. He realized that it wasn't Wildman's actions that were weird, it was his own. Relaxing his posture and letting go of his tension, he offered a smile. I must agree, Mr. Wildman. I can see why this is called a delicacy. See, Wildman said, pointing a fork at him. Nothing to worry about. Remember this, and you'll be fine. Anyway, the tape? Well, it'd be a bit of a spoiler if I just told you what it was all about right here, huh? You should watch it when you get home. Let's just say it clears up a lot of things. Marcellon nodded, watching as Wildman eagerly stuffed his face with more of the Kelpie steak and its sides. How the man could remain so relaxed despite the fate of the nation was a mystery. Was it confidence? Ignorance? Either way, Marcellon envied him. Anything would be better than the butterflies in his stomach, but he had to keep moving. And about the distraction, what do you mean by that? Wildman chuckled. Haven't you heard of OPSEC? Come on now, Minister of Propaganda. The term was familiar, certainly a reference to something, but Marcellon couldn't quite put his finger on it. He did have a significant role in distributing propaganda as chief technical officer, so maybe it was that. Wildman did have a point, though. It was selfish of him to ask about such details, but he, and by extension, Siegs and the others, needed to be able to trust this man. I understand. Operational security is critical, but Wildman seemed to understand this, seeing right through him. Well, I can't tell you everything, obviously, but here's what I can tell you. Chapter 190, Pieces in Place. The Situation Room was already packed when Lee walked in, the chatter dying down as he made his way to the head of the table. He'd handpicked this group himself, state, defense, intelligence, all the big players. It was just another one of their weekly updates, but he could feel the clock ticking. Not that he was anxious, far from it. Landfall at Odahite and the upcoming operations in Ragna got him excited, not anxious. He used to play a lot of grand strategy games. As fun as they were, glassing fanatic purifiers and subverting fallen empires couldn't hold a candle to real geopolitics, especially not in a world as intriguing as Alicia. He settled into his chair, the leather creaking slightly under his weight. All right, folks, let's get started. We've got a lot of ground to cover and not a lot of time to do it. His gaze landed on Ethan Klein, the CIA director. Ethan, why don't you start us off? What's the latest on Wildman's little adventure? Klein cleared his throat before glancing down at his notes. Mr. President, Wildman has been making significant progress in his support of Marcellon Scaldater and the planned broadcast of Emperor Jare Lux's message. He's been able to establish a rapport with Scaldater and has laid the groundwork for the operation. Assuming Scaldater played his part, the operation's success now depended on the performance of their forces. The submarines, they're finally in position? Yes, Mr. President, Hill confirmed. They're in position off the coasts of Ragna and Hofgard, ready to initiate the strike at 7:50 p.m. local time. 7:50 p.m. local time, 10 minutes right before the scheduled broadcast. The thought gave him a sort of déjà vu. This is exactly the type of diversion they employed when rescuing the imperial family. Although, the targets were different this time around. With most of Ragna's port infrastructure still in shambles from their previous attack, the new targets included the GV Department of War, air bases on the outskirts of the city, and the Imperial Defense Fleet headquarters. If that still wasn't enough, Merrick's would also have to deal with strikes on their naval base at Hofgard. Meanwhile, SEALs would strike at different targets to distract from the real objective, the IBC headquarters. He didn't think Merrick's would fall for the same trick twice, But was it really falling for a trick if he couldn't do anything about it to begin with? Good, Lee said, sighing. Didn't think we'd be back for round 2 so soon. Let me know when Lieutenant Riley's team returns. It's a shame that they haven't had a break, but no one knows the streets of Ragna like they do. I'd like to commend them, personally. Of course, Mr. President. We'll keep you updated. So far, so good. Lee turned to Director Klein. And what's your assessment of the potential impact? Should the broadcast be successful? Klein leaned back. If we can get Emperor J.R.A. Lux's message out there, it'd be a major blow to Merix's credibility, sir. The people believe in the Emperor, in the stability and legitimacy of the imperial rule. They practically worship him. If they learn the truth about Merix's actions, that he seized power under false pretenses, he put a finger to his throat and mimicked a slicing action, well, it'd significantly undermine his position and galvanize opposition to his rule. And there it was, Lee thought, the chink in Merix's armor. The Chancellor had spun a clever tale, but it was all built on a foundation of lies. Lies about the Emperor's health, about the convenient absence of key figures, lies that could come crumbling down with a single broadcast. The Emperor's words would certainly mean a lot, but without a full grasp on the internal politics and public sentiment within the J.R.A. Valka's empire, he couldn't yet risk sending the Emperor back home. Merix would undoubtedly fight back, do everything in his power to discredit the Emperor, to paint him as a traitor or a fraud. Then, there was the issue of how exactly to get Cabal in power. Until they could get an accurate assessment of J.R.A. Valkan political stability, he'd have to wait and simply let the message take root. Lee looked up, meeting Klein's gaze head-on. What about the sentiment on the ground? Are we seeing any indications of discontent within the GV? The Director of National Intelligence, Alan Fitch, didn't beat around the bush. He quickly answered for Klein. Mr. President, our human assets have been providing regular reports from across the GV-controlled territories, and there's a growing sense of unease and frustration among both military leaders and the general population. In particular, citizens are starting to protest and question why they haven't been receiving letters from their family members. It was good news, sad, incredibly so, but good in the sense that they were gaining the upper hand in the ideology war. It sucked that it had to come to this, truly. He could imagine how they might feel, knowing their sons, brothers, and fathers are lost forever. Preparation for the Ravernals aside, this fact was all the more reason to end the war as soon as possible. Fitch rifled through his papers, sorting out a few key documents. The war effort is taking a toll, and there are questions being raised about Merix's leadership and the Empire's ability to sustain the conflict. We've also been able to corroborate this through interviews with captured GVE officers, including several high-ranking fleet admirals. Interesting, Lee thought. Admirals Dietrich, Merkenses, and Venstrom, correct? Fitch didn't need to glance at his notes this time. He knew the information like the back of his hand. Yes, sir. Their statements paint a consistent picture of an empire under strain, with growing doubts about Merix's strategy and the feasibility of victory. He continued, Venstrom, especially, was pretty vocal about his doubts. Said Merix's aggressive strategy isn't sustainable and begged us to show J.R.A. Valkan forces mercy, just like what we did with his fleet. Huh? Lee asked. When did they show mercy to Venstrom's fleet? What do you mean? Our interrogators had the same question, Hill said. The first target we took out was the GVS Adler. He mistook our refusal to take out the rest of the Second Conquest fleet as a sign of mercy, but in all honesty, they were just barely out of range. Good thing he surrendered when he did, though. Huh, Lee simply said. Yeah, good thing. Lee sat back, his gaze drifting to the large screen at the far end of the room, displaying a map of the J.R.A. Valka's empire and the surrounding territories. The pieces were moving, the balance of power shifting, but there was still so much uncertainty, so many variables that could tilt the scales one way or the other. All right, Lee said firmly. Once the broadcast is out and the Emperor's message reaches the people, we need to be ready to capitalize on that momentum. Gordon, Ethan, are all the pieces in place for the next steps? Secretary of State Gordon Hayden gave a confident answer. Absolutely, Mr. President. We've managed to secure contact with a network of key doves still in the J.R.A. Valkan mainland thanks to the Emperor's connections. Supplementary media in support of the Emperor's abdication and the Prince's coronation are still in production. We're waiting on more data from the J.R.A. Valkan public first, See how they react to the Emperor's survival, and then make tweaks based on that. We'll let the 7th Fleet know when the next set of broadcasts are ready. Lee looked at Hill. I thought we were using an EC-130J? 7th Fleet. Don't tell me you're going to have them do some sort of jet takeoff. Oh, no, Hill said, shaking his head. It's not feasible. The feasibility studies on extended operational time also turned out poorly. We decided to modify existing MQ-25 Stingrays for the mission. This will happen over the course of their support missions in Mu, using equipment we've flown to Otaheite. The 7th Fleet will continue broadcast operations off the GRA Valkan coast after we've neutralized their navy. It was an extremely complicated process and involved significant investment, but it had to be done. If they could get the GRA Valkan public to turn on Merrick's and pave the way for the Imperial family's return, they might be able to end the war without having to land troops in the GRA Valka's empire. How long will that take? Hill lowered his head, as if preparing himself for an unsatisfactory answer. 1 or 2 months, Mr. President. Lee held back a grimace. That meant 1 or 2 months for Merrick's to conduct damage control and undo the impact of the Emperor's announcement. While he didn't expect Merrick's to be able to fully sway the public back to his side, having 2 months meant he had the opportunity to at least set them back. I see. Is there anything we can do in the meantime? Klein spoke up. Well, we've got the Doves. He looked to Fitch, who continued, We've confirmed that the Doves have access to several radio stations and newspapers. They're prepared to adopt a pro-Lux and pro-Cabal stance, which will give their movement much more credibility. Merrick's will be forced to permit their activity or risk a civil war. Klein added, Their operations are currently covert, but they're effective. They're positioned to amplify the impact of the broadcast by continuously reinforcing the Emperor's message. This can help maintain the momentum until we're able to return with subsequent propaganda campaigns. It was a stopgap, but it could work. Lee nodded. Do what you can for the Doves. Let's hope that the public is as enamored with the Imperial family as you say they are. No worries about that, Mr. President, Klein reassured. With his concerns about the broadcast campaign relatively abated for now, Lee turned his attention to the next critical item on their list, their plans for Mu. All right, if that's all on this front, let's take a small break and then reconvene. We need to discuss the naval situation next. After a brief recess, the meeting resumed with a new sense of purpose. Admiral Richmond, the Chief of Naval Operations, took the lead. Mr. President, I'd like to start by providing an update on the processing of POWs from Admiral Venstrom's 2nd Conquest Fleet. Lee nodded, motioning for him to continue. As you can imagine, handling such a large number of prisoners is a significant logistical challenge, Richmond explained. We're working around the clock to process them in accordance with international law and to gather any useful intelligence from the captured officers. And what have we learned so far? Richmond consulted his notes. As expected, most of the captured officers have only provided their basic information, as required by international law. However, our interrogators have picked up on some subtle cues and inconsistencies in their responses that suggest a growing unease within the GRA Valkan military. He paused. Of course, we have to be cautious in our interpretation. These are trained officers, and they're not likely to openly express dissent or disloyalty. But when we compare their demeanor and responses to our previous interactions with GRA Valkan POWs, there are some notable differences. So, while we can't take their statements at face value, there are indications that the war is taking a toll on their morale and confidence in Merrick's leadership? Precisely, sir, Richmond confirmed. It's not a smoking gun, but it does align with the broader intelligence picture we've been building. Director Fitch's reports of unrest and discontent within the GRA Valkan society seem to be filtering up to the military ranks as well. Excellent work, Admiral. Keep me updated on any additional insights. Lee turned over his shoulder. Director Fitch, I want your team coordinating closely with Admiral Richmond's staff. Let's make sure we're connecting the dots between what we're hearing from these POWs and your on-the-ground reporting. Fitch responded with a quick, absolutely, sir. Lee nodded and returned his focus to Richmond. Thank you for the update, Admiral. Now, let's shift to the 7th Fleet. I understand they're preparing to make landfall in Otaheite. Richmond confirmed, Yes, Mr. President. The 7th Fleet is currently on schedule to arrive in Otaheite within the next 48 hours. We've been in close coordination with the Muon government, and they've agreed to provide us with access to their existing military facilities. He continued, our advance team has been working with the Muon military to prepare for the 7th Fleet's arrival. They're ensuring that the facilities are equipped to handle our personnel and equipment, and they're setting up the necessary communication and coordination channels with our EDI partners. Lee nodded, then turned to Secretary Hayden. Gordon, I want the State Department to convey our gratitude to the Muon government. Their partnership and support are invaluable in this effort. I'll personally reach out to their foreign minister, Mr. President. We'll make sure they know how much we appreciate their assistance. Lee turned back to Richmond. Admiral, as soon as the 7th Fleet arrives, I want a full assessment of the base's capabilities and any additional resources you need to maximize our operational efficiency. We need to be ready to hit the ground running. Yes, sir. I'll have a detailed report on your desk within 24 hours of their arrival. Good. Lee made a quick note on his tablet, then looked back up at Richmond. Now, what's the latest on the 5th Fleet and their anticipated engagement with the 3rd Conquest Fleet? Richmond pulled up a map on the large screen, highlighting the projected locations of the 2 fleets. Our intelligence suggests that the 3rd Conquest Fleet is making steady progress towards Michael. Based on their current trajectory and speed, we expect them to enter the engagement zone with the 5th Fleet within the next 24 to 36 hours. Lee studied the map intently. The pulsing dots of the fleets on screen made the looming confrontation feel all the more real, all the more imminent. Do we have a sense of their capabilities? What are we up against? Richmond zoomed in on the 3rd Conquest Fleet's icon. Same as all the other Conquest Fleets. Nothing we haven't already easily handled. A victory here could be a turning point, Mr. President. If we can take out the 3rd Conquest Fleet, it would significantly diminish the GRA Valken's ability to project naval power in the region. It would also be a major morale boost for our EDI allies and could potentially accelerate the erosion of support for Merrick's within the GRA Valken military. Lee could feel the weight of the moment. After removing the 3rd Fleet, all that stood between them and complete control over the Arctic Ocean was the base in the Konshal Islands. Just as he opened his mouth to ask another question, an urgent message popped up on Richmond's tablet. The Admiral's eyes widened as he read the alert. Speak of the devil, he muttered. Mr. President, I've just received an update from the 5th Fleet. They have engaged the 3rd Conquest Fleet after repeated attempts to communicate with the GRA Valkens were ignored. The enemy fleet left us no choice but to take defensive action. The battle is now underway. Chapter 191, Fleet Ace. U.S. Navy 5th Fleet. CSG 2, USS Dwight D. Eisenhower. Admiral Samuel Locklear stood on the bridge of the USS Dwight D. Eisenhower, his eyes glued to the Common Tactical Picture (CTP) display. The bridge crew was on high alert, tracking every move the GRA Valken 3rd Conquest Fleet made. Commander Michael Harlow, his intel officer, came up to him with a tablet. Admiral, we've got an update on the GRA Valken Fleet's position. Locklear nodded. Let's hear it, Commander. They're maintaining course and speed, sir. 1,000 miles out and closing. Standard cruising formation, with their carriers and capital ships in the center, escorts on the flanks. Locklear studied the CTP. The GRA Valkens were in for a rude awakening. They probably thought their numbers would be enough, but they couldn't be that stubborn, could they? It was like bringing a knife to a gunfight, and that gunfight was on an open field. Any response to our hails, Commander? Locklear asked. Negative, sir. Radio silence since our last attempt. The GRA Valken's silence spoke volumes. It made sense for the first few commanders they encountered to have second thoughts. According to reports from the 7th Fleet, the GRA Valken Admiral Dietrich only surrendered after experiencing a missile strike firsthand. Now, putting himself in the GRA Valken's shoes, he could understand complete surprise and disbelief if an alien fleet showed up out of nowhere and completely decimated their forces with ease. He'd have thought it was propaganda or some sort of Hollywood fiction. But to see that those very forces had suddenly stopped communicating and to hear of it several times, there had to be at least some truth to the tales. Whoever commanded the GRA Valken 3rd Fleet surely knew what would happen if they engaged directly, right? Surely, it couldn't be led by some cliched leader who'd cry impossible after getting his forces wiped by a foe that has been confirmed numerous times to be technologically advanced, right? Well, If said leader didn't back down, at least Locklear would be able to claim the first, and quite possibly the only, full engagement with a GRA Valkan fleet. He almost felt bad for the men serving on that fleet, if not for their sealed fates, then at least the stupidity of their leaders. He'll give them a good opening salvo. If they still kept coming afterward, that'd be on them. Putting his conscience more or less at ease, he turned to Captain James Wheeler, the Eisenhower's CO. Captain, are our strike packages ready to execute? Affirmative, sir. Our Super Hornets and Lightning IIs are locked and loaded with Razums. They're ready to launch on your order. He faced Captain Wheeler and Commander Michael Rodriguez, the carrier's strike ops officer. I want a final review of our strike plan. Make sure we're hitting the GRA Valkan fleet's critical assets. Carriers, command ships, any high-value targets. We're going to hammer them until they're combat ineffective. As Wheeler and Rodriguez confirmed the details, Locklear's gaze returned to the CTP. The GRA Valkans kept pushing forward, eating up the miles. Commander Harlow, any updates on the GRA Valkan fleet's movements? Let me know, Locklear said. Aye, sir, Harlow confirmed, his attention locked on his console. Locklear's resolve was ironclad. The GRA Valkans had made their bed, and now it was time for them to lie in it. The Fifth Fleet was ready to teach them a hard lesson about the consequences of threatening the United States and its allies. He turned to his comms officer, Lieutenant Emily Nakamura. Inform Artful HQ and the Michael Naval Command Center that we're engaging the enemy. Keep them updated on our progress. Their commander was about to go up against the most powerful navy in the world. Maybe the tales were too far-fetched for him, and he wanted to see for himself? Or perhaps he really thought he had any deluded chance at victory. Either way, Locklear was sure it wouldn't be something they'd ever forget. Lieutenant Commander Jack Maverick Wilson, VFA 136 Nighthawks, USS Dwight D. Eisenhower. Maverick squinted against the salty breeze whipping across the deck. With the strike package ordered, the deck was full of fighters taxiing and launching off. The first of his squadron's escorts started circling overhead, just waiting for the Nighthawks to get airborne. He had one focus, making sure H's F divided by a -18E Super Hornet was ready. Hey, Mav. Sparks, his plane captain, called out. Systems check complete. Weapons are locked and loaded. Maverick ran his hand along the nose of the jet, finding it unblemished. Good work, Sparks. He crouched to inspect the landing gear. Tires looked solid. No leaks in the struts. All good. He moved to the wing, checking the ailerons and flaps. All clear. Nearby, his wingman was engrossed in his own pre-flight checks. Yo, Mav. Ready to light him up? Slider called over the noise, a wide grin on his face. Maverick shot him a smirk. Hell yeah, dude. All my buddies in the 7th are aces now. Some of them are even fleet aces. Fleet ace? Slider asked. The fuck is a fleet ace? An ace. But instead of 5 aircraft kills, it's 5 ship kills, or 1 if you manage to take down a carrier or battleship. It's pretty new, started with the Lurian War, Maverick explained. Slider stopped in the midst of his checks, turning to face Maverick. Deadass? To think the first modern-day aces would have been guys who shot down wyverns, or blew up old sailing ships. Yeah, right? Still sounds dope as fuck, though. For real, Slider agreed. Maverick continued his inspection, moving to the tail and rudder. He placed a hand on the fuselage, feeling the hum of the machine. Fuel status? He asked Sparks. Fuel load at 95%, boss. We've got 14,000 pounds of JP-5 on board, Sparks reported, double-checking the fuel gauge. Ordnance. Maverick checked the missiles. Secure and ready, Sparks confirmed. Roger that, he muttered, climbing up into the cockpit. He settled into the seat and initiated the startup sequence. The multifunction displays flickered to life, followed by the heads-up display. The engines whined as they spooled up, and the various indicators and gauges began to illuminate in a precise order. He watched as the navigation systems aligned, and the radar swept the surrounding area. First up, flight controls. He gave the stick a gentle nudge, felt the resistance push back against his hand. The pedals moved smoothly under his feet, responsive and precise. Felt good, just like an extension of his body. Next, he checked the avionics. Radar, comms, navigation, all online and functioning properly. The navigation systems were already aligned, thanks to the ground crew. He verified the GPS and INS coordinates. All correct. Moving on to the weapons systems, he confirmed that the LRASMs were armed and ready. The targeting pods were operational, their sensors primed. He continued down the checklist, methodically verifying each system. Hydraulics, electrical, environmental control, all in the green. The Super Hornet was ready for action. Satisfied with the status of his aircraft, Maverick toggled his mic. Nighthawk 201, all systems go. Ready for launch. Roger, Nighthawk 201. You are cleared to taxi to Cat 2, the air boss responded. Nighthawk 201, taxiing to Cat 2. Maverick acknowledged the command and began to maneuver his Super Hornet out of the parking area. He carefully guided the jet along the marked lines on the flight deck, following the directions of the yellow-shirt flight deck personnel. As he approached the catapult, he saw the crew working to prepare for the launch. The plane director, illuminated by the glow of his wands, signaled for Maverick to align the nose gear with the catapult shuttle. Maverick inched forward, carefully positioning the aircraft as directed. Once in place, he locked the brakes. The catapult crew moved swiftly, raising the launch bar, connecting the holdback bar, and checking the connections. While the crew worked, Maverick ran through his final checks. He ensured that all the control surfaces were free and clear, and that the engines were running smoothly. The whine of the twin turbofans filled his ears, a reassuring sound that never failed to get his heart racing. Nighthawk 201, you are cleared to take tension. The catapult officer's voice crackled over the radio. Roger, setting takeoff power. Maverick pushed the throttle forward until he felt the familiar tug of the engines straining against the holdback bar. He watched the tension gauge climb, waiting for the signal to launch. The catapult officer, commonly referred to as the shooter, made a final visual check, ensuring that everything was in order. Satisfied, he turned to face Maverick, his hands poised to give the launch signal. Maverick took a deep breath, his hands gripping the control stick and throttle. He was ready to be hurled down the track, to feel the sudden acceleration pressing him back into his seat. Ready to climb into the sky and be one of the Fifth Fleet's first fleet aces. He focused his gaze on the shooter, waiting for the signal that would send him hurtling into the unknown. The catapult officer's arms shot forward, pointing down the deck. It was the signal Maverick had been waiting for. He braced himself, his body tensing as he prepared for the sudden acceleration. In an instant, the holdback bar released, and the catapult fired. Maverick felt the powerful jolt as his Super Hornet was propelled forward, the force slamming him back into his seat. The flight deck blurred past, a dizzying rush of gray and yellow. As the end of the deck approached, Maverick pulled back on the stick, urging the nose of the aircraft skyward. The Super Hornet responded eagerly, leaping into the air like a bird taking flight. The sudden acceleration and steep climb reminded him of the roller coasters he loved as a kid. It was that same rush of adrenaline, that feeling of defying gravity, that had inspired him to become a pilot in the first place. The transition from the controlled chaos of the carrier to the tranquil blue of the sky was always a breathtaking experience. No matter how many times he launched, Maverick never lost his sense of wonder at the sheer thrill of it all. It was like being on the world's most incredible thrill ride, one that he got to experience almost every single day. Maverick retracted the landing gear and flaps, quickly gaining altitude. He performed a quick post-launch check, ensuring all systems were functioning properly. Satisfied, he banked to the left, circling back towards the carrier to wait for the rest of his squadron. Nighthawk 202, airborne. Slider's voice crackled over the radio, confirming that he had successfully launched. One by one, the other members of VFA 136 reported in as they joined the formation circling above the carrier. Maverick kept a watchful eye on his radar, tracking their positions and ensuring that everyone was accounted for. As the last aircraft slotted into place, Maverick heard the voice of the Air Wing commander over the radio. Nighthawks, this is Overlord. You are cleared to proceed to the target area. Maintain attack formation and await further instructions. Roger that, Overlord, Maverick acknowledged. Nighthawks, let's move out. Maverick and the Nighthawks settled into a steady cruise as they made their way towards the target area. The endless expanse of blue sky and shimmering ocean stretched out before them, broken only by the occasional wisp of cloud. As they flew, the pilots maintained a steady stream of chatter over the radio, a mixture of technical jargon and good-natured ribbing. You guys ever wonder what the GRA Valkyns eat for breakfast? I bet it's something weird, like pickled herring, eh? Maverick chuckled. Negative 204. Pretty sure they just have a big bowl of nationalism every morning. Keeps him angry and irrational. Real. Maybe we should send them a care package of democracy, freedom fries, and liberté. Help them see the light. Only thing that'll help them see the light is that right, up, down, right, left, Slider commented. Facts. Maverick agreed as the other Nighthawks joined in. Speaking of eating though, y'all heard that eating food with mana and it gives you magic? Someone else asked. Huh? That another one of your conspiracy things, Hudgens? Nah, it's legit. It's on the news too. Something about microevolution or some, Hudgens explained. That was the first Maverick had heard of that. Were they adapting to the environment of Alicia? Before he could get any more information out of Hudgens, though, the voice of the E2D Hawkeye controller cut in over the main channel. Nighthawk 201, this is Watchdog. Update on enemy fleet disposition. They are deploying air superiority fighters and dive bombers. Stand by for further instructions. Chapter 192, Fleet Ace 2. Maverick toggled his mic. Nighthawk 201, Roger. He glanced around the cockpit, scanning the displays. The radar screen showed the friendly formation maintaining position, each blip representing one of his squadron members. To his right, Slider's Super Hornet maintained a steady formation. Nighthawk 202, fuel check, Maverick asked. Nighthawk 202, fuel state 8.0, Slider replied. Copy. All Nighthawks, maintain formation. Watchdog, any additional intel on enemy air assets? After a brief pause, Watchdog's voice crackled through the headset again. Nighthawk 201, be advised. Enemy air assets include Antares fighters and Sirius dive bombers, supported by Rigel torpedo bombers. They are heading towards your position. Maverick felt a surge of confidence. World War II-era monoplanes stood no chance against modern air superiority fighters and missiles. The GRA Valkyns were, for all intents and purposes, cooked. This was going to be straightforward. Nighthawk 201, copy. Any changes with the surface fleet? Negative, Nighthawk 201. The fleet is still maintaining its current course and heading. Continue to rally Point Bravo and stand by for further instructions. Roger. Nighthawk 201 out. Maverick switched to the squadron channel. All Nighthawks, proceed to rally Point Bravo. Maintain radio silence unless mission critical. The Super Hornets banked slightly, adjusting their course towards Rally Point Bravo. The sky remained clear, and Maverick's eyes darted between the horizon and his instruments. There wasn't much to do in the middle of this downtime aside from think and admire the scenery outside. There wasn't really anything special to the glittering ocean below. He'd already seen it all. That only left thinking. What was there to think about? The upcoming engagement didn't require any more of his mind than the autopilot he was currently running on. Maybe the magic adaptation Hudgens was talking about? He smirked. Well, he supposed it would be pretty interesting to have magic powers. Who knew how long it would take, though? Having a smidgen of mana wasn't the same as being able to fly around like Superman. As they approached the rally point, Watchdog's voice broke the silence. Nighthawk 201. Update. Enemy fleet moving at 15 knots, heading 070. Prepare to acquire targets. Roger, Watchdog. All Nighthawks, prepare for target acquisition. Stay tight. The aircraft adjusted their formation, optimizing for the engagement. Maverick's heart rate remained steady. He glanced at the N/APG 79 radar screen, identifying the GRA Valkyn ships as distinct blips. The radar display provided detailed information on each target's range, bearing, and speed, marking them with unique identifiers for easy tracking. The GRA Valkyn fleet had the standard composition of a conquest fleet: 10 Pegasus-class fleet carriers, 25 Cygnus-class escort carriers, 20 battleships, and dozens of cruisers and hundreds of destroyers. It was a ridiculously large force, impossible by Earth standards, even at the height of World War II, but a reality by Igdran standards. From what Maverick had heard, the GRA Valkyns had gone much further than the Germans, even getting close to conquering their entire home planet. The loss of one conquest fleet should have been enough to force capitulation. That is, if the GRA Valkyns had sensible leadership. The Germans fought to the bitter end, even when presented with a clear losing outcome. and the Japanese almost did the same. Would the GRA Falcons be any different? Nighthawk 202. Confirm radar contact on targets? Affirmative, 201. Targets in sight. Maverick took a deep breath. All Nighthawks, ready for target acquisition. On my mark. His eyes locked on the /APG 79 radar screen as the enemy fleet's blips became more defined, each marked with range and bearing. Mark, he commanded, and the radar lock indicators confirmed the targets. Nighthawk 201, target acquired. Preparing for launch. Maverick toggled his weapons systems, arming the LRASMs. All Nighthawks, Fox 3 on my count. 3, 2, 1, Fox 3. The LRASMs shot off from each Super Hornet, causing a slight shudder through the airframe. Maverick felt the jolt as the missiles left their rails, the initial burst of acceleration pushing them forward in a fiery blaze. He watched the trails of smoke as the missiles streaked towards the GRA Falcon ships, their boosters igniting and propelling them at high speed. As the missiles climbed and disappeared over the horizon, Maverick kept his eyes on the multifunction display, MFD, watching real-time updates as the missiles adjusted their trajectories. The LRASM's advanced guidance systems activated, switching to onboard sensors and establishing a data link connection with the aircraft. The missile paths shifted slightly, fine-tuning their approach based on continuous data link updates and sensor input. Maverick could see the targeting data being fed back, each missile locking onto its designated ship. The enemy vessels didn't react at all to the missiles. They probably wouldn't know until the missiles were right on top of them. There was nothing they could do against modern technology. Their only hope of salvation was surrender, but that time had long since passed. Missiles away. Slider's voice crackled in his ear. All systems green. Roger that. Maverick's eyes flicked between the radar display and the horizon. Watchdog, Nighthawk 201. LRASMs deployed. Maintaining radar lock for mid-course updates. Copy, Nighthawk 201. Target data received. Monitoring missile flight paths. Watchdog responded. Maverick kept the squadron in formation, scanning the horizon for any potential threats. His grip tightened on the controls as he processed Watchdog's continuous updates, which provided intel on enemy movements. The aircraft their carriers had launched seemed to be part of a standard first wave, no indication that the GRA Falcons knew they were coming for them. Their tactics, while probably effective against a peer or near-peer opponent, were careless against them. He almost felt bad for them. Lambs to the slaughter. The radar showed the enemy ships maintaining their course, unaware of the incoming threat. The LRASMs responded to every slight movement of the targets, their paths curving subtly to maintain optimal targeting. As the missiles neared their targets, Maverick focused on the radar blips. He watched intently as the distance closed rapidly, the MFD showing the final approach phase. The missile's onboard sensors activated for terminal guidance, locking onto the critical sections of the ships. The LRASMs hit the ships in synchronized impacts, flares erupting on his display. Impact in 3, 2, 1. Maverick counted down, watching the radar blips flare and then disappear. Each vanishing blip signified a direct hit, confirming the effectiveness of their strike. Direct hits on all targets. Watchdog confirmed. Enemy ships neutralized. Excellent work, Nighthawks. Maverick felt a surge of relief, possibly excitement. After all, this success meant he was now officially a fleet ace. Roger, Watchdog. He toggled the squadron channel. All Nighthawks, begin egress to Rally Point Charlie. Maintain combat spread and keep your heads on a swivel. The Super Hornets executed a tactical turn, putting distance between themselves and the enemy fleet. Maverick scanned his instruments and the surrounding airspace, vigilant for any threats. He doubted there would be any, but in a world of magic, who knew when some random bullshit might come up? Nighthawk 201, Nighthawk 202. Fuel state 5.0, Slider reported. The other Nighthawks reported in with similar fuel states, confirming they had sufficient fuel to reach the carrier. Nighthawk 201, Texaco 1. We're on station at your 12 o'clock, 50 miles. Say intentions, the tanker crew announced. Maverick assessed his squadron's fuel state and the distance to the carrier. Texaco 1, Nighthawk 201. We're good on fuel. Thanks for the offer. We'll proceed directly to Mother. Roger, Nighthawk 201. We'll be on station if you need us. Texaco 1 out. As they flew towards the carrier, Maverick contacted the E-2D Hawkeye. Watchdog, Nighthawk 201. Request picture update. Nighthawk 201, Watchdog. Picture is clean. No threats observed. You're cleared for recovery. Nighthawk 201 copies. The Nighthawks are proceeding to Marshall for recovery. Maverick acknowledged. Approaching the carrier's airspace, Maverick contacted the air officer. Marshall, Nighthawk 201. The Nighthawk Squadron, 12F/A, 18ES, approaching the Marshall stack. Nighthawk 201 Marshall. The Nighthawks are cleared for recovery. Proceed to approach at your discretion, the air officer directed. Cleared for recovery, Nighthawk 201. Maverick confirmed. Maverick entered the landing pattern, focusing on maintaining proper spacing and preparing for his approach. Nighthawk 202, Ball, 6.8, Slider reported as he sighted the optical landing system. Roger, Ball, the LSO acknowledged. Maverick watched as, one by one, his squadron mates trapped, their tailhooks snagging the arresting wires with precision. Nighthawk 201, Ball, 6.5, Maverick called, eyes locked on the meatball as he guided his Super Hornet onto the pitching deck. The jet slammed down onto the deck, the arresting gear pulling it to a stop. Nighthawk 201 paddles. Nice pass. Taxi clear of the landing area, the LSO directed. Maverick taxied his jet to the designated parking spot, completed his post-flight checks, and shut down the engines. He descended to the flight deck, where his squadron mates were gathering. Nighthawks, nice work out there, Maverick said. Debrief in Ready Room 6 and 30 mics. As the pilots dispersed to complete their post-flight duties, Maverick could feel the adrenaline of the mission slowly fading. He knew the debrief would be thorough, examining every aspect of the engagement to learn and improve. Congrats on the Fleet Ace status, Mav, Slider grinned, clapping him on the shoulder. Drinks are on you tonight. Maverick laughed, the weight of the mission finally lifting. Ah, what the hell? Why me? Everyone got Fleet Ace status. Well, yeah, but you're 201, Slider replied. Gotta celebrate that leadership. Maverick shook his head with a smile. All right. First round's on me. Only the first, though, all right. Arcticus Ocean, en route to Michael. IGVN 3rd Conquest Fleet. Grade at Laster-class battleship GVS Eridanus. Fleet Admiral Vustek listened intently as the technician from the Bureau of Information's Technology Division explained the new upgrades. Determined, through a combination of smuggled books and data obtained from their internet, that American missiles rely heavily on radar and infrared targeting. Their early missile designs were particularly susceptible to countermeasures that confused their radar and infrared systems. Admiral Vustek examined some documents that the technician produced. He couldn't understand much of the math and design, but he could trust in the consistent results that the Bureau of Information was known to achieve. How do they work? To disrupt their radar targeting, we have chaff launchers. They'll throw out precisely engineered metal strips that will create a massive radar signature to confuse the systems. As for their infrared targeting, we have flares to draw their missiles away from their intended targets. The technician paused, a proud smile spreading across his face. We've also incorporated a randomized deployment pattern for the chaff and flares, making it nearly impossible for the American missiles to filter out the decoys. Truly, it's yet another instance of the ingenuity and superiority of GRA Valkand engineering. Admiral Vustek nodded, a sense of pride swelling within his chest. Impressive. So you're saying that even if they've made some improvements, their missiles still fundamentally rely on the same principles as before? Exactly, Admiral, the technician confirmed. While they may have made incremental updates, we are confident that our countermeasures will render their missiles ineffective. The Americans have no idea what they're up against. If only the other fleets could have been equipped with such genius measures. The Americans won't stand a chance against our. Suddenly, a young officer burst onto the bridge. The look on his face suggested an emergency, and his words confirmed it. Admiral, incoming missiles, closing fast on our position. The technician placed a hand on Admiral Vustek's shoulder, a reassuring smile on his face. Not to worry, Admiral. Our new defenses will make short work of those missiles. The Americans will be in for a surprise. Admiral Vustek returned the smile, his confidence in GRA Valkand innovation unwavering. Of course, the might of our empire shall not be challenged. Outside, the chaff and flares deployed, filling the sky with a dazzling display of light and glittering metal fragments. The bridge crew watched in anticipation, waiting for the inevitable triumph of their advanced technology. But the triumph never came. He could barely see the missiles flying in, just a distortion, a blur in the corner of his vision. The only cue they gave was that chilling, eerie sound. They cut through the chaff and flares like nothing, as if their countermeasures were non-existent. Then, they slammed into their targets. Blast after blast, each one spelling the end for a prized carrier. How? How? It made no sense. They had the Empire's best and brightest on the task. The Bureau of Information had a perfect track record, so how? Vustik gripped the console until his knuckles turned white, his mind racing. This couldn't be real. It had to be some kind of twisted nightmare, a sick joke played by the gods of war. Yet, the flames, the smoke, the screams of the dying, the chaos around them, it was no joke at all. This was, indeed, reality, a nightmare come to life. Impossible, the technician cried out. I'm impossible. Vustik glanced at him, unsure of his own feelings. They had been so sure, so confident in their own might. He had been so sure. The Bureau had promised them victory, had assured them that the Americans were nothing more than paper tigers, and he believed them. But now, as the missiles continued to rain down upon them, as the once proud ships of the Third Conquest Fleet were reduced to burning husks, he realized the bitter truth. They were fools. He lowered his head, angry but empty at the same time. Was he mad at him for failing to meet expectations? Was he mad at himself for being such an ignorant, gullible fool? Was he mad at the Americans for their unfair advantages? He wanted to scream, to rage against the injustice of it all. Despite this, he felt like he had no energy. Was this the feeling of defeat? Despair? Limbs numb, mind disconnected, thoughts fragmented, perspective detached. It was like he wasn't himself, like he was simply piloting his body. This insidious feeling, it could only be one thing. He blinked, trying to focus. He was in shock. The awareness came like a slap, jolting him slightly back to the present. He needed to get a grip. Turning to his communication officer, he managed a weak order, the only one he could possibly give in this situation. Contact the Americans on the frequency they provided earlier. We will declare surrender. Chapter 193, Fresh Air. Note: Verdant Plains changed to Verdum Field. It had been far too long since Emperor Mauritial heard good tidings about the ongoing war against the J.R.A. Valka's empire. Time and again, he received reports of fleet destructions, each detailing minimal damage to the enemy while their own forces suffered grievously. That all changed when the Americans brought their fleets to bear in the Arcticus theater, and now, he felt ready to share the incredible news with the other members. The throne room's doors groaned open, admitting Liage. Mauritial eyed his advisor, noting the distinct crease between the elf's brows. The meeting was about to begin. Your Majesty. Liage kept his bow shallow, respecting the urgency. The Americans report technical issues with Ymir and Agartha. They will be joining via Manicom. Mauritial suppressed the urge to sneer. And here he thought his own people were prideful. Technical issues? Hardly. Those nations were simply mired in their archaic ways, steadfastly resisting progress. He was certain they had refused the Americans' offer to install advanced communication systems. Truth be told, the Holy Mauritial Empire might have done the same, were it not for the impending storm that necessitated swift adaptation. See to securing the connections, he instructed Liage. With a curt nod, Liage departed to make the preparations, leaving Mauritial alone with his thoughts. His eyes drifted to the broad window, surveying his capital city's glittering spires. Rhenepolis stood as the indomitable heart of his empire. The distant borders, where the J.R.A. Valkan's brutal invasion raged, seemed a world away from the radiant core of Rhenepolis. There had been a few alarms with Kartalpas and Juneirao, yet the invaders had never set foot in a single Mauritial city. However, reports from the Muin front painted a grim portrait. 2/5 of the continent already conquered, strategic holdouts like Otaheite vulnerable to being outflanked. The American deployments would help shore up the defenses, but Mauritial knew the pattern all too well. Conflict raged all across Mu, with mounting sacrifices on all sides. The EDI was a temporary alliance formed out of necessity, but he knew that each realm would ultimately prioritize their own interests, and the Ravernal crisis was their first challenge. Would the Americans be any different? Their stakes in this war could not rival the desperation of the Muons, who faced annihilation. Could it be that they truly grasped the imperative of unity and minimal infighting before the return of the Ravernal Empire? Without insight into their president's mind, he could only hope. Liege returned, announcing that the council members were assembled. Mauricio rose from his throne and proceeded through the palace corridors toward the grand conference chamber doors. Liege walked a half-pace ahead, smoothing his robes with a final, meticulous tug. With a slight inclination of his head, Mauricio signaled the door wardens. They responded with crisp salutes before pushing open the massive doors. Inside, imported American displays were already connected, each depicting a conference room much like his own, filled with the faces of their respective leaders. As Mauricio took his place at the head of the table, the other leaders rose briefly in respect. He acknowledged them with a curt nod and moved closer to the screens, scrutinizing the faces before him. Sinclair was the first to catch his attention. Among the gathered leaders, none bore the scars of conflict more visibly than the Muon Prime Minister. Though he managed a courteous smile and a respectful nod, the spark of vitality had long fled his eyes. He moved like a weary specter, driven by the mere echoes of diplomatic duty. The dark crescents beneath his eyes and the weary slump of his shoulders told a tale of relentless strain. It was as if he had abandoned any pretense of normalcy, acknowledging the futility of masking his despair. This was hardly surprising, given that his nation had weathered the fiercest onslaughts of the Ravernal's merciless campaigns. In contrast, Crintar Volcarin seemed the opposite. The Dragon King was one of the few people who truly understood the importance of maintaining their resources and cohesion to prepare for the true threat. This fact was also why each breath he took was accompanied by a burst of flames, and why there appeared to be claw marks on his table. The Ravernals had not only declared war on Ymir, but had also slaughtered several of their esteemed plasma dragons, an act of profound dishonor that cut to the very core of Crintar's being. This affront transcended mere military loss. It was a deeply personal violation. Combined with what he knew of Volcarin's impatience with diplomacy, it was clear why he was raring to go, full of life and energy, however malicious. The other attendees, from Agartha's Jace Schuler to the Central Kingdom's Ruvant Lorette, and even the Parpaldian Republic's President Chaos, all bore a mix of expressions, ranging from neutral poker faces to uncertainty and weariness. Regardless of what they thought, he was certain that the coming news would be a breath of fresh air to them. Liege stepped in front of the camera, ensuring he was in the center of the screen. Honorable leaders and esteemed allies, I hereby call this session of the Elysian Defense Initiative to order. We are gathered today to review recent developments and coordinate our next steps in the war against the Ravernal Empire. Firstly, let us proceed with the roll call to confirm attendance. A clerk standing by the side of the room began calling out names, each representative acknowledging their presence with a simple, "Here." Prime Minister Sinclair of Mu. Here. King Volcarin of Ymir. Present. President Chaos of the Parpaldian Republic. Here. President Lee of the United States of America. Here. And so on, until all attendees were accounted for. Thank you, Liege continued. As you have all received the agenda beforehand, we will proceed without delay. Are there any additions or amendments to the agenda? The leaders glanced at the documents beside them, already prepared for the meeting. When no objections were raised, Liege nodded. The agenda is approved as presented. We shall now proceed. Mauricio rose, feeling all eyes turned to him. Members of the Elysian Defense Initiative, we bring tidings of great significance from the Arcticus Theater. The Ravernal Empire has been decisively driven from the Arcticus Ocean by American forces, ensuring the security of our continent. This moment marks a crucial turning point in our campaign. We must now discuss how to seize this opportunity and further diminish the enemy's strength. He nodded to Liege, who picked up, "Our first order of business is to address the details of this success and what it means for our efforts in Mu and the Great War effort as a whole. Secretary Hill, if you would." A black man on the American screen stepped forward, clearing his throat. Visual simulations and slides accompanied his report, filling the American screen. Members of the Elysian Defense Initiative, I will now provide an update on the situation in the Arcticus Ocean. Just days ago, Admiral Locklear and the Fifth Fleet engaged the GRA Valken Third Conquest Fleet, led by Fleet Admiral Vustic. Despite the GRA Valken's attempts to employ new countermeasures, our advanced missiles proved decisive. We destroyed over 60% of their carriers, compelling Admiral Vustic to surrender. This victory follows closely on the heels of our recent success against Admiral Venstrom's Second Conquest Fleet, which surrendered after losing a single carrier battle group to long-range missiles. Meanwhile, we've cleaned up the remains of the Fourth Conquest Fleet near the Heidel region in the northern section of the Arcticus. These engagements have dealt a serious blow to the GRA Valken Navy's presence and prestige in the Arcticus Ocean. They have underestimated our resolve and our capabilities, and they have paid the price. Exempting their presence in the Konshau Islands and minor submarine packs, the Arcticus Ocean is now completely free of GRA Valken influence. As Secretary Hill delivered his report, Emperor Mauritius studied the faces of his fellow EDI leaders. Prime Minister Sinclair, whose haggard appearance had soured over the past months as a result of the war's toll, seemed to sit a bit straighter in his chair. The Muon leader's eyes held a glimmer of something that Mauritius hadn't seen in a long time: hope. It was a small change, but a significant one. The news of the U.S. victories had certainly sparked a renewed sense of possibility in the beleaguered Prime Minister. For the first time since the onset of the war, they now had the chance to go on the offensive and focus on reclaiming lost territory rather than mere survival. King Volcarin, on the other hand, seemed unsatisfied. Like what the Americans accomplished wasn't enough. The Dragon King's claws dug into the armrests of his chair. There was blood in the water, and if Mauritius knew that much, then Volcarin must sense so much more. He could only imagine the frustration Volcarin must have felt, knowing that the GRA Valkens escaped justice by surrendering to the humanitarian Americans. He was sure of it. What Volcarin truly craved was swift and brutal retribution against the GRA Valkens. Mauritius understood Volcarin's tempered rage, but it would be asking for too much. Whatever the Americans were doing was already exceptional, more than they could ever ask for. It would behoove them not to interfere with their efforts, especially if said interference involved war crimes and the subsequent deterioration of relations with the Americans. As the secretary continued his briefing, Mauritius found himself wondering about the impact of the war and what would happen after. It was interesting that such a thought came up, planning for the aftermath like he already knew the outcome. Granted, the Americans did wipe out 4 conquest fleets while sustaining no damage at all. So what would happen next? What should happen next? The Americans told him of the follies of their World War I. Reparations would certainly be demanded of the GRA Valkens, but he couldn't overlook the fact that their industries and infrastructure would be incredibly useful in their fight against the Anonreals, should it ever happen, and the Ravernals. He'd have to consult with the others on this matter another time. Secretary Hill continued his briefing. But we're not content to simply rest on our laurels. As I speak, the 7th Fleet is on its way to establish a forward operating base in Otaheite and land a contingent of Marines, in close cooperation with our Muon allies. While the 7th Fleet deploys the 31st Marine Expeditionary Unit, the 5th Fleet will deploy its own 26th MEU. This base will greatly enhance our ability to monitor and respond to any further GRA Valken aggression in the region. Over the next few weeks, we plan to reinforce our position with units from the 101st and 82nd Airborne, including armor elements and aircraft. Additional details are provided in the supplementary material alongside your agenda packets. Director Liage, the floor is yours. Liage nodded. Thank you, Secretary Hill, for your update. The U.S. deployments in the Arcticus Ocean and Otaheite are much appreciated. He turned to the Muon representative. General Seneville, we're all aware of the critical situation on the ground in Mu. Your forces have shown remarkable resilience against the GRA Valken assault. Could you please brief us on the current state of the various fronts? Your insights will be crucial as we coordinate our next steps. With that, Liage handed the floor to General Seneville. The Muon commander rose to address the gathering. The room fell silent, all eyes on him as he prepared to deliver his report. American maps and animated visuals accompanied his words. Gentlemen, I'll not dally. The situation on the ground is critical. The GRA Valkens have made significant gains on multiple fronts, thanks in part to their mechanized units and paratroopers. In Durnsbury, They managed to secure the railway before our forces could sabotage it, allowing them to push deeper into the Malmund front. They are currently engaged with our defenders in the Malmund Mountains. On the Oster front, our forces are locked in a battle of attrition, and we are losing ground. The recent loss of Brouillard Heights and Verdum Field has put the GRA Valkans halfway to Michael. Without reinforcements, we'll be overrun by March. Senneville leaned forward slightly. His eyes were directed at a side screen rather than the camera, as if he was speaking to a specific faction, likely the Americans. Our forces are overextended and in dire need of reinforcements and supplies. We cannot stress enough the importance of swift and decisive support from our allies. With a heavy sigh, he took a step back. I yield the floor. Director Lige nodded. Thank you, General Senneville, for your report. He turned his attention to the assembly. The Americans' recent victory in the Arctic Ocean has indeed shifted the momentum in our favor, but as General Senneville highlighted, our forces are stretched thin. Immediate reinforcement and resupply are critical. Lige looked directly at the leaders, both present and remote. I now invite the members to discuss how we can best solidify our defenses in Mu and buy as much time as possible for the Americans. Your insights on logistics, troop deployments, and resource allocation are vital. He paused, then added, Grand Mage Maeskra, perhaps you could start with your assessment of Agartha's reinforcements? Chapter 194, Fresh Air, 2. As Grand Mage Maeskra positioned himself in the center of the Agarthan screen, Emperor Mauritial leaned back and crossed his arms. The old Agarthan elf had a penchant for long-winded speeches that could put even the most studious scholar to sleep. Of his several thousand years of existence, he never felt impatient as when he heard Maeskra speak. Was this how Volcarin felt all the time? Would it be doubly worse for him to listen to the scholar? My fellow counselors, Maeskra began, his voice as dry as the pages of an ancient tome. Agartha faces a difficult predicament. Our mages have suffered heavy losses on the Muin front, and our reserves are stretched thin. We simply cannot commit additional forces without risking the collapse of our magical infrastructure. Mauritial felt his fingers twitch, itching to summon a fireball to lob at Maeskra's head. The Grand Mage did have a valid point, but he could see through his lies, even if the others couldn't. Agartha's reluctance to fully commit to the war effort had been a festering wound in the EDI's side for months. How many more Muin lives would be lost while Agartha hoarded their mages like a dragon with a gold addiction? Despite his suspicions, he had no proof. He needed to tread carefully. Grand Mage Maeskra, Mauritial said, are you suggesting that Agartha would abandon Mu in their hour of need? Maeskra had the audacity to look affronted, as if Mauritial had just accused him of kicking a puppy. Not at all, Your Majesty. We merely ask that the Council consider the long-term consequences of overextending our magical resources. If we deplete our reserves now, we may find ourselves as defenseless as a newborn babe when the next threat arrives. There was no doubt about this threat he alluded to. It was the Ravernal Empire. It was an extremely convenient and reliable excuse, one he couldn't easily display for risk of hypocrisy and double standards. As much as he wanted to admonish the selfish Agarthans, he couldn't do so without straining the integrity of the EDI. And, judging from the reactions of the other members, they felt the same way. The various screens erupted into a maelstrom of garbled whispers and mutters, discussing amongst themselves. High Seer Taskenbow didn't seem to need much time with his people before he stepped up, his king seemingly confident in whatever his right-hand man was about to say. The Central Kingdom shares Agartha's concerns. We must consider the future, lest we find ourselves without a leg to stand on. Perhaps a strategic reallocation of our mages would be prudent. Mauritial bit back a bit of a scoff. The two nations had been engaged in a game of magical one-upmanship for centuries, each trying to outmaneuver the other while maintaining a facade of civility. It was like watching two peacocks strut and preen, oblivious to the fact that their feathers were molting. And now they wanted to join hands in solidarity? He wanted to say something, but he didn't need to. Volcarin conveyed exactly what was on his mind. Unacceptable, he roared, the mic hitching as it struggled to register his deep bellow. You speak of preservation, yet what good will our preparations be if Mu falls? You dare claim to be more important than Mu, the superpower of the second civilized region? You, who have not even secured half the influence or power that Leifer has. The Agarthan shot back, escalating the debate. Emperor Mauricio rubbed his temples. What could he do? The Americans remained silent, mouths moving, yet no sound registering. They had muted themselves. While they did well to hide it, Emperor Mauricio could just sense their judgment and disappointment. Although the members of the EDI were their own, it still felt embarrassing. The Holy Mauritial Empire was supposed to unity the EDI, and here it stood, amidst bickering members, a failure. They continued, going back and forth with pre-planned justifications and vicious accusations. Mauricio decided he'd had enough. Silence. Their incessant selfishness gave him a migraine even the strongest healing magic couldn't touch. He allowed the meeting to settle down a bit, biding time so he could think of a solution. He began by reiterating their mission, hoping to think of something in the few moments it took for him to complete his little speech. The objective of the EDI is to maximize our advantage and prepare for the return of the Ravernal Empire. You do have a point. Losing experienced mages will set us back tremendously. However, the fall of Mu would be an even greater catastrophe. Their industry is necessary to produce the weapons and defenses we need to stand against the ancient sorcerers. He let the words sink in, pausing so he can think of how to word the solution he just thought of. I understand your concerns, but we must find a middle ground. He fixed Maeskra and Taskenbo with a stare that could have frozen even a Muin's blood in their veins. I can permit a partial reduction in mage deployments, but only for frontline personnel. You must maintain your quota, but we can permit reassignment away from the front lines to instead bolster our logistics and training programs. Maeskra stroked his beard, his expression thoughtful. Agartha will. Maeskra sighed, glancing at King Schuler and his fellow Agarthans. We accept this compromise, Your Excellency. The Grand Mage was like a gambler forced to fold a winning hand, his true intentions hidden behind a mask of acquiescence. Or rather, he was a gambler who knew to quit while he was ahead. The Central Kingdom will also agree to these terms, Taskenbo said. His voice was smooth as silk, like the heated debate minutes prior never occurred. He glanced at his king, a brief flicker of something, annoyance, perhaps, crossing his face before his diplomatic mask slipped back into place. Volcarin snorted, a plume of smoke curling from his nostrils. Eimer still believes this is not enough, he growled, his tail lashing behind him like an angry whip. However, we shall abide by this decision. The words seemed forced, reluctant, almost. It didn't help that they came out in a snarl, either. Mauricio watched Volcarin with a mix of exasperation and grudging respect. The dragon was about as subtle as a fireball to the face, but there was something to be said for his honesty. In a room full of simpering politicians, a little straight talk was almost refreshing. With the compromise reached, tenuous as it was, Mauricio allowed himself a moment to breathe. It was like trying to herd cats, each faction pulling in their own direction with little regard for the greater good. The agreement was about as sturdy as a house of cards in a hurricane, but at least it was something. He took a deep breath, savoring the moment of relative calm before the next crisis inevitably reared its head. He watched the representatives settle down. They'd need to revisit the issue of allocation soon, but for now, they had more immediate concerns to address. With a nod to Liage, he gave the go-ahead to introduce the next topic of the meeting. Liage cleared his throat. Thank you, Your Excellency, for your wise guidance on this matter. Now, while the GRA Valkan threat looms large, we must not ignore other concerning developments, namely those relating to the return of the ancient Sorceress Empire. The ancient Sorceress Empire. The name alone was enough to send a shiver of dread through even the most stalwart of hearts, so much that most people refused to use their true name, the Ravernal Empire. The name invoked terrible memories, cities reduced to ash, entire civilizations wiped from the face of the world. Even through the screens, Mauricio could see the tension rise. Widened eyes and stiff postures revealed unspoken shock, perhaps even fear. The inevitable threat was one they would prefer to keep in the back of their minds as long as possible, an eventuality they hoped would never come to pass. However, as with a student presented with a deadline, procrastination only served detrimental. Liage nodded to the camera. Our next topic concerns Secretary of State Gordon Hayden from the United States. Mr. Secretary, if you would. Thank you, Director Liage. Members of the Elysian Defense Initiative, I come before you today with new developments regarding the Ravernal Empire. As you may already be aware, there exist devices left behind by the Ravernals with the purpose of coordinating their return. You may know these as revival beacons. Our studies of the devices confirms that they emit unique energy signatures. Of course, the Americans were the sole exception, having never experienced the terror of the ancient sorcerers and only being familiar with them through history and archaeology. Mauricio knew the topic was about the Anonreals and their connection to the sorcerers, but the agenda and supplementary material for this meeting didn't go deeper. Anything past Haydn's words right now would be uncharted territory. He wasn't sure if he even wanted to hear what he had to say. He was terrified, but he knew he had to hear it, regardless of the grimness. He leaned forward, bracing himself for the American's next words. We've managed to track these signatures and have compiled a map of all active beacons that are detectable by our satellites, not including those buried within mountains or deep in the ocean. We're investigating the signatures closest to us first, but it seems that we aren't alone in our curiosity, Haydn said, the American screen replacing Haydn's face with a map depicting the country of Gahara. We have strong evidence indicating that the Anonreal operatives are actively attempting to acquire them across Alicia. The map was replaced with images of a broken vault, blood splatters marking the nearby walls. In one confirmed incident in Gahara, a beacon went missing from a secure vault, just as we were on the cusp of securing it through diplomatic channels. The fact that the perpetrators were able to break through electronic locks, the presence of magically charged bullet impacts on walls, and other evidence points to Anonreal involvement. Volcarin growled, "Those winged cretins." It could be worse, Prime Minister Sinclair offered. Indeed, it was a miracle the Anonreals didn't choose to strike now, when the entire world was at disarray. However, Mauricio knew extremely well that the Anonreals didn't just conform to something as idealistic as miracles. Whatever they were planning, they must have deemed it beneficial to not engage in open warfare at this moment. Either that, or they were wary of the Americans. Haydn inclined his head in acknowledgement. We'll share this map with the members here. Our recommendation is to secure these beacons as soon as possible. To better protect these artifacts, we can also provide advanced security technologies, cameras, motion sensors, laser detection, containment units, to bolster defenses around any beacons located within EDI territories. It was a sound recommendation, but even Mauricio felt wary about the extensive American influence. He knew these devices were connected to something called a network, and that the Americans could likely spy on them. The alternative, however, was simply relying on his own units and technologies to keep the artifacts secure. Pride beckoned him to folly, but logic compelled him to swallow his pride. What good would pride be against the Anonreals and their masters? What good would pride be if, by slim chance, they refused the Americans' offer of aid and the Anonreals managed to breach their defenses? The other representatives and leaders seemed to think the same way, even the Agarthans and Imorians. It didn't take long for them to arrive at unanimous assent. It wasn't the most preferable option, but they didn't have any other choice. Then let us waste no time, Mauricio said. I propose the immediate formation of a joint intelligence-sharing body, dedicated to the location and protection of these revival beacons, and to maintain watch over the Ravernal Empire. Each nation must commit to rigorous searches within their borders and to securing any beacons found. We must allocate whatever resources we can spare to combating this threat, as much as permitted without compromising our efforts against the Jare Valkans. The other members agreed. To that end, Mauricio continued, we will adapt our current network, the one in use to coordinate our actions against the Jare Valkans. We will create a dedicated subchannel within that system, specifically for the Anonreal threat. Mr. Secretary, would the United States of America be willing to lead this effort? Of course, we'll ensure everything's set up for your analysts. Mauricio nodded, then turned to his advisor. He gestured for Liage to take over, delegating the responsibility of laying out the implementation specifics to him. Liage stepped forward and moved to wrap up their meeting. Before we adjourn, are there any other pressing matters to raise regarding the developments in Mu or our response to the Anonreal threat? He paused briefly. Seeing that no one immediately moved to speak, Liage continued. Very well. Specific technical requirements and data sharing protocols will be disseminated to your teams within 24 hours by my staff, working in close coordination with the United States. After this point, each member must have preliminary survey reports detailing efforts to locate potential beacons and submit them to the Intelligence Fusion Center within 72 hours. Unlike Gahara, we are the pinnacle of Elysian civilization. We cannot bear the loss of any more revival beacons. Unless there are any remaining dissensions or objections, I will have the proceedings recorder note that we are unanimously agreed to these imperatives. Seeing no final remarks, Liage gave a conclusive nod. Very well. This council session is formally adjourned. Chapter 195, Risk Assessment. Bureau of Information Technology Division. Ragna, GRA Valka's Empire. Naguano took a sip of his coffee, the bitter liquid sliding down his throat like a weak balm against the grim reality that lay before him. The report from the Third Conquest Fleet sat on the table, the dreadful pages staring up at him with cold detachment. He had read it 3 times already, hoping against hope that the words would change, that the numbers would somehow rearrange themselves into a more acceptable truth. Of course, reality wouldn't be so kind. They remained the same, a damning indictment of the GRA Valkan Empire's technological inferiority. Across the table, Heimdall sat in silence, a mirror image reflecting the same resigned weariness that Naguano felt in his bones. They had worked tirelessly, pouring every ounce of their knowledge and expertise into the countermeasures that were supposed to turn the tide of the war. As he had long suspected, it was simply a pipe dream. The Americans, with their advanced missiles and their seemingly endless resources, had rendered their efforts futile. Naguano glanced down at the report again, the words blurring together into a haze of despair. The chaff and flares, the electronic countermeasures, the decoys, all of it had been for naught. The American missiles had cut through their defenses like a hot knife through butter, leaving nothing but destruction and chaos in their wake. Naguano shuffled through the stack of radar track printouts, the chaff corridor deployment data refusing to make sense. By procedure, the decoy clouds had formed with perfect density. He'd overseen the countermeasure bombardment himself. And yet, the overlaid missile trajectories arced through the clutter unperturbed, beelines to their eventual targets. He grabbed the thermal imaging stack with a weary sigh, desperate for any glimmer of an answer. Flares, their trusted friend against the old infrared missile seekers. They'd theorized their use against potential Kinyan missiles and confirmed the theory by cross-referencing with American materials. But frame by agonizing frame, the evidence only compounded his team's impotence. Bright heat plumes blossoming from each pyrophoric canister, only for the missile gimbal tracks to abruptly shrug them off like drifting sparks. Naguano's hands clenched dimly on the table, the knuckles paling. He knew the procedures, the countermeasure doctrine, better than anyone. This debacle defied everything in their defensive scriptures. Heimdall leaned in, taciturn gaze sweeping over the same damning proof. Like the chaff had no impact in breaking their missile lock, he muttered, a tone more dire than mere observation. Naguano nodded, feeling the first chill prickles of dismay. And the flares. He shoved the thermal stack towards his colleague. Just a couple seconds, and the missiles are already disregarding and rebiasing away from the plumes. An ominous pause stretched between them, 2 scientists intrepidly unspooling the worst thread of revelation. You don't think? Naguano couldn't even give voice to the heresy brewing in his mind. Heimdall's eyes flicked upwards, a similar suspicion already metabolizing behind that furrowed brow. Real-time multi-sensor integration? The older man exhaled a leaden breath. Correlating, resolving conflicts between radar and thermal optics on the fly. His voice trailed off, the implications sheer vertigo. Numbers, figures, data metrics. Naguano desperately pivoted to the system logs, telemetry records from radar and photographs obtained by high-speed cameras. He tried scouring the granular outputs for some rebuke to this technological shadow looming over them all, to no avail. The finely hewn digits only damned them further. Just look at these aim-point refinement rates, he muttered in hollow tones, sliding the readouts across to Heimdall. Orders of magnitude tighter than we even projected in our modeling sims. Naguano internalized the stark truth with a silent nod. Heimdall did the same. A mere glimpse at those numeric updates revealed a perpetual, dynamic closing of the decision loop utterly alien to their analog processes. The precision was profane, some sort of advanced discrimination capability. Heimdall spoke at last, words dripping with the sick dread of epiphany, able to actively filter and reject whatever it deems non-threatening. At update rates our Klystron tech can't even. His sudden quiet was more deafening than any thunder. The elephant barged in from oblivion. Unless. Naguano started, then faltered at the audacious prospect gestating. How is real-time cognitive signal processing like that even possible? Heimdall's jaw worked in wordless exertion as he marshaled his own attempt at an explanation against a phenomena that seemed to curdle any rational model they possessed. From the field reports, he began, slowly. The missiles registered our countermeasures as non-existent. Complete failure to deviate or react, even with optimized deployments. Corroborating accounts, Naguano murmured, nodding along with grim recollection. The same inexplicable ignoring behavior, again and again. So for them to disregard the flares and chaff so completely. Heimdall trailed off, as if groping for the profane utterance that completed their collective revelation. It would require real-time cognitive filtering. His words landed like a death knell proclamation. Instantaneous binary decision-making on inputs, classifying any non-conforming signal for seamless nullification. An awestruck silence gripped them in its maw. Naguano stared, unblinking, only the subtle working of his jaw betraying the desperate patching of his worldview's rupture. That level of integrated discrimination? He shook his head with automatic denial. Machine cognition of that magnitude. Heimdall could scarcely give voice to the thought that hammered their psyches into submission. Naguano let his gaze drift, the abyss of their ignorance yawning limitless. Only one tendril, one whisper of sanity reached out to lash them back from the brink. You know, he started, voice low with the weight of sanction. I happened to see American computers during my time there. I told you about my visit to the USS Midway Museum, yes. Heimdall's subsequent nod was pensive. Without another word uttered, he could already sense where the conversation was headed. Yet, he couldn't help but seek more information, if not to dispel the conclusion they arrived at, then at least to give some finality to this terrible new reality. It was a truth they had long known of, just one they didn't want to admit until now. Well, I managed to talk with some of the American locals, tourists from across their own country, if you can believe it. All he could muster was an awkward laugh, an acknowledgement of the small surprise before he pulled the trigger. And these locals? Well, I asked them about the devices all the Americans seemed to hold in their hands. I noticed that the Americans not only used them for taking pictures, but also tapped away at them relentlessly, eyes glued to these small screens. Some of them held these devices to their ears, talking into them as if they were telephones. And so, I got curious and asked one of them what these devices were. Heimdall frowned, but leaned forward at the same time. No matter how shocking the revelation was, he simply had to know. He called them phones, smartphones to be exact, Naguano continued. And each one of these phones was connected to that internet we learned about a few months ago. Each phone also contained an integrated camera, an integrated, phone, various apps for productivity and entertainment, and an integrated television. All in one package the size of this tiny notepad here. He held up the very emphasis of his message, a yellow notepad barely larger than his hand. Just the implications on computer miniaturization were enough. He dared not gild the horror with further flourish. Despite that, Heimdall knew. His eyes flashed with the same splinter of revelation, then comprehension, then resignation. By Valhalla, Heimdall sunk his face into his hands. Where's the Emperor? Why do we have this bumbling buffoon in charge? He then lifted his head up in shock, realization. Fuck, we need to submit our analysis to the Department of War. It'll go through General Siegs before it ever lands on Merrick's desk. If it ever lands on his desk. Naguano corrected himself, though he wasn't so sure of that procedure himself. In any case, I've heard General Siegs is a reasonable man. Let's just compile what we know. After all, we're not the ones who have to report to the Chancellor, he shrugged. Heimdall sighed, the only thing he really could do at this point. All right, let's get started. Carlyle Corporation Headquarters, Ragna. Drescher dreaded having to reopen these particular conversations so soon. But the newest production analytics laid out in his briefing materials could no longer be avoided or dismissed as mere transitory setbacks. He steeled himself as his colleagues filtered into the room, already detecting the simmering tensions. "Gentlemen, I regret having to reconvene on such short notice. But the latest production analytics raise concerns that can no longer be dismissed as mere transitory setbacks." The first voice of dissent, as expected, came from Executive Vice President Erhard Ruckert, the unapologetic ultranationalist forever pledging fealties. "With all due respect, Herr President, I must object to this persistent defeatist talk before it takes root." Ruckert's tone carried bitter reproach. "Have we not already sacrificed dearly in service of total war against the American threat?" Van Meer, their chief financial officer, rolled his eyes. Here we go with the party loyalty script again. Drescher half expected a rise out of Ruckert, but it seemed his zeal proved impervious to such digs. "Our esteemed Chancellor Merix made the difficult choice to safeguard our territories," he proclaimed, head bobbing with conviction. "Yes, production has been strained, but these are the inevitable costs of preserving our sovereignty and way of life." Vice President of Manufacturing Roderick Kressler, yielding to his typical waffling impulse, offered a reluctant nod. "Erhard does make a fair point. We all knew such disruptions were to be expected in service of checking American expansionism." Indeed, he had thought the same. Ruckert's fanaticism had been instrumental in securing the most lucrative contracts from the government, but the situation was different now. Drescher raised a calming hand before this ideological quagmire could devolve further. "Let's remain lucid and objective here." He flipped open the impact report. "I'm simply outlining the newest operational data so we can respond accordingly while still supporting the Chancellor's campaign aims." He knew their attention must be squarely focused. He forced his voice to remain steady as he absorbed the figures anew, knowing their impact could no longer be soft-pedaled. However, these projections indicate over 35% production shortfalls across all military product lines by next quarter's conclusion. The shortages were becoming increasingly dire as vital supply shipments from the colonies were being consistently destroyed by enemy submarines. A crucial logistics hole their navy seemed powerless to stem. That was also to say nothing of the drafts that kept stealing men from their workforce. And that's us being conservative with deficit modeling against expected replenishment rates, their chief operating officer, Friedrich Ellert, tacked on. "If we factor in rising costs from material and real transport line disruptions, we're possibly looking at, well, production shortfalls exceeding 40% year over year. If we lose our production facilities like Rikshagen shipbuilders, then..." At this, Ruckert's expression curdled into one of indignant dismissal. With a flippant wave of his hand, he scoffed, "The Chancellor's commitments are ironclad. Our demonstrated perseverance and output will be justly recompensed once his strategies prevail against these temporary setbacks. Plus, our facilities are deep inland. Their missiles can't possibly fly past 100 miles of our defenses, let alone 500. The stubbornness was almost admirable in its stark denial of reality itself. But Van Meer would have none of it. He threw his arms up to emphasize his sarcasm. "Yes, yes. Let's gamble everything on empty regime promises while deluding ourselves to reality." His sardonic jab seemed to grant Kressler license to voice more measured dissensions. "As unpalatable as it is, Dietrich raises a fair point." The man sighed, fist clenching subtly. "Our reliance on Merix's solvency borders on something approaching institutional ruin. Currency devaluations and the loss of our production assets cannot be discounted if this conflict extends. And this is precisely what the Third Conquest Fleet's catastrophe suggests. Maybe we should start exploring transitional alternatives." The rebuke proved a bridge too far for the zealots sustaining mythologies. Ruckert's fist pounded the glossy table like a judge's gavel, silencing all reasoned discourse. "Materialistic treason," he cried, spittle flying in his frantic ire. "Our forefathers spilled rivers of blood building this glorious empire. And you would abandon the Chancellor's righteous struggle at the first whiff of hardship." Ruckert leveled them all with a sweeping glare, finger jabbing in accusation as his voice took on a preacher's heated cadence. "Make no mistake. While the economic think tanks here see only numbers and spreadsheets, I hear the war cries of millions demanding our total faith in this campaign. Your defeatist hedging insults every sacrifice made to preserve our sovereign way of life. Drescher watched the man's chest heaving and knew there would be no swaying dogmatic temperament today. He wanted to slowly ease him into it, but it seemed even that was out of the question. He could only press on with professional detachment. Enough populist proselytizing, Erhard, he stated. This is a board of pragmatists and fiduciaries, not revolutionary radicals. The sudden hush of Ruckert's seething allowed Drescher to forge ahead with the bitter analysis. His eyes bored into them, sparking with cynical realization. Our restructuring contingencies, however unsatisfactory, merely recognized the diseased reality. Our complete institutional overexposure and subjugation to Merrick's regime assurances. Indulging recapitalization blindness would merely be the greater insanity. He resisted stating it too bluntly. Of course, he wanted to get the point across to the more grounded among them, but he also didn't want to get ousted as a traitor. He had known Ruckert for a while, but who knew just how far his fanaticism extended? He definitely didn't want Merrick's secret police after him. Thankfully, Van Meer was there to back him up. He's right, Van Meer proclaimed with a nod. We've been frogs lukewarmly boiling in the pot of that man's schemes for far too long already. Daring any remnant objections with his stare, he swept the table's circumference. While we've prioritized profiteering and obsequious fealties, the operational foundations kept crumbling away beneath us. Our over-reliance on Merrick's regime as the sole buyer left us stuck on a debtor's chassis, wagering our institutional existence on his dwindling assurances. Kressler seemed to wilt under the weight of such uncloaked cynicism, but made no effort to rebut it, only to now face fiscal ruin as his guarantees become existential liabilities. He murmured at last, almost to himself. A subprime reckoning indeed. Drescher allowed these self-admissions to breathe for a moment. The board was finally beginning to understand. When he finally resumed the conversation's thread, his tone carried the frank resignation of any emergency field surgeon prepared to amputate freely. Precisely, he said, the grimmest of affirming nods, which forces us to swallow the septic pill of self-preservation at once, and promptly assess all options for reconstructing Carlyle's operational lines through alternative benefactors and affiliations, however unpalatable or unthinkable those avenues may currently feel. Then I suggest we convene the strategic capital team at once, he declared, swiveling his jaw as the grave pronouncements kept coming. To start auditioning every feasible scenario reassessment and transitional contingency, from preserving our liquidity to more drastic measures, like reconsidering our stance on the war. Chapter 196, Echoes from Within. Esterant, Parpaldian Republic. Zach Holloway eyed the steaming cup of kaffa, Esterant's liquid lifeline, and wondered if the locals had secretly cracked interdimensional travel long before Earth stumbled into this magical mess. How else could they nail the perfect brew while still thinking electricity was black magic? He snorted at his own joke, earning a few sideways glances from nearby patrons. 6 months in, and he still stood out like a smartphone at a Renaissance fair. Well, probably because he was in fact using a smartphone, and because Esterant was a Renaissance city. Or was it Napoleonic? He could never get that right. Your morning repast, good sir, the waiter announced with a slight bow, setting down a plate that would give Gordon Ramsay an aneurysm. The bread looked like it had lost a fight with a beet, and the cheese was doing its best impression of sentient goo. Looks aside, it actually tasted pretty decent. Much obliged, Itrian, Zach said, trying not to think about the McGriddles haunting his dreams. How's the family? The waiter's professional mask cracked into a genuine smile. They are in good health, I thank you. My daughter is most intrigued by the daguerreotypes your people have introduced. Zach grinned. Wait till she sees TikTok. On second thought, maybe don't show her that. As Atrian moved away with another bow, Zach tugged at his cravat, silently cursing geez, when in Rome dress code. Did it have to be so scruffy? The tailcoat and waistcoat helped him blend in somewhat, but the smartphone he'd just slipped into his pocket was a dead giveaway. A commotion near the entrance drew his attention. A group of nobles, distinct in their embroidered frock coats and haughty expressions, clustered around the maitre d', their voices rising with each passing second. He knew exactly what they were, Karens. At least, the Parpaldian version of them. Utterly preposterous, one of them said, his face looking like steam might pop out at any moment. First, they invade our streets with their iron carriages, and now they dare to infiltrate our dining establishments. Zach's fork paused halfway to his mouth. Great. Bacon and a side of xenophobia. Just how he liked to start his mornings. Now, he was a pretty progressive thinking guy, but man did these Parpaldians make him want to rethink that. If anything, it was he who had justification for xenophobia. They were doing the Parpaldians a favor, uplifting their backward society, and this is how they treated them? He listened in to their conversation. The maitre d', a petite woman with a stern expression, held her ground. My lords, I must insist you lower your voices. You're disturbing our patrons. Disturbing the patrons? Another noble scoffed. What of our disturbance at finding our traditions trampled upon? The maitre d's eyes narrowed almost imperceptibly. Without a word, she turned and caught Atrian's eye, giving him a subtle nod. She murmured something to him as she passed, her words too low for Zach to catch. With a final glance at the nobles, she slipped out through a side door. The nobles, oblivious to this exchange and satisfied with their perceived victory, began to scan the room. Of course, the noble who was blabbering earlier landed his eyes directly on him, narrowing them as recognition and distaste spread across his features. Oh boy, you there, he said, his voice dropping to a dangerous timbre. You're one of those American interlopers desecrating our hallowed quarter. Zach set down his fork, weighing his options. Debate the merits of modernization? Make a run for it? Talk shit? Oh, he definitely felt like talking shit, but he was outnumbered, and it probably wouldn't look good. Instead, he plastered on his best dealing with difficult stakeholders smile. Good morrow, sir. Might there be some matter of concern? The noble's nostrils flared. A matter of concern? You have the temerity to inquire thus. He advanced, jabbing a finger in his direction. Your contraptions tear asunder our thoroughfares. Your grid mars our skyline. And your very presence mocks centuries of tradition. Zach's diplomatic smile was starting to hurt. I understand your misgivings, sir. Perhaps we could discourse on this in a more fitting. Discourse, the noble spat. The time for parley is long past. It is high time you understood the consequences of your actions. The man raised his hands, a telltale glow forming at his fingertips. That wasn't a good sign. Zach had a trusty Glock at his hip, but his positioning was off. Between the table and the chair to his right, he wouldn't be able to get to it, flick off the safety, and aim it in time. Oh fuck, Zach muttered. Does his health plan cover magical assault by disgruntled local? Wait, scratch that. Will he even survive this to begin with? The noble's hand thrust forward, sending a fiery bolt straight towards Zach's face. Instinct took over. Zach kicked the ground and leaned against the headrest, hoping to launch his chair backward. In an instant, he realized it wouldn't be enough. His arm shot up, a futile attempt to protect himself. He braced for the impact, but it never came. Instead of feeling any searing pain or seeing his body turned into a human more, Zach found himself staring at a shimmering, translucent barrier that had materialized from nowhere. It couldn't have been any of the surrounding patrons who just so happened to save him. No, it was directly connected to his arm. The firebolt collided with it, dissipating in a shower of harmless sparks. The cafe fell silent. Zach gaped at his hand, then at the fading remnants of the shield, his brain refusing to process what had just happened. Holy shit, Zach breathed, wondering if someone had spiked his kapha with LSD. The noble gaped as well, equally, if not more shocked. A fish out of water. Impossible, he sputtered, staggering back. You're just a barbarian savage. You can't possibly. Before either of them could continue further, the cafe doors burst open. The maitre d' rushed in, followed closely by a squad of uniformed constables with their wands raised. There. The maitre d' pointed, slightly out of breath. That's where the disturbance is. Halt, the lead officer shouted. What is the meaning of this commotion? What followed was a flurry of explanations and accusations, and a statement that sounded rather absurd for an American. Thankfully for Zach, the nearby patrons and staff stepped forward to back him up. Even more fortunately, it turned out the noble was actually someone who had lost his status after the war. In the end, the man found himself in custody. As the officers prepared to leave, their leader turned to Zach. Are you all right, sir? Do you require healing? Zach shook his head, still dazed. No, I'm fine. Thanks. The officer nodded. Very well then. If you'll excuse us. As the commotion died down, Zach slumped back into his chair, staring at his hand. Well, he muttered to himself, so much for a quiet breakfast. He glanced at this watch and groaned. He was going to be late for work. It was good that they'd seen enough microaggressions and straight-up harassments that it became a valid excuse. Well, maybe not so good in general, but great for Zach in the moment. With a heavy sigh, Zach stood up, left some money on the table, and headed for the door. He stepped out of the cafe, his mind reeling. The historic district's charm, all cobblestone streets and ornate facades, felt like a backdrop to his personal Twilight Zone episode. He made his way to the General Electric project site, the transmission tower in the distance standing out just as he did in the cafe. Mr. Holloway. Terrence, his assistant, jogged up to him. We were starting to worry. Is everything all right? There's this wild rumor. Zach held up a hand. Let's gather the team, Terrence. I'd rather explain this once. As the crew gathered around, Zach felt a knot forming in his stomach. How do you even begin to explain something like this? So, he began, rubbing the back of his neck. Something happened at breakfast. A noble tried to attack me, and I somehow produced a magical shield. For a moment, no one spoke. Then, Terrence blinked rapidly, his mouth opening and closing without sound. Are you feeling okay, Mr. Holloway? Sarah, one of the technicians, asked cautiously, taking a small step back. A Parpaldian laborer crossed himself, muttering something under his breath. That's something, another American worker said, clearly at a loss for words. Wait, Terrence finally managed. Like actual magic? You're not messing with us. From the back of the group, someone snorted. Yeah, right. Next, he'll tell us he's buddies with the Tooth Fairy. How does that even work? Sarah asked, her brow furrowed in confusion. Zach raised his hands. I know it sounds crazy. Hell, I'm still trying to wrap my head around it. Rancius, one of the Parpaldian liaisons, stepped forward. His posture was rigid, but his eyes suggested excitement. Mr. Holloway, if I may, this is most extraordinary. Might I inquire as to the nature of this magical manifestation? Honestly, I have no clue, Zach replied, shrugging helplessly. 1 second I'm about to get barbecued. The next there's this shimmering barrier in front of me. Rancius's eyebrows shot up. Most peculiar indeed. Sir, with your permission, I should like to examine your hand. Zach held out his arm, feeling uncomfortable under the scrutiny. This morning he was just a normal guy trying to do his job, and now. Fascinating, Rancius finally said. There are indeed traces of mana, yet it's similar to that of a child first learning to control the mana in his body. What does that mean? Zach asked, pulling his hand back self-consciously. Rancius straightened his already impeccable posture. Magic, Mr. Holloway, is an inborn trait. All Elysians are blessed with natural conduits for mana, magical energy, from birth. Of course, some have natural talent. For others, it requires years of rigorous study to harness effectively. He paused, choosing his words carefully. You, sir, it appears your body is adapting, creating these conduits anew. The team erupted in a flurry of questions and exclamations, a mix of American colloquialisms and Parpaldian formality. All right, Zach called out, his head spinning. I get it, this is huge. But unless I can magically install power lines, we've still got a grid to build. Let's get to work, and I promise we'll figure this out later. As the team dispersed, Terrence hung back. So, sir, you okay? This is pretty wild stuff. Zach let out a shaky laugh. Honestly, I have no idea. But let's focus on the job for now. One impossible thing at a time, right? Throughout the day, Zach noticed his colleagues stealing glances. He caught himself checking his hand more than once, half expecting something to happen. Sarah kept a noticeable distance, while the skeptic from earlier watched him like a hawk, clearly waiting for him to slip up and reveal it was all a joke. A part of him wished it was. The other part was stoked that he could potentially cast real magic like a wizard might. During a break, Rancius approached him again. Mr. Holloway, if I might have a word. I've been pondering your situation. What's on your mind, Rancius? It occurs to me, sir, that your prolonged exposure to our world might be the catalyst for this phenomenon. You've resided here for several months, partaking of our sustenance, respiring our air, interacting with beings of magical nature. Zach blinked, processing the formal language. So you're saying I'm what? Evolving? Rancius inclined his head. In a manner of speaking, perhaps. It's merely conjecture, you understand. but it seems the most rational explanation. Your physiology appears to be acclimating to the ambient mana of our realm, not unlike how one might adapt to a new climate or altitude. It was an interesting thought experiment. Wait, could he even call it a thought experiment at this point? It was straight up real. He'd come to Estherant to manage an infrastructure project, and now he was well on his way to going native. Just another day in paradise, huh? He gripped his clipboard. Time to focus on the job at hand and worry about the rest later. Much to his surprising disappointment, no more magic surfaced throughout the workday. Rather, he actually felt a bit tired. Apparently, it was called mana exhaustion, according to Ranchus. It's quite common for novice mages, Ranchus explained, reaching into his satchel. He pulled out a small vial filled with a shimmering blue liquid. Here, Mr. Holloway, a mana restorative potion. It should help alleviate your fatigue. Zack eyed the vial skeptically. Thanks. Is it safe for? Well, for someone like me. Ranchus nodded reassuringly. Perfectly safe, sir. It's a mild formulation, suitable even for those new to magic. With a shrug, Zack downed the potion. It tasted like liquid peppermint with a hint of something he couldn't quite place. Almost immediately, he felt a cool wave of energy wash over him, easing the tiredness in his muscles. Wow, Zack breathed. That's something else. Ranchus smiled. Indeed. Now, I suggest you head home and rest. Your body is still adjusting to these new developments. The rest of the afternoon passed in a blur of blueprints and progress reports, punctuated by curious glances from his coworkers. By quitting time, the potion's effects were wearing off, and Zack's head was starting to pound again. He waved off Terrence's offer of a ride, opting instead for the long walk home. The cool evening air helped clear his head, but did little to ease the bone-deep weariness that had settled over him. By the time Zack trudged up the stairs to his apartment in a more modernized, American-developed area near the port, he felt like he'd run a marathon. Maybe he should have taken Terrence's offer after all. His key fumbled in the lock, and he nearly tripped over the threshold as he entered. Zack! A melodious voice called from the living room. Is that you? Yeah, it's me, he replied, kicking off his shoes. Unless some other exhausted American has stolen my keys and decided to crash here. He rounded the corner to find Lyra perched on the edge of the couch, her pointed ears twitching with obvious excitement. Her emerald eyes were wide, fixed on the laptop balanced on her knees. By the spirits, Zack! Lyra exclaimed, her formal Parpaldian accent contrasting with her enthusiasm. You've manifested magical abilities. Why didn't you contact me immediately? Zack collapsed onto the couch beside her, the events of the day weighing heavily on him. Honestly, babe, I'm still trying to wrap my head around it myself. But this is extraordinary, Lyra insisted, turning the laptop towards him. Look, you're famous on YouTube. Someone had recorded the incident on their phone contraption. Zack groaned as he watched the shaky footage of himself producing a magical barrier. Great. Just great. As if this day couldn't get any weirder. Oh, but there's more, Lyra said, clicking on another video. This odd fellow with the shiny head has made an entire discourse about you. The familiar intro music of Vsauce filled the room, followed by Michael Stevens' enthusiastic voice. Hey Vsauce. Michael here. We all know at this point that magic is real. But what if I told you that? Americans, no, maybe even anyone from Earth, can also do it. Zack's eyes widened. Is that Vsauce? How did he make a video so fast? The video cut to footage of Zack's magical moment, then back to Michael, who was joined by a serious-looking woman in a lab coat. With me today is Dr. Elena Rossi from the newly formed U.S. Magical Research Department. Dr. Rossi, what can you tell us about this extraordinary event? Dr. Rossi leaned forward. What we're seeing here, Michael, is unprecedented. It appears that prolonged exposure to Alicia's magical environment is causing physiological changes in some Americans. It's likely a form of epigenetic acclimatization. We're calling it mana adaptation syndrome. The video droned on about theories and implications, most of it similar to what Ranchus had told him earlier. It was tiring to think about, and even more tiring to recognize that he was the center of all of it. He glanced at Lyra, catching her watching him with those big green eyes of hers, looking like she couldn't decide whether to hug him or take notes. Just then, his phone buzzed. He fished it out of his pocket, groaning when he saw the caller ID. It's work, he told Elindra, then answered. Hello, Mr. Holloway? It was his HR representative. We're going to need you to come into the embassy tomorrow for a debriefing. In light of recent events, Zack sighed. Yeah, I figured as much. What time? As he jotted down the details, Elindra mouthed, everything okay? He gave her a tired nod. After hanging up, Zack leaned back into the couch, closing his eyes. Just another day in paradise, he muttered. Chapter 197, Echoes of Descent. Hofgard, GRA Valka's Empire. And in a stunning victory, our brave Third Conquest Fleet has successfully repelled the American aggressors near the strategic port of Michael. Fleet Admiral Vustik's brilliant tactics. Corbel Zyrax's glared at the flickering view screen, his spoon frozen halfway to his mouth. The newscaster's voice grated on his nerves like a dull file on rusted metal. Brilliant tactics, my arse, Corbel growled, letting his spoon clatter back into the bowl. Watery gruel splashed onto the table, joining the constellation of stains on the once white cloth. Bet that Ponzi admiral couldn't find his own backside with both hands and a map. His wife, Nissa, shot him a look that could have curdled milk. Corbel, keep your voice down, for the love of Valhalla. You want the whole street knowing you've gone soft on the war. He snorted, a sound somewhere between amusement and derision. Soft? Nissa, love, I'm about as soft on this war as a steel-capped boot to the stones. But I've got eyes, haven't I? And a brain between me ears, no matter what the bosses at the factory might think. Nissa's face softened, worry lines etching deeper around her eyes. She reached across the table, her work-roughened hand covering his. I know you're worried about Jorkel. Flames, I am too. But we can't let doubt take root. You know what happened to the Larsons down the street. Corbel felt the fight drain out of him like air from a punctured tire. I remember. The Larsons had been there one day, gone the next. Officially, they'd moved to be closer to family in the countryside. Unofficially, well, folks learned not to ask questions. He turned back to the view screen, where footage of cheering crowds waving GRA Valkan flags played on loop. Something about it seemed wrong, like the off-kilter whine of a misaligned machine. Don't it look a bit familiar to you? Nissa frowned, peering at the screen. What do you mean? I mean, Corbel said, leaning in and lowering his voice. I could swear on me mum's grave that's the same crowd from last month's victory broadcast. See that fella with the crooked nose? And the lass with the green banner? Nissa's eyes widened. Surely not. They wouldn't. I mean, the government wouldn't lie. Corbel finished. Like they're not lying about having heard from our boy. It's been weeks, Nissa. Weeks of nothing but static. In other news, the anchor continued, her smile as plastic as the fake flowers adorning their mantelpiece. Chancellor Merrick's has announced new measures to support our war effort. Starting next week, fuel rations will be. Corbel jabbed the power button with more force than necessary. The view screen died with a pitiful whine. New measures, he spat. That's fancy talk for bend over and take it. Mark my words. Corbel. Nissa hissed, real fear flashing in her eyes now. You can't. What if someone hears? What if they report you? He deflated, suddenly feeling every one of his 45 years, and then some. The constant fear, the gnawing worry, the endless grind of factory work, it all pressed down on him like a physical weight. I'm sorry, love. I'm scared for Jorkel. And I'm tired. Tired of the lies. Tired of pretending everything's fine when it's all going to the hells in a handbasket. Nissa stood, circling the table to wrap her arms around him. She smelled of cheap soap and machine oil, the sense of home. I know. I am too. But we must be careful. For Jorkel's sake, if nothing else. He needs a home to come back to. Corbel nodded, lifting a calloused hand to cover hers. His eyes drifted to the faded photograph on the mantelpiece. Jorkel grinned back at him, resplendent in his new naval uniform, eyes bright with the promise of adventure and glory. War, Corbel knew, was anything but. Be safe, son, Corbel whispered. And come home soon, before your old man lands himself in hot water with his big mouth. The factory whistle blew in the distance, its shrill cry slicing through the morning air like a knife. Corbel sighed, pushing back from the table. Another day in the munitions factory awaited. Another day of churning out the weapons that might be aimed at his own boy for all he knew. He looked at his coat, the patches at the elbows more thread than fabric now. He couldn't even buy a new one with how strained his wallet had been lately. Something fundamental had shifted, that much was certain. The grand and glorious Valka's empire he'd grown up believing in, the one he'd so proudly sent his son to fight for, was starting to look about as solid as a sandcastle at high tide. Right then, he forced cheer into his voice. I'm off to do my bit for the war effort. Try not to overthrow the government while I'm gone. Nissa managed a wan smile. I'll do my best. Just be careful, love. Keep your head down and your mouth shut. Corbel planted a quick kiss on her cheek. Always do, don't I? The lie tasted bitter on his tongue, but he swallowed it down like the daily gruel. One more thing to stomach in service of survival. The walk to the factory was a gauntlet of reminders. Propaganda posters plastered every available surface, their bold colors faded by sun and rain, but their messages still glaring. Victory through sacrifice, one screamed. Crush the American menace, bellowed another. Corbel kept his eyes fixed on the cracked pavement, counting cracks to keep his mind off the hollow promises. The munitions factory loomed ahead, a hulking beast of steel and smoke. As he approached the gates, Corbel noticed the line of workers was thinner than usual. He fell in behind Gruner, a bear of a man with hands like steam shovels. Mornin', Gruner, Corbel muttered. Bit quiet today, isn't it? Gruner grunted. His eyes darted around, as if ensuring the coast was clear. Heard Formandrax talking. Another dozen didn't show up yesterday. Just vanished. A chill ran down Corbel's spine that had nothing to do with the morning air. Vanished. Like the Larsons. Keep your voice down, Gruner hissed. But yeah, like that. Word is, they were asking too many questions about the supply shortages. Corbel swallowed hard, his earlier bravado evaporating like morning dew. The threat of disappearance couldn't have felt more real. They shuffled through the gates in silence, the guards eyeing them. Corbel took his place at the assembly line, hands moving automatically to piece together the innards of a bomb. The irony wasn't lost on him. Here he was, building weapons that might be used against the sons of others. What else could he do, though? As the morning wore on, the heat became oppressive. Sweat trickled down Corbel's back, and his stomach growled in protest of the meager breakfast. He glanced at the big clock on the wall, willing it to move faster. Finally, the lunch whistle blew. Corbel's shoulders sagged in relief as he made his way to the cafeteria, joining the throng of tired, grimy workers. The smell hit him first, a sour, unappetizing odor that bore little resemblance to food. He grabbed a tray and shuffled along the line, watching with dismay as a surly server plopped a gray, unidentifiable mush onto his plate. What's this supposed to be? He couldn't help asking. The server glared at him. It's lunch. You want it or not? Corbel bit back a retort and moved on. He found a seat next to Gruner and another worker. Lisbeth, who eyed her plate with the same trepidation. Remember when we used to get actual meat? Lisbeth sighed, poking at the gray mass with her fork. Gruner snorted. Remember when we used to get actual food? They ate in grim silence for a while, the cafeteria filled with the scrape of utensils and muted conversations. Corbel couldn't help but notice how many tables sat empty. Heard anything from your boy? Lisbeth asked suddenly, her voice low. Corbel stiffened. Not for weeks, he admitted. You? Lisbeth shook her head, her eyes glistening. My Victor, he was with the Third Fleet. They say it was a great victory, but... She trailed off, stabbing at her so-called food. Corbel stifled a grimace. He had heard rumors about the brashness of Admiral Vustic, the opposite of Venstrom's cautiousness and reservation. They say a lot of things, Gruner rumbled. Doesn't make M true. A heavy silence fell over the table. Corbel pushed his half-eaten lunch away, his appetite gone. The doubts that had been gnawing at him all morning grew stronger. If the government was lying about the food, about the missing workers, what else were they lying about? It must have been no coincidence that this all started as soon as the Emperor fell ill, as soon as the Americans joined the war. As if reading his thoughts, Gruner leaned in close. You hear about the protests? People demanding news about their families in the fleet. Corbel's heart raced. Protests? But that's dangerous, Lisbeth finished, her voice barely above a whisper. But so is not knowing. The lunch whistle blew again, cutting off any further conversation. The whistle shrieked, signaling the end of the shift. Corbel's muscles ached as he clocked out, his hands raw from hours of repetitive work. The smell of hot metal and grease clung to him like a stubborn stain. Oi, Zyraxes, Gruner called as they filed out. You heading to the market? Corbel nodded, wincing. Aye. If there's anything left to buy, Nissa needs a few things. Watch yourself, Gruner muttered, leaning in close. Word is, folks ain't too happy in town. With a grim nod, Corbell set off towards Vox, one of Hofgaard's largest supermarkets. In better times, it had been a symbol of GRA Valkan prosperity, its aisles overflowing with goods from across the empire. Now, it was a sorry sight, a shell of its former glory and a reminder of how far they'd fallen. As Corbell pushed through the doors, the usual blast of cool air was noticeably absent. Another power-saving measure, he muttered to himself, joining the sparse crowd of shoppers. Inside, the scene was depressing. Entire aisles stood empty, their shelves collecting dust. Where products remained, they were often single rows, spread thin to hide the lack of stock. Signs everywhere announced purchase limits. Max 2 PER customer in bold, angry letters. Corbell grabbed a basket and made his way down the aisles, his footsteps echoing in the unnaturally quiet store. He passed the produce section, wincing at the sight of wilted vegetables and bruised fruit with exorbitant price tags. 15 marks for those sad excuses for apples, he muttered, shaking his head. He moved on, opting instead for the canned goods aisle. Here, at least, there was some variety, though the prices still made his eyes water. He picked up a dented can of beans, turning it over in his hands. 10 marks, he grumbled, dropping it into his basket. Nissa won't be happy, but at least it'll keep. As he made his way to the bread aisle, Corbell overheard snatches of conversation from other shoppers. Third time this week they've been out of milk. Did you see the meat counter? Sold out again. My Greta cried for an hour yesterday. Can't find her favorite sweets anywhere. The bread aisle was another disappointment. Where once stood a variety of fresh-baked loaves, now only a few sad, pre-packaged options remained. Corbell grabbed the least stale-looking one, adding it to his meager haul. At the checkout, the cashier, a tired-looking woman who couldn't have been more than 20, rang up his items with mechanical efficiency. That'll be 32 marks, she droned. Corbell bit back a curse as he handed over the money. It was nearly half a day's wages for a can of beans, a loaf of bread, and a few other essentials. As he pocketed his change, he couldn't help but remember when that same amount would have filled 2 carts, and that was no more than a couple months ago. Papers say we're winning the war, he remarked casually to the cashier. Don't much feel like it in here. The young woman glanced nervously at the officers by the entrance before she replied in a whisper, Best not to talk about such things, sir. Have a good day. Corbell nodded grimly, gathering his paltry groceries. As he stepped back out onto the street, the weight of the situation settled heavily on his shoulders. If this was victory, he dreaded to think what defeat would look like. As he pocketed the receipt, shouting from outside caught his attention. A crowd was forming, voices rising in anger. Against his better judgment, Corbell found himself moving closer. More snippets. Nothing but lies. Where's my husband? They promised. The Americans are coming. We're done for. In the center of the square, a group had gathered, mostly women and older men. They held up signs scrawled on bits of cardboard. Where are our soldiers? Tell US the truth. End the war. Where is the Emperor? Corbell's gut clenched. This was the trouble Gruner had mentioned. He should turn back, head home to Nissa, keep his nose clean. But something kept him rooted to the spot. A woman's voice cut through the noise, sharp with pain. My Klaus left with the 4th Fleet 3 months back. Not a word since. And they want us swallowing this victory rubbish? How have the Americans made it to Michael if we've supposedly secured Kartalpas? Murmurs of agreement rippled through the crowd. Corbell found himself nodding, thinking of the logic of the woman's question and of Jorkel. Then a new voice boomed out. Break it up. This meeting's against the law. Military police had arrived, their clean uniforms a mockery of the crowd's worn clothes. People started pushing, voices rising. We've got rights, someone shouted. Traitors. The shout came from the edge of the square, where a group waving huge Jare Valkan flags had appeared. You're helping the Americans. The air felt thick, like before a storm. Corbell's instincts screamed at him to run, but the press of bodies held him in place. It happened in a blink. Someone shoved a policeman, and it turned to shit from there. Batons flashed. Screams filled the air. Corbell found himself knocked about, struggling to stay on his feet. A baton whistled past his ear. Merrick's out. The cry spread like wildfire. The flag wavers charged in, fists swinging. Corbell ducked a wild punch, his heart hammering. This was madness. He had to get out. Fighting against the surge, he pushed towards the edge of the square. A woman fell nearby, blood on her face. Corbel hauled her up, dragging her along as he finally broke free. They stumbled down a side street, the riot fading behind them. The woman mumbled thanks before limping off, leaving Corbel alone with the rush of blood in his ears. He slumped against a wall, gasping. The can of beans dug into his hip, a small reminder of normalcy in this nightmare. As his breathing slowed, a cold feeling settled in his gut. Things were bad, worse than he'd thought. The GRA Valkas he knew was falling apart. Corbel pushed off the wall. He had to get to the military office. Had to find out the truth, whatever it cost. The streets emptied fast as word spread. Corbel moved quick, sticking to shadows, his mind racing. What would he say when he got there? What if they locked him up just for asking? The military office loomed ahead, its stern facade a far cry from the welcoming recruitment center it had been when Jorkel signed up. Corbel's steps slowed as he approached, doubt gnawing at his resolve. But the memory of his son's face steeled him. He pushed through the doors. Inside, the air was stuffy and still. A tired-looking clerk sat behind a scratched desk, barely glancing up as Corbel approached. "Yes?" the clerk asked, his voice flat. Corbel cleared his throat. "I'm here about my son. Jorkel Zyrax's Second Conquest Fleet. Haven't heard from him in weeks." The clerk's eyes narrowed slightly. "Name? Corbel Zyrax's." The clerk made a show of rifling through a stack of papers on his desk, then pulled out a thick ledger. He flipped it open to a random page, running his finger down the entries with exaggerated care. Corbel leaned forward, trying to catch a glimpse of the ledger. His eyes widened as he realized the page was filled with what looked like equipment inventories, not personnel records. The clerk, oblivious to Corbel's discovery, furrowed his brow in mock concentration. Let's see here." Corbel's jaw clenched. This man wasn't even trying to hide his indifference. "That's the wrong book," he said flatly. The clerk's head snapped up, surprise flickering across his face before he schooled his features. "I beg your pardon. That ledger. It's got nothing to do with troop deployments, does it?" For a moment, the clerk looked like he might argue. Then his shoulders sagged. "Look, friend," he said, keeping his voice down. "I don't have access to that kind of information. None of us do anymore. They took all those records weeks ago." "Who's they?" Corbel pressed. The clerk's eyes darted. Again with the eyes, like with Gruner and the cashier. "I've said too much already. Official response is, no updates available at this time. Next of kin will be notified of any changes. That's all I can tell you." Corbel's fists clenched. "That's it? That's all you can tell me?" The clerk's gaze flickered to something behind Corbel. "Sir, if you have no further business." A heavy hand landed on Corbel's shoulder. "Is there a problem here?" a gruff voice asked. Corbel turned to find a stern-faced MP eyeing him suspiciously. He deflated, the fight draining out of him. "No, no problem. Just leaving." As he turned to go, a soft voice caught his ear. "Pust, mister." It was another clerk, younger, with kind eyes. She glanced around before whispering, "I shouldn't say this, but the Second Fleet is okay. Admiral Venstrom surrendered early. Your son might be fine." Corbel's heart leapt. "Really? But why haven't we heard anything?" The clerk shook her head. "Communications are restricted. But keep writing. The letters might get through eventually." Corbel nodded, not daring to speak further. He shuffled out, feeling the MP's eyes boring into his back. Outside, the evening air had cooled. He couldn't forget the clerk's words. Jorkel might be alive. The thought buoyed him as he made his way home. Nissa was waiting up, her face etched with worry. "Corbel? What happened?" "I heard about the riot and..." He cut her off with a hug. "It's okay, dear. There's hope. The Second Fleet, they say it's okay." Nissa's eyes widened. "Really? But how do you know?" Corbel hesitated, then decided to trust her with the truth. "A clerk at the office. She shouldn't have told me, but she did." They sat at the kitchen table, basking in the hope that clerk had provided. After a while, Nissa spoke up. "Should we write another letter?" Corbel nodded slowly. Yeah, we should. It might get through this time." Chapter 198, Chowvert Ridge. Blackwood's eyes watered as another gust of smoke-laden wind hit him. Damn GRA Valkans and their punctuality. He blinked hard, refocusing on the horizon. Where were they? There. Dark specks growing larger by the second. His stomach clenched. At least 24 of the bastards this time. "Corporal," he snapped, not taking his eyes off the approaching bombers. Sound the alarm. Footsteps pounded away. Blackwood forced himself to take a deep breath. Third run today. At this rate, they'd be defending a bloody crater by nightfall. The siren's wail set his teeth on edge. Time to get below. He turned towards the command bunker, legs heavy with each step. The urge to run clawed at him, but he quashed it. His men needed to see him calm. In control, the first explosion nearly knocked him off his feet. He grabbed the bunker's doorframe, steadying himself. Hells, they were getting closer. One last glance over his shoulder. Flames blossomed across the ridge, spreading like a damned infection. Persistent buggers, he muttered, ducking into the bunker. The relative quiet inside was almost worse than the chaos above. Stale air thick with tension. Lieutenant Marceau's face was ghostly in the dim emergency lighting. Status report, Blackwood barked, striding to the map table. Its surface was a mess of markers, half of them useless now. That last hit had taken out their fancy American radar. Blind as newborn kittens, they were. Sir, Marceau started, voice steady despite the shadows under his eyes. Eastern sector's down to 30% strength. We've lost most of our anti-aircraft guns there. Blackwood grunted. No surprise there. Western sector? Holding, sir, but... The bunker shook violently. Dust rained down, coating everything in a fine, chalky layer. Someone swore loudly. But not for long, Marceau finished grimly. Blackwood nodded, mind racing. They needed more men, more guns, more of everything. And soon. He'd told command they could hold out for a week. Looking at the map now, that assessment felt like a bad joke. Another explosion rocked the bunker. Blackwood barely noticed, his ears long since numbed to the constant barrage. The tremor felt weaker than the last. Either the GRA Valkyns were running low on heavy ordnance, or they were conserving it. Neither boded well. He leaned over the map, squinting at the markers that wouldn't stay still. His head pounded in rhythm with the distant booms. Some pencil pusher at HQ had christened this place Chowvert Ridge. Felt more like a damned anvil, with his men caught between hammer and steel. Colonel. Lieutenant Marceau's voice cut through the dull roar. The lad looked like he'd been dragged through a coal mine. Eastern sector lost another 2 Archer emplacements. Blackwood suppressed a grimace. Those Archer emplacements, while outdated, were still their best defense against low-flying aircraft. Without them, they'd be even more vulnerable to dive bombers and strafing runs. The handful of American-supplied manpads gave them some edge against lower-flying threats, but against the high-altitude bombers, they were damn near helpless. Their own 3-inch and 75mm AA guns couldn't reach that high, and even the manpads fell short. The GV could now attack with impunity from above, while their dive bombers picked off any remaining defenses. Holding the ridge just went from tough to nearly impossible. Sir, Marceau's voice pulled Blackwood from his grim calculations. The lieutenant's face was ashen, likely reaching the same conclusions. I know, Marceau, Blackwood said. We're in a tight spot. That was putting it mildly. With the archers gone, they were sitting ducks for anything that flew below 10,000 feet. And above that, might as well be sending up prayers instead of flak. The secure line crackled, cutting through his thoughts. Blackwood snatched up the receiver, pressing it tight against his ear. Chowvert Ridge Command, Blackwood here. Colonel. General Renault's voice was taut. Priority transmission. New intel critical to your defense. Are you able to receive? New intel? Now. This had better be good. Send it, sir. Word from the U.S. Fifth Fleet. American reinforcements are making landfall within. The world erupted. Blackwood found himself airborne for a sickening moment before crashing into the map table. Pain lanced through his side as the line went dead. General? General Renault. Static mocked him. He slammed the receiver down. American reinforcements? Where? When? And what good were they if his men couldn't hold out against an enemy they couldn't even reach? He looked up to see Marceau staring at him, eyes wide. Poor lad probably thought the colonel had finally lost his wits. Comms center's gone. Blackwood grunted, hauling himself upright. His ribs protested, but he ignored them. Marceau, the second these bastards let up, I want a full assessment. Every gun, every trench, every poor devil still standing. And get Corville in here with the R-28. The R-28, sir? But that's older than your grandmother and twice as cantankerous, I know. It's also our only hope for long-range communication now. And right now, that might be the only thing standing between us and annihilation. As Marceau hurried off, Blackwood turned back to the map. All that GV held territory between them, and friendly lines looked a damned sight more daunting now. Somehow, they had to get a message through. Somehow, they had to survive this bombardment long enough for those American reinforcements to arrive. Every minute they held out was another minute closer to potential salvation, or at least a fighting chance. The bunkers shuddered again. These GRA Valken boys were persistent, he'd give them that. And now they knew they had the upper hand. Corporal Lefebvre burst in, looking like he'd run a gauntlet. "Colonel, another wave of bombers approaching from the west. They're not letting up." Blackwood felt his gut tighten. Of course they weren't. Why risk infantry when you could pound your enemy into dust from above? "Any sign of ground movement?" he asked, already knowing the answer. Lefebvre shook his head. "No, sir. They seem content to let their birds do the work." Blackwood nodded grimly. It was the smart play. With no air defense to speak of, the GV could take their time, methodically destroying Muin positions from a safe distance. They'd reduce Chalvert Ridge to rubble before a single GV infantryman set foot on it. They'd wipe them out before they even got a chance to play with the F-4S and explosives the Americans gave them. "Right," Blackwood said, feeling his face contort. The proud nation of Mu, a superpower, reduced to mere survival? It was almost unthinkable, yet it was undeniable and bloody immediate, right in front of his face. "Give me a count of our remaining shelter capacity, and have engineering report on any reinforcement we can do to our existing bunkers. We need to focus on surviving this bombardment." As Lefebvre hurried off, Blackwood turned back to the map. The situation was grim, but he'd be damned if he'd just sit here and wait to be bombed into oblivion. Somehow they had to weather this storm. Somehow, they had to hold out long enough for those American reinforcements to arrive. He cast one last glance at the dead comm unit. Whatever Renault had been trying to tell him, it would have to wait. Right now, his priority was clear: keep as many of his men alive as possible and hold out long enough to get word of their situation to high command. It didn't take long for the report from engineering to arrive. Why was their report so fast? He almost didn't want to think about it, but the words of his men forced him to face the awful reality. "Sir, there's not much left to reinforce." Blackwood felt his jaw clench. Of course. What had he expected? That they'd suddenly discover a cache of American wonder weapons buried under the ridge? "Right," he managed, his voice sounding hollow even to his own ears. "What about shelter capacity?" Lefebvre swallowed hard before answering. "We can fit about 60% of our remaining forces in the deep bunkers, sir. The rest would be left to the mercy of GRA Valken bombs." Blackwood nodded, not trusting himself to speak. He turned back to the map, his eyes tracing the familiar contours of Chalvert Ridge. How many times had he studied this map, planning defenses, imagining glorious stands against the enemy? Now it all seemed like a child's game. The bunker shook again, a fresh rain of dust and concrete chips pattering down. Blackwood found himself wondering how many more hits the command center could take. Not that it mattered much now. "Sir," Marceau's voice cut through his grim musings. "What are your orders?" Orders. As if he had any real control over the situation. Well, now was as good a time as ever to put that advice to use. If the situation was as bloody unsalvageable as this, just nod your head and state the obvious. "Get our remaining forces into those deep bunkers," he said, his voice steadier than he felt. "Priority to skilled personnel, gunners, communications experts, medics. We'll need them when we weather this storm." Marceau nodded, already turning to relay the orders. Blackwood stopped him with a hand on his shoulder. "And Marceau? See if you can round up any runners with experience in stealth ops. Preferably men who are also familiar with American equipment." The lieutenant's eyes widened slightly, but he nodded without question. As he hurried off, Blackwood turned his attention to the ancient R-28 radio set up in the corner. Its dials and knobs might as well have been hieroglyphics for all the good they'd do most of his men. Sergeant Corville sat at the radio, his attention fixed on the dials. He adjusted the frequency knob a hair's breadth, then paused, listening intently. After a moment, he shook his head and tried again. Blackwood watched, noting the methodical approach. Whatever else had gone to hell, at least Corville knew his job. "Sergeant?" Blackwood asked, approaching the workstation. Corville didn't look up, his focus entirely on the task at hand. "Not good, sir. I've cycled through our frequencies twice now. Nothing but static and the occasional garbled word. Could be interference from the bombing. Could be our transmitters shot to hell. Hard to say. Another explosion rocked the bunker, and Blackwood watched as a fresh layer of concrete dust settled over the radio's exposed inner workings. Corville muttered a curse, trying to shield the delicate components. That's not helping matters, Corville added, pointing to one of the vacuum tubes. Even to Blackwood's untrained eye, the hairline crack in the glass was obvious. Every blast is making it worse. I'd give it another hour, tops, before it gives out completely. Can you repair it? He asked, already suspecting the answer. Corville shook his head. No, sir. We've no replacement tubes, and this dust. He gestured at the radio's exposed innards. Even if we had the parts, I doubt I could keep it clean enough to function. No radio, no contact with HQ. No updates on American reinforcements. No chance of calling in support if, when, the GRA Valkyns launched their ground assault. Unless they could get their hands on a working radio. The abandoned outpost. Miles behind enemy lines now. But if it had survived the GRA Valk and advance relatively intact, its elevated position might just give them the reach they needed. Assuming, of course, any of its equipment was still functional. A fool's errand, perhaps. But what choice did they have? The bunker door creaked open. Marceau entered, followed by a group of soldiers. 5 men, as he'd requested. He recognized Lieutenant Ashcroft from the Signals Corps and Sergeant Thornton from Recon. The others were unfamiliar, likely pulled from what remained of their scout units. Sir, Marceau announced. I've gathered the men you requested. Blackwood nodded, studying the group before him. 5 volunteers for what was basically a suicide mission. The others introduced themselves. Corporal Lucien Mercer, a communications specialist, Corporal Ishan Beaumont, a combat engineer, and Magus Indris Silvale, a battle mage from the Holy Mauritial Empire. Gentlemen, he began, our situation is critical. All communications with HQ are severed. He unrolled a map across the table. Our objective is here, at grid 274591. Abandoned forward outpost, likely still has long-range radio capabilities. Ashcroft leaned in. That's deep in GRA Valkyn territory, sir. What's our latest intel on their positions? Limited, Blackwood said, jaw tight. Last recon was 3 days ago. He marked several points on the map. Strong presence here, and here. Ashcroft's eyes narrowed, taking it in. Always sharp, that one. Sir, Thornton spoke up. How are we supposed to get through those lines? Blackwood nodded to Silvale. Magical concealment. It won't mask your thermal signatures or physical traces, but it's the best we've got. Your insertion point is the northwest tunnel exit at 268580. Blackwood continued, tracing the route. First waypoint is here, at 270584. Dried riverbed. Good cover, but watch for loose stones. Estimate 4 hours to reach it. If we encounter hostiles? Ashcroft asked. Divert east to this forest at 271585. Blackwood tapped the map. Dense undergrowth should provide adequate concealment. They continued through each stage of the journey. Blackwood's head throbbed, but they couldn't rush this. Second waypoint, he said, abandoned farm at 272587. Expect to reach it within 6 hours from the first. Beware of open ground approaching it. And if it's compromised? Thornton asked. Use this ravine at 272588 for cover. Blackwood replied. It'll slow you down, but it's better than exposing yourselves. Ashcroft nodded. Third waypoint, hilltop at 273590. 4 hours from the farm. Good vantage point, but you'll be exposed. Minimal time there. Finally, the outpost itself at 274591. 2 hours from the hilltop, if all goes well. Ashcroft studied the route. That's 16 hours one way, sir. Tight schedule. 16 hours, Blackwood agreed, not including any obstacles you may come across. We'll move in a modified diamond formation, Ashcroft explained to his team. Thornton on point, Mercer and Beaumont on the flanks, Silvale in the center. I'll take rear security. Blackwood watched silently. The best of Mu, all of them. And he was sending them straight into the lion's den. Communications, he said, pushing the thought aside. Mercer, we'll maintain radio silence until we reach the objective, sir, Mercer replied. Once there, we'll attempt to establish contact on these frequencies. 3720, 5100, and 6800 kilohertz. If we can't raise HQ on those channels, we'll switch to the emergency frequency for 1600 kHz. Use the one-time pad cipher, Blackwood said. Authentication code is Echo Tango 793. That'll let HQ know you're speaking with my authority. For the message itself, start with Blackbird to indicate its priority intel from Chalvert Ridge. Rules of engagement, Blackwood continued. This is strictly recon and comms. Avoid enemy contact at all costs. If engaged, break contact immediately and proceed to the nearest rally point. He indicated spots on the map. Rally points are here, here, and here. Defensible positions with multiple escape routes. What about extraction, sir? Beaumont asked. I hate to admit this, but we've nothing to offer. You're on your own. Primary plan is to retrace your insertion route, Blackwood replied. Alternate one is to move to extraction point at 275580 to link up with the eastern sector if the southeastern route is clear. Long way to circle around, but should be safe. Alternate 2, if all else fails, exfiltrate northwest to friendly lines. Time frame? Ashcroft asked. 48 hours, Blackwood said, meeting Ashcroft's eyes. That's how long we can hold. You've got 36 to send that signal. He paused. Questions? The men shook their heads. Gear up. You move out at 0230. As the team dispersed, Blackwood pulled Ashcroft aside. Lieutenant, there's critical information for HQ. Before we lost contact, we got a partial transmission about American reinforcements making landfall. We don't know where or when, but it could be decisive. Ashcroft nodded. Understood, sir. We'll get it through. Blackwood sighed. Good man. He hesitated. Get your team ready. Blackwood's watch read 0228 when he arrived at the tunnel entrance. 2 minutes. In 2 minutes, he'd be sending these men into no man's land. Into hell. Was there even a difference? Good luck, Blackwood said gruffly. Chalvert Ridge is counting on you. Ashcroft nodded sharply. We won't let you down, sir. With a hand signal, he led his team into the tunnel. Blackwood watched until the darkness swallowed them. Then he turned back to the bunker, the vibrations of falling bombs rattling his bones. 36 hours. Now all he could do was wait. Chapter 199, Chalvert Ridge 2. Wiped out. Total loss. Every last ship, they say. Even Admiral Merkins's? Hawkins' ears pricked at the words, total loss, drifting from the corner of the tent. Damn gossiping pups. He'd been a soldier long enough to know how rumors could rot morale faster than gangrene. Oi, you too, he barked, relishing how the young officers jumped. Mickelson and Roth, if he remembered right. Fresh from Hofgard, still wet behind the ears. Got something you'd like to share with your commanding officer? The boys exchanged glances, terror written plain across their faces. Hawkins fought back a smirk. Let them stew for a moment. Sir, I have the reconnaissance. Voss's voice piped up beside him. In a minute, Voss. Hawkins cut him off, eyeing the cornered lieutenants. Well, I'm waiting, lads. Mickelson, the marginally braver of the two, cleared his throat. It's probably nothing, sir. Just talk from the signal's core. Hawkins raised an eyebrow. Oh, and what's the signal's core chattering about that's got you two looking like you've seen a ghost? They're saying, Mickelson swallowed hard. They're saying the Arcticus fleets have been wiped out, sir, by the Americans. The words hit Hawkins like a punch to the gut. Hawkins clenched his jaw. He'd seen a lot in his years against the divine kingdom of Cain. None prepared him for this, though. The Arcticus fleets? There was a time he would have thought this to be impossible. Now, not anymore. He'd known the Americans were trouble from the start. Warned High Command not to underestimate them. But total annihilation? It beggared belief. However, rumors this outlandish didn't sprout from nothing. He'd seen it before. When the truth was too terrible to comprehend, soldiers cloaked it in exaggeration, as if that might soften the blow. Total annihilation? Perhaps not. But a decisive defeat? That he could believe. The Americans had already proven themselves formidable. If they'd managed to bloody the Arcticus fleet's noses, well, that might mutate into tales of utter destruction as it passed from mouth to mouth. Hawkins' stomach churned. The very fact that such a rumor existed pointed to a harsh truth. Something had gone terribly wrong out there in the Arcticus theater. He shook his head, forcing himself to focus. Speculation wouldn't win this battle. I see. Hawkins forced the words out, tasting bile. And where exactly did this earth-shattering information come from? Mickelson shrugged helplessly. Intercepted transmissions, sir. But it's all jumbled, passed down the line. Hawkins sighed. That was the exact same rumor plaguing his officers. Jumbled or not, though, it explained a lot. His men joked that the Muins must have made a blood oath with the god of war himself, the way they kept holding out. But gods don't supply fancy bazookas or artillery pieces. Americans do. The thought had nagged at him ever since they'd lost a good chunk of a tank column to weapons that, by rights, the Muins shouldn't have had. That is, if the Muin ports were truly blockaded and the Arcticus was under their control, as the Imperial Navy so claimed. Whatever was happening out there, he had a sinking feeling it wasn't anything good. Still, he had to keep things under control. Right? You too. Not a word of this to anyone else. Understood. He fixed them with a glare that had cowed tougher men than these boys. They nodded frantically, dismissed. And next time you feel the urge to gossip, remember, loose lips sink ships. And careers. Hawken watched the boys flee, then rounded on Voss. Now, Captain, what's this about reconnaissance? Voss cleared his throat. Sir, Muin patrol activities spiked along their forward trenches. Started about 2 hours back. Hawken grunted, eyes fixed on the map. Chalvert Ridge. Weeks of bombs, and the damn hill still stood. Like it was laughing at them. Odd hours for a stroll, isn't it? Hawken muttered. What's your take, Voss? Voss's face scrunched up like he was trying to solve a particularly tricky math problem. Good man, Voss. Bit dull, but at least he engaged his brain before his mouth. Unlike some of the glory hounds Hawken had suffered through. Doesn't fit their usual, sir, Voss finally managed. Could be gearing up for a push, but why now? After we've been hammering them. Hawken finished. Unless they've got an ace we don't know about. He let that hang there. The damn hill had been a thorn in his side for weeks now, stubbornly refusing to fall despite the tonnage of bombs they dropped on it. He could almost hear his old man's voice. Son, if something seems too good to be true, it probably is. Voss, he called, not bothering to look up. Talk to me about our birds. Sir, there was that hesitation in Voss's voice again. Good man, Voss, but sometimes Hawken wondered if the captain had been born nervous. Our bombers, Voss. Are we actually accomplishing anything? Or just redecorating the landscape? Voss cleared his throat. Oh yes, sir. Very effective. We've taken out most of their visible AA emplacements. Our pilots report dash. Hawken held up a hand, cutting him off. Spare me the novel, Captain. Give me the meat of it. Voss straightened, seeming to gather himself. 2 days, sir. Maybe 3 at the outside before Chalvert falls. We've reduced their eastern sector to about 30% strength, and the western sector isn't far behind. 2-3 days? Damn optimist, aren't you, Voss? Weeks of bombs, and the ridge still stood. The rumors of Americans gnawed at him again. Should he just move forward with the offensive? They'd weakened the Muins enough. So what's with these patrols? He asked, eyes narrowing. If we've got them cornered, why are they scampering about? Voss shifted. That hesitation again. Could be prepping a counter, sir. Hawken snorted. With what? You just told me we've gutted their strength. Well, Voss paused. Maybe they're expecting reinforcements, sir? There it was again. If we made all of our decisions based on hypotheticals, we'd have long lost to Kane. He hated playing devil's advocate, but someone had to. He couldn't send his men at a heavily defended position full of American guns without good reason. There has to be something else here we're not seeing. Voss glanced down at the patrol routes, the ones they managed to map out from aerial surveillance, at least. The scouts were spotted far from their position. One would think they'd consolidate around their position, get situational awareness on their surroundings. But no, it seems sporadic. Hawken knew what that meant. Secure and destroy anything important. They're cleaning house, Voss realized. He straightened, biting back a wince. All right. Notify me if anything comes out of that ridge. And get Erickson on the line. Tell him to have the 15th ready to move. Well, isn't this a right cock-up? Remland Ashcroft grumbled to himself. The outpost below might as well have been the GRA Valka's Empire's summer palace for all the defenses it boasted. So much for lightly guarded. His eyes burned. Too many hours squinting through shite optics. Better than nothing, though? He blinked hard, trying to clear the grit. Fuck all good it did. The outpost squatted there, already under enemy control. Bastard thing looked even more fortified in this piss-poor light. Lightly guarded, my arse, he muttered. I count 3 squads on patrol, machine gun nests at each corner. And, is that a bloody Wilder? He passed the binoculars to Thornton. Tell me I'm seeing things, Sergeant. Thornton took a long look before grunting. Wish I could, sir. That's a wilder right. Probably Mark 3 by th looks o it. Fuck. Ashcroft's temples throbbed. A wilder. Because of course there was. Why not toss a bloody dragon in there while we're at it? He blinked hard, trying to will away the grit in his eyes. No use. Still there, still fucked. His head pounded. He needed sleep. Needed a drink. Needed this whole sodding war to be over. Mercer, what VE you got? Now, but gibberish, sore. Mercer muttered, fiddling with them bitter. GV's chattering away, but it's all encrypted. Can't crack it. Of course it was. When had anything in this mess gone right? Ashcroft squinted at the outpost again. They needed that radio. Needed it bad. But how to get past all that? Beaumont. See anything useful? Northwest corner's a mess, sore. Fresh diggin'. Might be our way in. Ashcroft looked where Beaumont pointed. There it was. A chink in the armor. Risky as hell, but what choice did they have? How long for a distraction? 10 minutes, sore. Make it loud, yeah? 5, Ashcroft growled. He glanced at Sylvale, who looked ready to keel over. How long on that concealment? An hour, Sylvale managed. At most, an hour. It'd have to do. Ashcroft's head spun. How the fuck were they going to pull this off? Every option reeked of suicide or court-martial. Probably both. Then it hit him. It wasn't the best, but it was something. Right, you lot, he hissed. Here's what I've got. We're going to waltz right into that bleeding fortress and nick their radio. Because we're either the bravest bastards in Moo or the stupidest. Jury's still out on that one. Ashcroft's eyes swept over his team. 5 of them against a small army. Bloody marvelous odds, that. Beaumont, I want you to cook up something special. East side of the compound. Make it loud. Make it bright. Make those Valky boys shit themselves. Beaumont's grin promised mayhem. He pulled out a block that looked like a stick of butter, but without the cold, C4, courtesy of the Yanks. Aye, sir. I've got just the thing. They'll think the sun's risen early. They will. Good man. Thornton, you're our eyes. Find a perch with a view of both Beaumont's fireworks and our approach. If that wilder so much as twitches in our direction, I want to know. Thornton's eyes were already picking apart the landscape. Aye, sir. They'll know catch us wit, our kilts up. Mercer, you're with me. We get in, we find their comms, we get that message out. Quick and quiet. Roger that, sir, Mercer said, patting his pack. Sylvale. Ashcroft turned to the Magus, who looked like death warmed over. I know you're knackered, but we need every scrap of mana you can muster. Once we're in, fall back with Beaumont. If it all goes tits up, you two make for the rally point. No heroics, clear. Sylvale nodded, sweat beading on his brow despite the icy morning. Ashcroft checked his watch. 0529. Daylight was creeping in, stripping away what little cover they had left. Bollocks to it all. Right, we move in 1 minute. Any questions? No? Good. Let's go bollocks this up properly. The next 60 seconds crawled by like treacle. Then Beaumont was off, worming through the scrub like he was born to it. The rest of them hunkered down, waiting. 5 minutes later, the world went mad. The explosion turned night to day, brief and blinding. The boom hit a heartbeat later, rattling Ashcroft's teeth. Shouts erupted across the compound. Valky troops poured from buildings, fumbling with gear and weapons. That's our cue, lads, Ashcroft growled. Move. They sprinted for the fence, Sylvale's magic shimmering around them. With luck, the Valkies would be too busy pissing themselves to notice a few extra shadows. They hit the perimeter at the northwest corner. Up close, the fresh digging looked like a drunken giant had been playing in a sandpit. Mercer produced wire cutters, and they were through in seconds. Ashcroft's heart hammered as they slipped into the compound. So far, so good. No shouts of discovery beyond the chaos Beaumont had kicked up. Just pandemonium from the surprise sunrise show. There, Mercer whispered, pointing to a squat building bristling with antennas. Has to be it. They weaved through the compound, ducking behind crates and vehicles. Twice, they froze as patrols rushed past, close enough to smell their sweat and hear the panic in their voices. Good. Let them run around like headless chickens. At the comms building's door, Ashcroft hesitated. No guards. It felt wrong. Too easy. But then, why guard a radio when the world's ending outside? Fuck it, he muttered, and they were in. The comms room hit Ashcroft like a slap to the face. Stale air, thick with ozone and old sweat. A right mess of kit. Muin leftovers tangled up with GRA Valkan additions like some demented spider's web. And there, nestled in the chaos like the holy grail itself, sat their target. There's our golden ticket. Ashcroft's eyes locked onto a hefty black case, out of place among the GRA Valkan and Muin hodgepodge. Sleek lines, ruggedized exterior, and that unmistakable stars and stripes sticker half peeled off the side. Their golden ticket, courtesy of Uncle Sam. Mercer jumped on it immediately, flipping latches and revealing a faceplate dense with controls. A chunky frequency knob dominated the center, surrounded by a dizzying array of smaller dials and buttons. Ashcroft squinted at labels like WOD, ALE, and ECCM. Might as well have been bloody pictograms. How long? He asked, eyes darting back to the door. Every second felt like an invitation for some trigger-happy GRA Valkan to crash their little party. Clacks filled the air as Mercer punched in a string of numbers. Gotta load the frequency-hopping sequence first, he muttered. Then crypto. 3 minutes. 4 tops. Bloody marvelous. Might as well be a lifetime. Ashcroft's skin itched. Too exposed. Too vulnerable. Like standing starkers in the middle of a minefield. With all the proper chaos outside, he'd be lucky to hear anyone approaching. Beaumont's distraction was still going strong, but for how long? Got it, Mercer hissed suddenly. Frequencies set. Authentication code. Echo Tango 793. Ashcroft rattled off. The digits burned into his brain. Then Blackbird. Tell M. Chowvert Ridge is hanging by a thread. We need those Yank reinforcements. Mercer nodded, fiddling with the handset. Right, transmitting now. He keyed the mic, voice low but clear. Echo Tango 793. Blackbird. Chowvert Ridge critical. Require immediate support? Static crackled back at them. Ashcroft's knuckles went white around the M4's grip. His eyes bounced between the door and Mercer like a bloody ping-pong ball. Felt like his whole body was wound tighter than a cheap watch, ready to snap. And that sodding radio just sat there, quiet as a grave. All that tech and the Yanks couldn't pull through. Just this once? Each tick of silence was another shovel of dirt on their coffin. Bollocks, Mercer muttered, adjusting a dial. Too much interference. Trying again. A noise outside. Footsteps. Mercer. Ashcroft growled. I know. Mercer repeated the transmission, voice tight, with urgency. More static, then a garbled voice. Repeat, not copy. Fuck sake, Ashcroft hissed. One more try, then we bail. Mercer nodded, sweat beading on his forehead. He keyed the mic again, enunciating each word like he was talking to a deaf grandmother. Echo Tango 793. Blackbird. Chowvert Ridge critical. Require immediate. The radio squawked, cutting him off. Identify, over. Bollocks to this. Ashcroft growled, snatching the handset from Mercer. This is Lieutenant Ashcroft, 3rd Recon, 7th Light. Authentication Echo Tango 793. Blackbird. Sitrep. Chowvert Ridge critical. 1 Valky Armored Division plus 30 to 60 Gudimon bombers. Ground. 10,000 troops, 300 plus tanks, Wilders included. Air raids ongoing, 3 runs yesterday. No effective AA. Can hold 24 to 36 hours. Request immediate air support and ground reinforcement. How copy? Over. Silence. Then, clear as day. Copy, Blackbird. Standby for. The door handle turned. Ashcroft dropped the handset, bringing his rifle up. The door swung open, revealing a wide-eyed GV officer. 2 muffled shots from the M4A1. The officer dropped like a sack of spuds. Bugger, Ashcroft spat. Mercer, grab that radio. We're blown. Mercer yanked the handset free, stuffing it and the main unit into his pack as the radio crackled again. Blackbird, this is Nest. Message received. Hold position. Air support inbound. ETA 90 Minu. ROG, Ashcroft cut in. We're legging it. Out. He clicked off the radio. Shift your arse, Mercer. Time to scarper, for his mates start looking. Chapter 200, Arrival. Shift your arse, Mercer. Time to scarper, for his mates start looking. Ashcroft shoved the handset to Mercer, watching the lad fumble the radio into his pack. Pivoting on his heel, he brought his M4 to bear on the fallen GV officer. The poor bastard's eyes stared up, beginning to glass over but still blinking, moving ever so slightly. A dark pool spread beneath him, staining the floor. Ashcroft's hand went to the combat dagger at his belt. Bugger all, Why'd the bastard have to walk in? Could have been in and out, clean as you please. But no, now it's blade work. He knelt beside the body, knees squelching in cooling blood. He grimaced at the feel of it. Never mind that. He needed to focus. Left hand over the mouth, force of habit that. Knife reversed, angled just so. There's the spot, base of the skull. Quick and quiet, like they'd drilled 100 times. Slide in. Slight resistance, then nothing. Hold. 1, 2, 3. Out. Job done. He wiped the blade on the dark uniform. The iron stench of blood filled his nostrils. He put the knife away. Right. Time to scarper. The morning air hit him like a slap, crisp and sharp after the stuffy comms room. Ashcroft blinked in the gray light. It was hard to believe that they'd been in that building for no more than a few minutes. He scanned the compound, taking it all in. Skeletal buildings to the left, abandoned construction projects that the Vakis were just now taking over. Risky cover that. To the right, piles of supplies and equipment scattered about like a giant's toy box. Vehicles dotted the space between. Good cover, those, if he didn't mind the risk of some clever bugger starting one up while he was hiding behind it. A flash lit up the sky to the east, followed by a boom that rattled Ashcroft's teeth. Must be more of Beaumont's work. Shouts cut through the air, yammering on about losing a wilder. Ashcroft smiled. He had no clue how the bastard managed to do that, but it was absolutely fucking brilliant. Give Beaumont a few firecrackers and a match, he'd bring down the whole bloody empire, starting with their heavy tanks. More shouts followed, a right cacophony of panic. Boots on gravel, orders being barked. Sounded like what, 3 squads? 4? How many more of the bastards were out there? They'd counted 3 squads on patrol earlier, but now it was looking like their estimates were off by a proper margin. Must be at least 8 in total, including those that had already gone to investigate the blasts. He waited for them to pass. They'd be converging on Beaumont's distraction now, no doubt. But for how long? 5 minutes? 10, if the gods were feeling generous? Not nearly long enough, that was certain. And when they twigged it was a diversion, well, best not to dwell on that. Enough problems at hand without borrowing more. Finally, the voices and footsteps receded. He tapped Mercer's shoulder twice. Best put some distance between them and that cooling corpse before some clever sod thought to check the comms building. They dashed from the building to an empty shed. Seemed like it'd be smooth sailing from here on out, with most of the Vakis flocking like moths to Beaumont's flame. Couldn't let their guard down, though. Shadows stretched long in the early light, perfect hiding spots for a vigilant sentry. Or an ambush. The M4 in his hands was reassuring, at the least. Yanks knew their business when it came to firearms, he'd give them that. This beauty could outshoot any Valky rifle, and the body armor they'd been issued could stop most of what the enemy was likely to throw at them. Small comfort, that. If they were spotted now, though, all the American kit in the world wouldn't save them from being swarmed. Ashcroft gritted his teeth. Stealth was the game now, much as he hated it. One shot, one shout, and the whole bloody op would go tits up. They'd be dead or worse, but at least they'd got the message through. Another explosion rocked the compound. Closer this time. In its brief, hellish light, Ashcroft spotted their goal. The construction site, and beyond it, the fence. Freedom. Or a bullet in the back, if they weren't careful. How many men would the Vakis have on the perimeter? 2. 4. A whole bloody platoon? They reached the half-built structure, the scent of fresh-turned earth and wet concrete filling Ashcroft's nostrils. The fence stood out against the lightening sky, and his eyes found the gap they'd cut earlier. The quiet set his nerves on edge. Looks like the Vakis hadn't found the breach. Just then, he heard a sharp crack and a whiz as something zipped past his ear. Bollocks, was that a bullet? As if to confirm, the air erupted with the rattling of automatic fire, submachine guns. Bullets peppered the ground around them, kicking up dirt and ricocheting off nearby equipment. Down, Ashcroft roared, shoving Mercer towards a half-finished concrete pillar. They dove behind it just as another burst of gunfire chewed up the spot where they'd been standing. Pressed against the rough concrete, heart pounding, Ashcroft risked a glance around the edge. For GRA Valkan soldiers advancing towards them, weapons blazing. They moved in a staggered formation, 2 providing covering fire while the others rushed forward. Textbook stuff, that. Ashcroft groaned as he peeked around the corner to lay down some fire. Just his bloody luck. They must have circled back from Beaumont's distraction, probably to sweep the perimeter. Clever bastards. Fuck, the fence gap was right there, but it was too small for a quick exit. They'd be sitting ducks trying to squeeze through. No choice but to engage. Ashcroft's fingers tightened on the M4's grip. The closest Valky was gawping at him like he'd sprouted a second head. Poor Sod probably thought he'd had the drop on them. Ashcroft almost felt bad as he squeezed the trigger. Almost. The M4 juddered, its rapport drowning out the Valky's startled yelp. He went down in a tangle of limbs, rifle clattering away uselessly. The others reacted quick, diving for whatever cover they could find. But not quick enough. Ashcroft caught another with a lucky shot, the bloke's leg folding under him mid-stride. "Mercer," Ashcroft bellowed, already moving. "Make those bastards keep their heads down." He didn't wait for an acknowledgement. Mercer was a good lad. He'd cotton on quick enough. Sure enough, the air filled with the clatter of Mercer's rifle, interspersed with the cracks of the enemy returning fire. Ashcroft pelted for the fence, boots slipping on the loose gravel. His breath came in ragged gasps, lungs burning. Getting too old for this lark, he thought grimly. The gap in the fence loomed before him, mocking in its inadequacy. He yanked the wire cutters from his belt, hands slick with sweat. The remaining Vakis were pinned down, but Ashcroft knew it wouldn't last. Mercer was good, but it was only a matter of time before more Vakis showed up to the party. Ashcroft's hands shook as he worked the cutters, widening the gap inch by agonizing inch. A bullet pinged off the fence post, showering him with paint chips. "Come on, you sodding thing," Ashcroft growled, muscles straining. Another round whizzed past, close enough to ruffle his hair. Then, a snap. The wire finally gave way, the gap now wide enough for a man to slip through quickly. "Mercer," Ashcroft bellowed, holding the cut section open. "Move." Mercer didn't need telling twice. He scrambled from his position, half running, half crawling towards Ashcroft. Bullets kicked up dirt at his heels, but the lad kept moving. Ashcroft provided covering fire. The two remaining Vakis kept their heads down, but he could hear shouts in the distance. Reinforcements. Brilliant. As Mercer reached him, Ashcroft gave him a rough shove towards the opening. Through. Now, Mercer dropped to his belly and squirmed through the gap. Ashcroft followed, the wire catching and tearing at his uniform. He ignored the sting, focusing on the open ground beyond. They were halfway across the clearing when the air erupted with gunfire behind them. Ashcroft risked a glance back. At least a dozen Vakis were pouring out of the compound, weapons blazing. Then, a different sound cut through the racket. Sharp crack, like someone snapping a bloody great tree branch. Ashcroft's eyes found the source quick enough, a Valky dropping like a sack of spuds, rifle clattering away. Another crack, another Valky down. Thornton, that beautiful bastard. The Vakis didn't much like that, did they? Whole lot of them scattering like startled pigeons, diving behind whatever cover they could find. Still, their panic was Ashcroft's gain. "Keep moving," he hissed at Mercer. Covered by the thunderclaps of Thornton's marksmanship, they plunged into the undergrowth. Safe, for now. As they linked up with Beaumont and Sylvale, a new sound reached Ashcroft's ears, a deep thumping. A bunch of them grouped together. Weren't field guns, that. Too bloody big. Had to be those long-range bastards. Had to be those Valky long-range jobs. What did they call them? Didn't matter. Sounded like the kind of thing that could turn a man inside out from miles off. Ashcroft grinned at his demolitions expert. Looks like the outpost commander had his knickers in a right twist, calling in the big guns on Beaumont's little fireworks show. Poor Sod probably thought he was under a full-scale assault. Another shell whistled past, then another. The eastern horizon erupted in a series of fireballs, each one painting the sky in shades of orange and red. "Bleedin' hell," Mercer gasped. "That's coming from their side, innit? Looks like they're blowing up their own position." Ashcroft shook his head, a grim smile on his face. "Nah, lad. They're aiming for Beaumont's little surprise party. Reckon they think they're under proper attack." The irony wasn't lost on him. The Vakis were busy shelling a threat that didn't exist, while the real infiltrators slipped away under their noses. "Come on," Ashcroft said, tugging at Mercer's sleeve. "Let's not stick around to see if they wise up and start looking this way." They pushed deeper into the forest, the sounds of artillery fire gradually fading behind them. The lads were holding up well, all things considered. Even Beaumont, who'd caught a bit of shrapnel in the leg during his distraction, was keeping pace. The forest was getting lighter, the sun making its way up. Made things easier to see, but also easier to be seen. Ashcroft didn't like it one bit. They'd been lucky so far, But luck had a nasty habit of running out at the worst possible moment. After about 20 minutes of hard marching, Ashcroft held up a fist, bringing the team to a halt. Ahead, the dense forest thinned out, giving way to a wide clearing. Bollocks. He'd hoped to avoid open ground, but it seemed the gods weren't feeling particularly generous today. Right? You lot, he muttered, keeping his voice low. We've got about 200 meters of bugger all between us and more trees. After that, it's another 10 clicks to base. Thornton sidled up next to him. That ridiculous rifle of his cradled like a baby. Bit dicey, sir. If the Vakis V got any birds up there, we'd be proper fucked, Ashcroft nodded. But unless you've got a pair of wings hidden under that gear, we don't have much choice. Thornton chuckled. Huh. If I'd had even a smidgen o' the abilities o' those winged bastards due south, I wouldn't be here on the front lines. Ought ve gone straight for the bastard Merricks. He gave the sky a once-over, looking for any sign of Valky eyes in the sky. The dawn was painting everything in shades of pink and orange. Pretty, if you weren't in the middle of enemy territory with your arse hanging out. That's when he spotted them dark specks against the lightning sky, moving in a tight group. Bloody hell, Ashcroft muttered. Lads, we've got company. The team's head snapped up, following his gaze. Ashcroft counted quickly. 24 at least, maybe more. Big bastards, by the look of it. Probably those Gutie Mon jobs the Vakis were so proud of. His gut clenched. If those planes were headed where he thought they were. Sir, Thornton's voice was low, urgent. Do you reckon they're after Chowvert? He remembered that air support was supposed to arrive in 90 minutes, but he hadn't kept proper track of time. For all he knew, it could be an hour until the Yanks got here, and that was an hour Chowvert Ridge did not have. Fuck, that meant they'd need to take the northwestern route, past Chowvert until they reached friendly lines, on foot. And if those bombers got through, that meant a big push was coming and they'd have an entire bloody army chasing them through no man's land. Even despite that, they still had more pressing matters. Ashcroft nodded grimly. Looks that way. And you can bet your last crown they're not up there alone. They melted into the underbrush. Sure enough, a group of escorts flew over, high enough that they likely couldn't spot his team, but low enough to give cause of concern. Minutes crawled by. The drone of engines grew louder, then started to fade. Ashcroft dared to hope they might have gotten lucky. Then, something odd happened. The escorts suddenly went mad. Like a bunch of startled pigeons, they scattered every which way, climbing and moving past the bombers like the devil himself was on their tails. What in the name of Dash? Mercer started, but Ashcroft held up a hand. Thornton. Binoculars. He didn't take his eyes off the sky as Thornton passed over his scope. 3 flashes lit up the sky, bright as day, way above where the bombers were lumbering along. The escorts kept climbing, looking for all the world like they were trying to reach the bloody moon. Ashcroft squinted hard, trying to suss out what had the fighters' knickers in a twist. But there was fuck all up there, just empty sky. Still, those escorts were dancing about like they'd stepped on a hornet's nest. Crivens, sir, Thornton muttered. Them escorts look fair panicky. Ashcroft grunted. And whatever's got him spooked is about to dash. He didn't get to finish. 2 of the big bastards started tumbling, trailing smoke thick as tar. It was like someone had reached down from the heavens and swatted them right out of the sky. Sir, Mercer's voice was hesitant, awed, even from the sounds of it. You don't think, could it be our lot up there? Marins were good. The latest variant's even better, but not that good. It could only mean one thing. Yanks, Ashcroft breathed, a disbelieving grin spreading across his face. Bloody Yanks. Another bomber went down, no rhyme or reason to it. Just there 1 second, burning the next. The whole Valky lot was falling apart now, scattering like rats from a sinking ship. Their fancy escorts? Nowhere to be seen. Probably pissed off at the first sign of trouble, the cowardly bastards. Fuck me sideways. Beaumont sighed in relief, shifting his gammy leg. Them Yanks don't half know how to crash a party. Ashcroft grunted in agreement. Part of him wanted to stay and watch the show, but the smarter part knew they couldn't afford to linger. Right? You Muppets, he barked, tearing his eyes away from the sky. While the Vakis are busy shitting themselves up there, we've got a job to finish. On your feet. We're legging it across that clearing now, before some clever sod remembers to look down. As he hauled Beaumont up, Ashcroft felt something he hadn't in a long while. Hope. Finally, the Yanks had arrived to turn this shitshow around. But first things first. They had to get their arses home in one piece to spill the beans. Come on, lads, he growled, leading them towards the open ground. There'll be more shows to come. Chapter 201, Arrival 2. February 15th, 1641. Chowvert Ridge, Mo. GVF 7th Bomber Wing, 3rd Bomber Group. Gudimon Super Bomber hashtag 42-24747. Full house. The steady drone of the Gudimon's engines filled Major Hadrich Krine's ears as he guided the super bomber through the clear sky, filing in behind almost 24 more bombers. 30 missions. The final run, and he'd be done. Back to his family, back to teaching history instead of making it. He checked the instrument panel, the dials and gauges as familiar to him now as the faces of his students once were. Steady altitude, nominal airspeed, excellent. Everything was as it should be. Crew, pre-bombing check. Report, he called out. Altitude 20,000 feet. Maintaining. Came Captain Thorin Eisenhardt's response from the co-pilot's seat. Course 080, ground speed 200 knots. ETA to IP 3 minutes. Lieutenant Kaivan Ljungberg reported from the navigator's station. Radio check complete. All frequencies operational. Sergeant Brynjar Stenmark's voice crackled through the intercom. Tail clear, no bogies in sight. Corporal Leonard Vargson assured gruffly from his tail gun position. Waist guns operational, ammunition loaded. Private Erland Sternquist's voice piped up. Hadrich nodded, a small smile tugging at his lips despite the grim task ahead. His crew, also different, yet united in purpose. If only his students could see the importance of teamwork like this. Then again, maybe it's better they never have to learn it this way. Hadrich eased back, the Gudimon's familiar rumble seeping into his bones. Gods, how many hours had he logged in this seat? The cockpit blurred, overlapping with memories of his old classroom. Rows of eager faces morphed into instrument panels, lesson plans into flight paths. Some days, it was hard to remember which life was real. The intercom crackled to life, Sternquist's voice grounding him in this life, in the present. Hey, Stenmark, you catch the latest newsreel about the new fighters? Nah, missed it. They finally rolling out those jets they've been yammering about. Not quite, but word is they're close, Sternquist replied, his youthful enthusiasm ringing through the intercom. Reminded Hadrich of some of his students back home, probably Sternquist's age and fighting in this same war right now. Overheard the colonel talking. Apparently, our engineers have been studying American jet designs from smuggled books and eyewitness accounts. They say we're on the verge of a breakthrough. Vargson's gruff laugh echoed through the intercom. Oh yeah? And I suppose next week we'll be flying to the moon. Eh? I'm serious, Sternquist insisted. They say these new jets can outrun anything the Americans have. Level the playing field, you know? Come on, Vargson, Ljungberg chimed in. Don't tell me you're going soft on our scientific prowess now. If anyone can crack American tech, it's our eggheads. Soft? Me. Vargson's familiar cynicism rumbled through the comm. I just know bullshit when I smell it. Same as that time Eisenhardt tried to convince us he once dated a movie star. Hey now, Eisenhardt protested, a smile in his voice. I'll have you know that, Greta. Lundgren and I had a very meaningful conversation at a USO show once. Yeah, Stenmark laughed. And I'm the Emperor's long-lost son. All I'm saying, Sternquist continued, undeterred, is that if these jets are half as good as they say, we might actually have a shot at pushing back the Americans. Kid, I admire your optimism, Vargson said, his tone softening a bit. But it really ain't a joke when they say that for every step forward we take, the Americans take too. Still, I wouldn't mind seeing one of these wonder jets in action. Well, who knows? Eisenhardt mused. Maybe after this mission, we'll all get a front row seat to the future of aerial warfare. Boy, Ljungberg cut in. ETA to IP is now 90 seconds. Focus up. I don't know about you lot, but I sure as hell am taking my hard-earned leave. As much as I'd like to see the fruits of our eggheads' efforts, I'd much rather be doing it from the comfort of my couch than up here. Hadrich listened, shaking his head with a wry smile. The banter reminded him of his rowdier classes, the back and forth that often preceded a particularly engaging lesson. He opened his mouth to bring the crew's attention back to the task at hand when a sudden, blinding flash erupted outside the cockpit. For a moment, Hadrich was sure he'd gone blind. Then, another flash erupted, this time to their front left. Lead and Chalk 2 just bought it. Vargson's voice crackled through the intercom, tight with disbelief. No bogies, no flak. They're just gone. Hadrich's eyes darted across the instrument panel, searching for any sign of what could cause such destruction. Nothing. All readings normal. Stenmark. What's the word from group? Hadrich called out, fighting to keep his voice level. It's all garbled, sir, Stenmark replied, his usual calm cracking. Half the squadron's gone silent. The rest are yammering about explosions out of nowhere. Another flash lit up the sky, maybe 1,000 yards ahead. Hadrich could almost feel the concussion through the airframe. What the hell could this be? He couldn't think of anything from anything that might explain this invisible onslaught. Major, Eisenhardt's steady voice cut in. We're losing formation integrity. Your orders? Hadrich's throat went dry. Years of training screamed at him to press on, complete the mission. But the lives of his crew, plot a reciprocal heading. He ordered, the words tasting of copper. We're aborting. Ljungberg, keep your eyes glued to that bomb site. I want to know the second you spot anything unusual. Wilco, sir, Ljungberg responded, his voice tight. Hadrich eased the Gudi Mon into a wide turn, peeling right. The mission, the war effort, his career, all potentially sacrificed. But the colonel would understand, right? It wasn't unreasonable to fall back at this stage, not just out of tactical concerns, but to preserve assets, the bombers and their crews. The formation ahead disintegrated, planes peeling off in every direction. Another flash, and Hadrich's mental calculations crumbled to ash. The Gudi Mon shuddered, listing heavily to the left. We're hit. Eisenhardt shouted. Port wing, just outboard of engine 2. Fuck. He wrestled with the controls, arms burning with the effort to keep the Gudi Mon level. Through the cockpit window, the damage was clear as day. Their port wing sheared off clean, like some giant hand had simply snapped it away. Fuel streamed from the wound, catching the sunlight. Damn, that's a lot of fuel, he thought. How long before? The bomber lurched again, nose dipping sharply. Hadrich's stomach clenched as the horizon swung wildly. The stick fought him, nothing like the responsive beast he knew. It was like trying to steer one of those old surplus trainers from flight school, only worse. Much worse. Report. The words snapped out of Hadrich's mouth before he could think. Eisenhardt's voice was a jumble of bad news. Number 1's gone. The whole fucking wingtip is just gone. Number 2's out, feathered. 3's surging. Fuel pressure dropping on all port tanks. By Valhalla, they were dropping like a stone. Ljungberg might as well have been reading their eulogy. Vertical speed 1,500 feet per minute and increasing. Altitude 18,500 and falling. Vargson, Sturmquist, any shoots from the other planes? Hadrich called out. No shoots in sight, skipper. Whole squadron's gone quiet, Vargson replied grimly. The implications hit Hadrich like a physical blow. Whatever was hitting them, it was too fast, too devastating for standard bailout procedures. They were being swatted from the sky like flies, with no chance to react. Nothing but static. Stenmark's silence confirmed what Hadrich already knew. They were on their own. No time to second-guess. The boys needed direction, needed him to be the teacher one last time. All stations, prepare to abandon ship, he said, surprised at the steadiness in his voice. Eisenhardt, engage automat. Stenmark, send Mayday on guard. Ljungberg, start bailout checklist. The moment hung there, suspended. Any second now? Keep her steady, keep her level. Just a little longer. Give the boys a chance. That's all that mattered now. Skipper. Sturmquist's voice cut through everything else. Oh God, not the kid. Waste hatches seized. Emergency release isn't budging. Hadrich felt his blood run cold. He looked at Eisenhardt, saw the same horrified realization in his co-pilot's eyes. Hang on, son, he said, already unbuckling his harness. I'm coming back. He squeezed past Eisenhardt, stumbling down the tilting fuselage towards the waste gun position. Sturmquist was there, face pale, yanking desperately at the hatch lever. Hadrich threw his weight against it. Nothing. He tried again, straining until his vision blurred. The hatch didn't budge. Damn it all to hell. Get me that fire axe, he shouted, pointing to the emergency kit. Vargson scrambled to obey, handing him the axe before preparing his own shoot. Hadrich swung the axe at the hatch's hinges, sparks flying. Once, twice, 3 times. Not even a dent. The axe slipped from his sweaty hands, clattering away. Sir, Eisenhardt's voice crackled over the intercom. 1 minute 30 to critical altitude. Think, damn it, think. What would he tell his students? What would he do if this were a classroom emergency? His hand fell to his sidearm. Could he shoot the lock? No, too risky. A ricochet in this tin can could kill them both. There was nothing left he could do. Sturmquist, Hadrich said, his voice low and pained. Son, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry, Skipper. The young private's voice cracked, understanding and fear bleeding through. Stenmark, Eisenhart. Hadrich continued, each word feeling like glass in his throat. Help the others out. We have to go. What? No, Sturmquist cried out. You can't. Please, sir, don't leave me. Please, please. I want to go home. Hadrich squeezed his eyes shut, Sturmquist's pleas cutting deeper than any wound. He'd failed. Failed as a leader, failed as a teacher. Failed this boy who'd trusted him with his life. Warm tears trickled from his eyes, filling up his goggles. I'm sorry. I can't. I'm sorry. He whispered again, knowing it would never be enough. May the gods watch over you, son. As he jumped into the cold air, the Guti Mon, and young Sturmquist with it, disappeared into the clouds below. Hadrich fell through the sky, the wind whipping at his face. He searched desperately for signs of his crew's parachutes, but saw nothing but empty air and distant explosions. As he neared the ground, a bitter realization settled over him. They had faced an enemy so advanced, so beyond their comprehension, that all their training, all their bravery, had meant nothing. It was nothing short of a miracle that they'd survived even when the other bombers had gone down instantly, in one shot each. He should be thankful to the gods that his crew even had the chance to bail out successfully. Yet, with the loss of Stormquist, it felt hollow. As Hadrich pulled his ripcord, the sudden jerk nearly knocked the wind out of him. The eerie silence of his descent was broken only by the whistle of wind through his parachute shrouds. Then, without warning, the air seemed to tear apart. Boom. The sound hit him like a physical force, rattling his teeth and vibrating through his chest. What in the Emperor's name? Then he saw them. Sleek shapes, moving faster than anything he'd ever seen, streaking across the sky. 1, 2, 4 of them, and even more. Their sharp silhouettes were unlike any aircraft he knew. Jets. Had to be. American jets. They were gone almost as soon as he spotted them, leaving only faint contrails high above. Another boom followed, the sound catching up with him moments after the jets had vanished. Sturmquist's excited words echoed in his mind. They say these new jets can outrun anything the Americans have. Level the playing field, you know? A bitter laugh escaped Hadrich's lips. Level the playing field? They weren't even playing the same game. As he continued his slow descent, Hadrich's eyes searched the horizon. The base where they'd launched from was too far to see, but he could imagine the panic there now. Did they even know what was coming? He thought of his students back home, of the lessons he'd taught about air warfare, about the pride of the GRA Valkan Air Force. What could he possibly teach them now? How could he explain this future that had somehow arrived years too soon? More pressingly, what the hell would he tell Sturmquist's parents? How could he face them, knowing he'd left their son behind? The ground was coming up fast now. Somewhere down there, amid fields and forests he once thought he knew, lay whatever fate awaited him. As an enemy, as a relic of a war that had suddenly become obsolete. Hadrich closed his eyes, bracing for impact. His last thought before touching down was of Sturmquist, in a silent prayer that at least the boy's end had come quickly. Chapter 202, Landfall. February 15th, 1641. Otaheitmu, 31st Marine Expeditionary Unit, 7th Fleet. USS America, LHA 6. The cool ocean breeze, the seagulls in the air, the warm sun, the huff and puff of a good cigar? Man, for all intents and purposes, this might as well have been Yokosuka. Damn near everything about this place reminded him of home, if not for the iron warships in the distance belching smoke. Like damn, was this a set for the final countdown too? Colonel Henson had seen some Muon ships here and there around the Holy Mauritial Empire, but seeing a whole fleet of these interwar-era dreadnoughts and cruisers in person was quite the sight. Almost beautiful, he had to admit. And then there were the Mauritial vessels, mixed in between. Shit, he couldn't even think of a reference for those. Most people he talked to saw their aesthetic as elven. Basic, but aptly fitting, given the golden pomp of their ships. That wasn't even mentioning the massive Mercedes-Benz logo flying in the air. What was it? A PAL Chimera. Crazy shit like that, plus the Odahite city skyline, plus the whole host of other weird anachronisms, all reminded him that yes, he was indeed in another world. Somehow, it seemed both normal and not. "Sir," a voice called out behind him. "We're preparing to go over docking procedures." If there was one sliver of normalcy in all this, it was his job. Even in another world, the USMC was still the USMC. Henson turned around, cigar still in his mouth. "All right, let's go." He followed the man to the bridge. Once there, he observed the ship's captain address the communications officer. "Raise the Odahite Port Authority on VHF Channel 6. Let's get harbor clearance and berthing procedures," the captain ordered. "Aye, sir. Raising them now." The lieutenant worked the comm system, and soon a voice came through the speaker. "Odahite Port Authority, this is Port Administrator Winton. Identify yourself and state your intentions." Even through the radio, the man's voice was unsteady, kind of like the announcer back during the World Leadership Conference when they'd first shown up. It made sense. It was probably the guys' first time seeing their ships. The captain replied, "This is Captain Chandler, commanding officer of the USS America. We're approaching the harbor and requesting clearance and berthing procedures. ETA 0940 hours." Port Administrator Winton responded, "Ah, Captain Chandler, welcome to Odahite. We've been expecting you. Can you confirm your vessel's particulars, please? Length, beam, and draft." The captain consulted the data on his console. Length is 257 meters, beam is 32 meters, and draft is 7.9 meters. "Right then, Captain. Please be advised of draft restrictions for approach channels leading to berth 3. The maximum allowable draft is 9 meters. The approach channel has been dredged to a depth of 12 meters. Henson glanced at the navigator, who nodded along at the information. Man, it was a good thing the captain and navigator knew what they were doing, 'cause parking a ship sure as hell wasn't his forte. All he knew was the basic dialogue. "Roger that, Port Administrator." The captain looked at the navigator for confirmation, then turned back to the radio. "Please provide the approach instructions." The port administrator responded. "Follow the marked approach channel buoys on bearing 270, speed 5 knots. Be aware of a 2-knot current running east-west. There is a shallow shoal 500 yards off the pier, clearly marked by buoys. Depth is 12 meters, Captain. Clearance is 50 meters. We've got a tidal window of 2 hours, 15 minutes. You should have no issues, but we'll have divers on standby just in case." At least Henson knew enough to recognize that the USS America would fit. The man himself said no issues, so might as well move on. "What's the security situation, Port Administrator?" the captain inquired. "Captain, we have 3 security teams on site. Our EOD units, with bomb-sniffing dogs, have completed their sweep and cleared the area. We're maintaining vigilance, but everything looks good for your deployment." "Roger, Port Administrator. We appreciate your efforts. Can you confirm our berthing schedule and dock allocation?" "Captain, you'll be docking at 0940 hours, berth 3. I'll send the berthing plan to your quartermaster. Anything you need, just let us know." The captain leaned over the mic. "Roger that, Port Administrator. We'll see you at 0940 hours." Henson took a seat as the conversation concluded. It was good to see the process run smoothly, even if he wasn't the one steering the ship. The ship slowly moved in after receiving clearance, following the pilot boat barely visible past the bow. Like molasses, the ship took damn near forever to actually slide in, but it eventually got there. Outside, the MUN security personnel established a perimeter around the dock. They knew what they were doing, thankfully. Or at least, they looked like they did. After a long-ass journey, he'd be pissed if he had to deal with any headaches the moment they made landfall. Henson watched as the last of the mooring lines were secured, the America now snug against the pier. Funny how their ship didn't look all that out of place anymore. Not with those floating Mercedes logos and golden elf boats around. Hell, in this mishmash of tech, the America might as well have been just another day at the office. He took one last drag of his cigar before stubbing it out. "Time to get to work. Keen," he called out. "Let's run through that checklist." Keen appeared with a tablet. "Standard stuff. Vehicles, comms, logistics. Check, check, check." Henson nodded along. This was just the start, an unfortunate revelation for his tired mind. They still needed to set up their command center and prep for rapid deployment to both the Malmund and Oster fronts before the GRA Valkyns could break through. Henson's eyes swept over Oda Height. Shit. For a second, there he could have been looking at Chicago or New York back in the 30s. Wait, no, maybe London? All that brick and smoke. Factories churning away like the war depended on it. Which, hell, it probably did. Wasn't Cartalpa's, that was for damn sure. Nowhere near as grand or shiny. But there was something about Oda Height that tugged at him, like flipping through his grandpa's old photos. Antique automobiles, real buttes, right alongside horse carts and a handful of imported Fords and Dodges like it was the most natural thing in the world. Funny how it all seemed so familiar and foreign at the same time. Like someone had taken a slice of home, twisted it just enough to make his brain itch, then sprinkled some magic shit on top for good measure. Renepolis this ain't, but damned if Oda Height didn't have its own kind of charm. Time traveler in his own hometown. That's what it felt like. He checked his watch. Still a good while before he'd set foot on land himself. Plenty of time to oversee the initial offload, make sure everything was running smooth as silk. Or at least, as smooth as any marine operation ever ran. First wave of Marines was already moving out, looking like ants from up here. Henson rubbed his chin, feeling the stubble. Needed a shave. Maybe after he got settled in at their new command center. He glanced below, seeing as his resident hero barked orders. Baker, recently promoted after a string of operations in the Far East against all kinds of demons, already doing what captains do best, looking busy and important. At least someone was keeping those boots in line. Baker squinted at his clipboard, the neat columns of numbers starting to blur. Christ, how long had they been at this? He glanced up, watching another striker roll off the ship. Yo, Cap, Nakamoto called out. Baker looked up, watching his buddy weave through the crowd. Tell me you've got good news. Sorta. Third platoon squared away, but we're short 2 crates of 40 Mike for second. Baker frowned. The hell? I thought we had that shit accounted for. Nakamoto scratched his head. Yeah, about that. DeGiorgi swears we had everything on the America, but what? Well, I was thinking. You remember that clusterfuck with the resupply schedules back in Okinawa? Okinawa? Now that was a name Baker hadn't heard in a while. But why it popped up here, he could already begin to guess. He groaned. What? From before the transference. The look on Nakamoto's face all but confirmed his little theory. Yeah, turns out it might still be on the Green Bay or the New Orleans. I've got Ramirez checking now. Christ, Baker muttered. All right, keep on it. Last thing we need is to start this shit show short on grenades. For real. Want me to head back up? Baker nodded. Nah, check with Ramirez first. Might save us a trip. Nakamoto said, pulling out his radio. As Nakamoto called Ramirez, Baker turned his attention back to the clipboard. Looks like they had about 70% of everything accounted for thus far. After a moment, Nakamoto lowered the radio. Ramirez is still looking. Says he'll get back to us in a few. Baker grunted in acknowledgement. I guess we'll find it eventually when the ships fully unload. Nakamoto said, leaning against a nearby crate. Man, can't believe we're back to this shit. I miss Esperanto. They watched the organized chaos of the dock for a moment. Another striker rolled by, a Marine hanging off the side, whooping like he was on a joyride. Baker raised an eyebrow. Miss what? The demons? The car chase? That dragon, what was it? Ajidaka. Nakamoto offered. He definitely didn't know if that was the right name or not, but it sure sounded like it. Sure. Come on, don't act like you didn't have fun, Nakamoto grinned. Remember when we called in that air strike on wannabe Ghidorah? A slow smile spread across Baker's face. Fuck me, that was something else. Best fireworks show I've ever seen. Right? Nakamoto's eyes lit up. And that goblin horde? It was like, what, 100 to 1? At least, Baker nodded. Felt like I was in Lord of the Rings or some shit. Nakamoto tilted his head, smirking. Fucked up? Bro, you were smiling damn near the entire time. Hell, I sure as shit was. And everyone else. Tom Cruise in a car chase under a kaiju. Man, good times, Baker sighed. Yeah, you're right. I sure do miss that. Sure as hell beats whatever we're doing now. Who knew inventory could be so boring after all that? Nakamoto couldn't be more sarcastic. Baker gestured at the cityscape behind them. At least the view's interesting. Check that out. Nakamoto looked up toward the Oda Heights skyline, dotted with a mix of old European, early NYC with its own version of the Empire State Building, and some other stuff he couldn't really tell. Yeah, I know, right? Like, okay, I'd probably think I time traveled here, But that. He pointed to a retro sci-fi looking building. Tell me about it. Baker agreed. Maybe they were trying to copy the Mauritius? Either way, I somehow thought they were kidding about Mu. Nakamoto gave a disbelieving chuckle. What? After seeing Cartalpas? Shit, after Esperanto and Topa and Calamik? The man did have a point. Even Baker couldn't guess why he thought they'd been kidding about Mu. Yup, somehow. Had to see it to believe it, even after all that. He was about to add something else when Nakamoto's radio stopped him. It crackled with Ramirez's voice. Finally got it. We've got all the equipment offloaded now. Copy that, Ramirez, Baker responded. Form up on the road. We're moving out in 5. He tilted his head over toward the road, walking alongside Nakamoto. Baker and Nakamoto approached the convoy. Their ride to the complex awaited, already fueled and crewed. "Aye, DeGiorgi," Baker called out, striding over to him. "All present and accounted for, sir," DeGiorgi replied, handing Baker the attendance and inventory sheet. "Everyone and everything's accounted for. We're ready to go." Baker scanned the list, his eyes moving quickly down the rows of names and equipment. Good, good. Any issues with the comms or the NAV systems? Negative, sir, DeGiorgi said. Everything's so far so good. Baker nodded. With the final checks complete, he gave the order to move out. The convoy rumbled through the port's perimeter, guided by a Muin truck. Rows of warehouses and cargo containers stared back at them. Thankfully, stare back was all they did. Action was great, but he knew just how awful it was to be on the receiving end of a terrorist ambush. The short ride was uneventful, though they did seem to be almost a good hour ahead of schedule. Their destination soon came into view. He took in the command center as the tires squealed to a halt. The concrete slab wasn't pretty, but at least the Muins had done the courtesy of building something new instead of repurposing an old warehouse. He stepped out, groaning as he stretched his arms and back. His men had already begun unloading, starting with the pallets for the second, the crates of 40 Mike they'd nearly lost earlier. Good. Wouldn't want to lose that again. Baker nodded to Nakamoto. Let's get inside. And so the setup began. They'd already received a layout of the place from the Muins, but a lot of the guys seemed to have slacked off in really internalizing it, probably thinking they could get away with relying on the signs. That alone slowed them down quite a bit, even with something as basic as moving supplies from the convoy to the rooms inside. Individually, the tasks weren't tough, but man did they add up, especially when it came to stuff the Muins couldn't set up, like the cables and routers. At least the place had electricity, though, which meant working lights and AC the moment they stepped inside. Baker couldn't really complain too much. That task fell instead to the team working in the garage, which was a bit too small to accommodate all of the toys they'd brought with them. Not that it needed to, apparently. Baker. Captain Baker. Colonel Henson's voice boomed as he entered the command center. The man's swagger was as bold as the puffs from his cigar. Of course, the reason why the garage didn't need to accommodate the vehicles just so happened to be the same reason why Baker sometimes hated this job. Hope you're not getting too cozy, Captain. Your timetable just got pushed up. You're leaving tomorrow to set up a secondary FOB in Lorno, smack dab in the Malmund Mountains. Chapter 203, Landfall 2. Lornomu. Baker had seen worse air bases, but this one wasn't exactly going to win any awards. The buildings looked like they'd been thrown together, and the aircraft shelters seemed to be held together with wire and hope. The airbase was a mess of mismatched structures, like they'd been built by different people at different times. There were old-fashioned biplane fighters parked on the apron, their canvas wings looking fragile and outdated. A few battered trucks and motorcycles were scattered around, but it was clear the Muins were struggling to keep their gear in working order. The whole place was covered in a patchwork of netting and branches, like they'd tried to blend it into the surrounding trees. A handful of sandbagged emplacements dotted the perimeter, with what looked like old Maxim guns poking out. Baker's eyes narrowed. Those things were ancient. The whole place felt like it was held together with twine and prayers, like the Muins were just waiting for the other shoe to drop. Honestly, it was a miracle that the GRA Valkans hadn't bombed this place yet. Maybe they were too busy pounding the Muin cities to bother with a backwater airbase like this one. Or maybe they just hadn't found it yet, hidden away as it was in the trees. Nakamoto pointed to the group of Muins waiting by the gate. Looks like our hosts are ready for us. They were a rough-looking bunch, dressed in a mix of modern American gear. Baker spotted a few sets of advanced body armor, some M4s, and what looked like a pair of night vision goggles on one guy's helmet, and Muin uniforms. Some of the less fortunate ones had to stick with bolt-action rifles and the toys they'd produced themselves. Baker eyed them for a second. No obvious signs of trouble, but you never know. All right, let's get this over with, he said, opening his door. The lead Muin truck stopped at the gate, and their driver followed suit. Baker hopped out, stretching his legs and taking a look around. Baker got out of the Humvee and looked around. Nakamoto nodded towards the gate. Our hosts are waiting. Baker and Nakamoto walked over to the gate, where a young Muin officer was waiting. He saluted. Captain Baker, I am assuming. I am Lieutenant Vex. Altak, Ite Commander Jorel Fair debriefen. Colonel Brayton's already there. Baker returned the salute. Lieutenant, what's the plan for our convoy? Vex nodded. We've got a team ready to give a hand while unloading the supplies, sir. They'll get stuck into it right away. What the hell was he saying? A team ready to give a hand with unloading the supplies? Well, all right then. Baker nodded and turned to Nakamoto. Make sure to prioritize the medical supplies and ammo, yeah? Nakamoto acknowledged. I'll go make sure everything gets unloaded smoothly. You go meet with Jorel, Captain. With that, he headed back towards the convoy. The man coordinated with the Muin personnel, directing the convoy's vehicles into empty garages set aside just for them. While they worked in the background, Baker noticed Vex staring at the ACVs like they'd just landed from Mars or whatever other planet floated around in Alicia's solar system. What's of these then? He asked, his eyes bugging out. ACVs, Baker said, walking alongside him. Armored transports, just better, and probably able to take out a wilder head-on, though I definitely wouldn't recommend it. Vex paused, eyes catching something else. Oh, this was gonna be good. And your tanks, ye say? Baker nodded. Yeah, they're. Well, we call them bookers, but yeah, they're basically tanks. I mean, they're armored, they've got a big gun, but don't tell the armor guys I said that. They get all bent out of shape when you call them tanks. Why, they're, fair wee beasties, aren't they? And they look angular. I mean, they're no as big and sturdy as Jan Valky Wilders. Are they really effective against they monsters? The guy's accent started to make a bit more sense to Baker. Fair wee beasties? Yeah, that was something he definitely understood. Hey now, size ain't everything. You know, motion in the ocean? Och, I see what Yuri getting at, Captain. Yuri's saying they may no be as big, but they've got it where it counts, right? Like a wee dram o' whiskey. It may no be much to look at, but it'll put hair on your chest. But I am no sure I want to be rallying on just a wee bit o' firepower against those Valky Wilders. They're bonny beasts, but they're beasts nonetheless. Oh no, Baker corrected. These things really do pack a punch. I mean, yeah, they're quick, but they hit harder than Wilders, that's for sure. Vex raised an eyebrow. Still suspicious, but Baker couldn't blame him. Fair dues. Captain, I'll take your word for it. If ye say they can take doon a Wilder, I'll no argue. Obvi seen some strange things in my time, but a wee tank talking doon a beastie like that? That's a sight I'd like to see. I hope Yuri right. Fair Arsake. Baker checked his watch. Yeah, maybe you'll like what we've got coming in next. Vex looked around. It didn't take long for confusion to return to his face. What's of that racket? He asked. Baker knew the sound, from dozens of rides and a few real memorable instances of CAS. That would be our helicopters, plus an Osprey. Vex stared into the distance, finally pinning the direction of the noise. Helicopters? His eyes widened. Yeah, instead of a propeller out on front, it's got a propeller on top. I guess. Baker scratched his head. You're probably better off asking an engineer about the differences. Vex stared back at him with a look he had come to enjoy. The same one he encountered when the various people in Filades and even Myrishant caught sight of a fancy American toy. Shock and awe. Admittedly, Baker couldn't tell him one bit about the mechanical differences between a helicopter and plane, other than that the former was referred to as rotary wing. But he did know one thing a guy like Vex would certainly understand. What I can tell you, though, is that these babies are tank killers. Our bookers can easily match the Valkys on the ground, but the Vipers? Valkys won't even be able to touch them. I'm no sure I'll believe ye, Captain. Yuri telling me these Vipers can take doon a Valky's armor YEs? That's a mighty big claim. Baker shrugged. Looked like the guy needed to see it to believe it. If you're lucky, maybe the commander will let you come along for a joyride. Vex snorted. I'd like to see that, Captain. Baker smiled. Well, let's go find out what the commander has in mind. Baker followed Vex to the commander's office. Vex knocked on the door, and a voice from inside called out, "Enter." Vex opened the door and gestured for Baker to enter. "Aft ye, Captain." Baker walked in, and Vex followed close behind. Commander Jorel looked up from his desk, his expression serious. "Ah, thank you, Lieutenant. If you'd give us the room, please." Well, there went the poor guy's chances of asking for a joyride. Vex saluted, then exited the room. "Now, you must be Captain Baker. Welcome to Lorno. I am Commander Jorel." Baker nodded, taking in the commander's worn expression. "Commander." He glanced at Colonel Brayton, who had arrived a little bit ahead of them. "Sir." Jorel waved a hand at the chair across from his desk. "Do sit, Captain. We've a bit of a situation on our hands." Baker sat, looking around the cramped office. Maps and papers covered every inch of wall space, and a large wooden board in the corner had a hand-drawn diagram of the Malmund Mountains, highlighting the GRA Valkan forces' controlled territory. The situation looked dire. "So, what's the story, Commander?" Baker asked, turning back to Jorel. Jorel leaned back in his chair, steepling his fingers. "The GRA Valka's empire is making a frightful nuisance of themselves, Captain. They've assembled an armored brigade, approximately 150 tanks, including 36 wilders, and are attempting to break through our lines at the Malmund Mountains choke point." He gestured to the map on the wall, pointing to the 12th Infantry Regiment's position. "Lorno's our last stronghold before the mountains, and we're stretched thin. If we lose this, they'll have a clear run at the rest of Mu." "And the front lines?" Brayton asked. Jorel's expression turned grim. "We're a bit thin on the ground, Colonel. The 12th Infantry Regiment is holding the choke point, but we've had to resort to hit squads and guerrilla tactics in the mountains to slow the GRA Valkans down. Our artillery support is limited, and we're struggling to keep up with their pace." He leaned forward, his eyes locking onto Brayton's. "We can't keep this up for much longer, Captain. Intel suggests the GV will bring in air support soon and have already started bombarding Kilsing with artillery. Between their armor, artillery, and air support, I don't imagine Kilsing holding for longer than a couple days." "Well, as it happens, I may have just the thing or two." Jorel's eyebrows shot up. "Really, Colonel? Do tell." Brayton leaned forward, his elbows on his knees. "Yeah, we've got an infantry company, a ACV platoon, and a platoon of M10 Bookers. Throw in a mortar section and our air support, and we've got ourselves a party." "I say, Colonel, I'm not entirely au fait with some of those terms," Jorel admitted, looking a bit sheepish. "Right, sorry." Brayton scratched his chin. "Okay, so the Bookers? They're our armor. But better. They can dance with hounds and wilders, no problem. And the ACVs are like, well, they're armored transports that can punch above their weight class." Jorel nodded slowly, his brow furrowed. "And what about your air support, Colonel?" "That's where it gets fun," Brayton grinned. "We've got Venoms for transport, an Osprey that's basically if a plane and a helicopter had a baby, and Vipers, attack helicopters. Now those are the real tank killers, quite literally designed to kill tanks, specifically, and any other armored vehicles, or people, though it'd be a bit messy. Your GRA Valkan friends won't know what hit him." Jorel leaned in, his voice ironically a little less grim despite the grisly details. "That's all very impressive, Colonel. But how do you suggest we deploy all this?" The colonel stood up, walking over to the map on the wall. "Well, that's the beauty of it. We're not here to take over. We're here to back you up. We'll be focusing on providing support, air, armor, transport, where needed. We've got the fancy toys. You've got the men and know the lay of the land. Put M together, and we can make life real interesting for the GRA Valkans." He pointed to various spots on the map as he spoke. "We can use the infantry to shore up your positions or work with your mountain teams. The ACVs can run rapid response or recon. And the Bookers and Vipers? We'll be able to completely wipe out their armor, no problem." Jorel joined him at the map, his eyes scanning the terrain. "This could just work, Colonel. Our communication systems are a bit antiquated, shall we say." "Yeah, figured as much," Brayton nodded. "Don't sweat it. We brought some extra radios and comm gear. We'll get your guys set up, make sure we're all reading from the same sheet music." The commander's face broke into a tired smile. "Well, Colonel, this is the first bit of cheering news I've had in weeks, I must say." He paused, his expression serious again, but with hope laced under it. Now, about your supply needs. Brayton opened his mouth to respond, but a sharp knock at the door cut him off. Enter, Jorel called out. A young Muin officer burst in, out of breath and wide-eyed. Sir, urgent word from the front, sir. Jorel was on his feet in an instant. Out with it, man. What's the situation? The officer swallowed hard. Sir, the 12 THs in a spot of bother. GRA Valkyns VE broken through their left flank, sir. There is skin for backup, pronto, or they'll be forced to withdraw, sir. Brayton looked at Jorel, whose face had gone ash-gray. The commander turned to Baker, his voice tight. Colonel, I say, can you possibly dash? Say no more, Brayton cut in. He ran a hand through his hair. All right, we can send out the Bookers and Vipers soon after. That'll be our fastest solution, and I say fastest lightly. Jorel's eyes widened. That could work, by Jove. How soon can they be ready? The colonel grimaced. That's the catch. The Vipers just touched down not long ago. They need to refuel and run post-flight checks. Can't rush that unless we want him falling out of the sky. And the Bookers? They're closer to ready, but we still need to top off their tanks and run a quick maintenance check. Don't want him breaking down halfway to the front. Jorel's face fell. How long, Colonel? Time is of the essence. Baker wasn't really privy to the logistics side of things from their air combat element, but he could guess at a few things. Their Vipers would be touching down shortly. They'd need refueling, but this backwater airbase didn't exactly have jet fuel on tap. The crews and aviation technicians were already in the midst of assembling what they'd brought with them, but it'd still take time. And diagnostics? In this place? Forget about it. The Bookers were a different story. They could be ready to roll in about an hour, tops. Just needed to top off the tanks, run a quick systems check. But the Vipers? Hell, setting up shop here was like trying to run an F1 pit crew in the middle of a cornfield. For hours minimum. And that was if the maintenance boys pulled off a minor miracle. More likely 5 or 6, and that was being optimistic. Brayton confirmed Baker's thoughts. An hour for the Bookers, maybe 4 for the Vipers. 6 tops. The young officer shifted nervously. Sir, time's running out for the 12th, sir. They need support ASAP, or they'll be overrun, sir. Brayton nodded grimly. I know, kid, but we gotta play the hand we're dealt. He turned back to Jorel. Look, we can get the Bookers moving first. They can at least slow down the GRA Valkyns until the Vipers are ready to join the party. Jorel nodded, relief and worry warring on his face. It'll have to do, I suppose. I just hope your Bookers are as good as you say they are, Colonel. Trust me, Brayton said, already heading for the door. They're better. Chapter 204, The Battle of Malmund Pass. Fort Hammer. Malmund Pass, Moo. First Lieutenant Sam Bennett leaned back in his seat before popping his head out of the Booker's hatch as his unit rolled through the gates of Fort Hammer. Dust swirled in the air as he took in the base. Just a mess of tents and buildings scattered like someone forgot where everything went. They probably never expected any fighting to reach this place. Not from their previous neighbors, the Leophorians, nor from these new aggressors, the GRA Valkyns. But hey, at least it had a decent perimeter set up. The Muins had done well enough with what they had. He glanced at the orders on his tablet one more time before stowing it away. The colonel wanted them to link up with the local commander, a Major Cal Torvin, and get the lay of the land. Well, that was just fine by him. It was about time they got some action. He guided his platoon to the designated staging area, the engines growling as the tanks came to a stop. Bennett hopped out, squinting against the harsh sunlight. Another day, another dust bowl. At least this one had a bit of shade. A Muin soldier approached, snapping off a salute. First Lieutenant Bennett, Major Torvin is waiting for you in the command center. Bennett tipped his helmet. Much obliged. Y'all got any chow around here? My boys are mighty hungry after that drive. The soldier pointed towards a nearby building. The mess hall is over there. Help yourself. Appreciate it. Bennett turned to his platoon sergeant. Sarge, get the men squared away and grab some grub. I'll go see what the major's got cooking. As he made his way to the command center, Bennett found himself grinning like an idiot, butterflies churning in his stomach. The Bookers were here, and they were fixin' to give those GRA Valkyns some bitches a taste of American firepower. Inside the command center, Major Cal Torvin hunched over a map table, barely noticing his entrance. Bennett cleared his throat. Ah, First Lieutenant Bennett. Glad you could join us, Torvin said, looking up from the map. Bennett nodded. Likewise, Major. We're raring to go. What's the situation looking like? Torvin tapped the map. The GRA Valkyns overran our position on the left flank of the pass yesterday. Everyone's fallen back to this very base. Intel reports they're now massing approximately 150 armored units 20 kilometers north, including at least 30 Wilder tanks. They're expected to launch an offensive within the next 12 hours, likely targeting our last defensive line here at Malmund Pass. Bennett leaned in, studying the map. A slow smile spread across his face. This was the kind of party he and his boys had been itching for. For Bookers, for LAVs, and 2 Humvees against an entire army. The first tank battle between Uncle Sam and wannabe Kraut. He'd heard stories of 73 Easting from his pops, and oh boy was this situation looking a hell of a lot more decisive. Shit, whatever goes down in the next few hours might even be immortalized. All right, Major, lay it on me. Where are you thinking of putting us? Torvin's finger traced a path along the map. We're considering setting up an ambush here at Devil's Gulch. It's a narrow valley that'll funnel their armor. Bennett glanced at the ridge and then the valley. High ground, narrow path, easy backpedaling. The Vakis were completely and utterly cooked. That ridge to the north, what's the elevation? About 50 meters above the valley floor. Bennett nodded. We can get hull-down positions there. Use that extra elevation to extend our range. He tapped the valley. This choke point will negate their numbers too. They'll be bumper to bumper down there. Torvin looked skeptical. Bennett couldn't blame him. You really think 4 of your tanks can handle their entire armored division? Bennett grinned. Major, our Bookers are a century ahead of those Wilders. And hey, don't knock the LAVs and Humvees. They may not look it, but they can pack a mighty punch. Torvin still didn't seem convinced. To be fair, if he were in Torvin's shoes, he wouldn't be able to imagine the equivalent of an armored transport and armored car taking on heavy tanks. Trust me, this ain't gonna be a fair fight. Their effective range is what, 2,000 meters at best? Can't move while shooting, got nothing on Sabo or tow missiles, and they'll be tripping over each other in that choke point. Hell, I almost feel bad for him. He turned back to the map, pointing to specific spots on the ridge. We'll position like this. My tank here for overwatch, 2 on the flanks for crossfire, and 1 in reserve. Each tank will be responsible for its sector of fire. If they try to rush us, we'll fall back in alternating bounds. Meanwhile, our buddies rain hell from the valley. Torvin's brow furrowed. I wish we could offer more support. Our artillery's running low after yesterday's barrage, and what little air support we have is tied up elsewhere. Not that it was much of an issue, especially with Vipers coming in. No worries, Major. This is what we're here for. A tank-on-tank throwdown is just our style. He straightened up, his expression turning serious. I won't lie, Major. They've got numbers, but that's about all they've got. Our main concern's gonna be ammo conservation. We've got enough to take out their entire force, but we need to make every shot count. Torvin met his gaze, nodding firmly. We'll have our remaining forces in reserve back at the base. We're low on anti-armor, but we're ready to counterattack if needed. Bennett nodded. All right, I'd better get my boys moving. We'll need time to set up. Outside, he found his crew lounging near their Booker, munching on their own MREs. No offense to the Muin stuff. All right, boys, chow time's over. We've got ourselves a turkey shoot. His gunner, Specialist Cooper, perked up. Finally gonna let the big girl sing, LT? Oh, she's gonna sing all right. And those Vakis are about to join the choir invisible. As they mounted up, Bennett filled them in on the plan. The Booker's engine roared to life, a low rumble that got his heart racing. Normally, it was a standard excitement, being able to handle one of the military's new toys. This time, it was even more pronounced. They were ready to make history. They rolled out, the other 3 tanks falling in behind. The trek to Devil's Gulch took the better part of an hour. Bennett took the time to enjoy a quick meal, since he barely had time earlier. Once done, he stood in the hatch, scanning the terrain. Good cover, clear fields of fire. Hell, it was even better in person. This was gonna work just fine. It didn't take long before they were settled in. The Bookers nestled into their spots like deadly metal turtles. Honestly, the only thing that took long was the attack. Another hour later and the GRA Valkyns were yet to show up. No dust in the distance. No advance updates from the Muin scouts ahead. Nothing. Finding some time to kill, Bennett turned to his gunner. Hey Coop, you catch that Muin sergeant's accent earlier? Cooper snorted. Yeah, Sounded like he walked straight out of Downton Abbey or some shit. I know, right? Bennett shook his head. Never expected these Mewans to sound like they're about to offer us tea and crumpets. Castillo chimed in from his seat. My gran would lose her mind. She's obsessed with those British period dramas. Hell, maybe we should introduce him to some proper Southern drawl. Bennett grinned. Teach him how real English is spoken. Sergeant Lee's voice cropped up. You mean butchered, sir? Watch it, Sergeant, Bennett mock warned. Or I'll have you reciting y'all 50 times before bed. Sir, with all due respect, I'd rather eat whatever they got back at that Mewan base. Huang shot back. Bennett winced. Damn, Lee. That's cold. You know what gets me? Castillo said. How they all sound like they're from different parts of Britain. That one captain we met earlier? Pure Cockney. Cooper chuckled. Yeah, and remember that logistics guy? Straight up Irish. Full kilts and shit. I could barely understand a word he said. Bruh, kilts is Scottish, dipshit, Huang said. Then why'd he talk Irish then? Cooper countered. Castillo hummed, thinking up a response. Fuck if I know, dude. Maybe the Irish counterparts here got the kilt culture? It's like they raided the BBC for voice actors. Bennett mused. Next thing you know, we'll run into someone who sounds like the Queen herself. Huang snorted. Can you imagine? We are most displeased with these GRA Valkan rapscallions. The terrible impression set off a round of laughter. Seriously, though, Bennett said once the chuckles died down. Why the hell they all sound British? I mean, what are the odds? Maybe it's some kind of universal translator thing, Cooper suggested. Like in Star Trek. It's just defaulting to British because, I don't know, the universe has a sense of humor? Castillo piped up. Or maybe Britain secretly colonized this world centuries ago. They do have a history of that sort of thing, right? Huang drawled. Because that makes perfect sense. The British Empire's reach extended to other dimensions. What? They pulled a manifest fantasy and we never knew about it. Hey, you got a better explanation? Castillo shot back. Bennett shook his head, grinning. All right. New game. Best British impression wins. Loser has to try eating that slop they got back at Fort Hammer. What followed was a series of increasingly ridiculous attempts at British accents, each more outrageous than the last. Bennett found himself laughing so hard his sides hurt. Oi, governor, Cooper wheezed in a truly awful Cockney accent. Fancy a spot of tea before we go murdering these GRA Valkan tossers? Oh, good heavens, Castillo responded in a posh tone. I do believe it's time for elevenses. Shall we pause the war for cucumber sandwiches? Lee's attempt at a Scottish accent was so bad, it was nearly unintelligible, sending everyone into fresh fits of laughter. As the laughter died down, Bennett wiped tears from his eyes. Christ, I think my ears are bleeding. You all suck at this. Like you could do better, sir, Huang challenged. Bennett cleared his throat dramatically. Now see here, old chap, he said in his best upper-crust English accent. These -GRA Valkans are being most unsporting. I say we give them a jolly good thrashing, what? There was a moment of silence before Cooper spoke up. Damn, LT. That was actually pretty good. Yeah, where'd you learn to do that? Castillo asked. Bennett grinned. Would you believe I did community theater in high school? Played Algernon in The Importance of Being Earnest. No shit. Huang sounded impressed. Hidden depths, sir. Cooper started, but he was cut off by a new transmission coming from one of the Mewan scouts. Longhorn Actual, Mewan Observer Post 3. Enemy in sight. Stop. Large column of armored vehicles approaching from north-northwest. Stop. Estimated 80 to 100 vehicles, including heavy tanks. Stop. Speed approximately 15 miles per hour. Stop. We'll reach your position in quarter hour. Stop. Awaiting orders. Over. Bennett responded. Roger that. Observer Post 3. Good work. Fall back to your secondary positions. Longhorn out. He switched to the platoon channel. All right, boys, party's over. You heard the man. We've got 15 minutes. I want final checks on all systems. Cooper, make sure that main gun's ready. Already on it, LT, Cooper replied. Bennett scanned the horizon, finally spotting the telltale dust clouds in the distance. His heart rate picked up, a mix of anticipation and nerves settling in his gut. This was it, the moment they'd been waiting for. All Longhorn elements, sound off. Give me status reports. One by one, his tank commanders reported in. All systems green, weapons loaded, crews ready. Good. He shared his platoon's readiness with the LAV 25 platoon and the pair of Humvees that traveled alongside them. The dust clouds grew larger, and Bennett could now make out the dim shapes of vehicles through his optics. The GRA Valken armored column was impressive, he had to admit, but they had no idea what they were in for. All Longhorn elements, confirm your sectors of fire, Bennett ordered, his voice crisp and professional. Remember your priority targets. Wilders first, then command vehicles. Maintain fire discipline and stick to the ROE. A series of affirmatives came back over the radio as each tank commander confirmed their assigned sector and understanding of the rules of engagement. Bennett then spoke to his gunner. Cooper, you got eyes on that lead vehicle yet? Affirmative, sir, Cooper replied. Looks like a Wilder. Range, 3,800 meters and closing. Bennett nodded to himself. Good. We'll let them get a bit closer. Stand by. The dust clouds grew larger, and Bennett could now make out the dim shapes of vehicles through his optics. The GRA Valken armored column was impressive, he had to admit, but they had no idea what they were in for. All Longhorn elements, Bennett said over the platoon net. Engage. Chapter 205, The Battle of Malmund Pass, 2. Malmund Pass, Mu. All Longhorn elements, Bennett said over the platoon net. Engage. The valley lit up with the blasts of their cannons, the retort of the LAV's chain guns, and the screeching of toes from the Humvees and the LAVs that happened to be of the AT variant. Joining in were occasional thumps from an M252 mortar launched by their lone LAVM. Bennett watched through his optics as the GRA Valken column rolled into view, his unit still well beyond the effective range of the enemy's outdated guns. He smiled grimly. A battle? More like target practice. Bennett's voice cut through the intercom. Target, Wilder, 12 o'clock, 3,200 meters. Identified. Cooper responded immediately. The fire control system quickly calculated the firing solution. On the way, Cooper called out, squeezing the trigger. The Booker shuddered as its main gun fired, the boom reverberating through Bennett's body. Through his sight, he watched the round streak downrange, leaving a faint trail in the air. In less than 2 seconds, it struck the GRA Valken tank dead center. The APFSDS round punched through the outdated armor like it was tissue paper, spalling the interior. Bennett knew the crew inside was dead instantly, turned to pink mist by the hypervelocity fragments of their own tank's armor. The GRA Valken column lurched to a stop, clearly caught off guard by the hit from beyond their visual range. The stricken tank sat motionless, a small hole in its turret the only external sign of the devastation within. Then, as the tank's ammunition began to cook off, secondary explosions ripped through the vehicle. Only now did it erupt into flames, a pillar of black smoke rising into the sky. Tanks facing 25mm APDSD rounds didn't fare any better, the thick Wilder armor melting in the face of modern Sabo technology. The toes? Well, they damn near annihilated their targets. And the 81mm mortars? Hell, the enemy's clumped-up light armor didn't stand a chance. The message was clear. The GRA Valkens were hopelessly outmatched. By then, they'd already moved on. Target destroyed, Cooper reported, already scanning for the next threat. Load Sabo, Bennett ordered. Up, came Castillo's response moments later. As the loader rammed another round home, Bennett's eyes gleamed as he surveyed the battlefield. Hot damn, they were completely disarrayed. Tank after tank, trapped in the kill zone like it was some kind of parade. Their front line was thrown into chaos, vehicles scrambling to reverse only to bump into a traffic jam of their own design. This wasn't a battle, it was a goddamn shooting gallery. Part of him almost felt bad. Almost. But mostly, he was itching to see what these Bookers could really do. All that training, all those simulations, this was the real deal. The Vakis should have had their own simulations. Or did they? Who knows if they'd actually studied up on what they'd done in Loria, in Parpaldia, and in the Gramius continent. Granted, there weren't that many examples of Abrams, let alone Bookers, in action, but surely they would have realized what American firepower looked like. Target, Wilder, 11 o'clock, 3,100 meters, Bennett called out. Identified. On the way, another boom, another explosion in the distance. Target destroyed. Traversing right. Shit. Was this what his granddaddy felt like with his Sherman, facing off against those tigers? Except this time, the tables had turned. The GRA Valkens were bringing knives to a gunfight, and Bennett's crew had the biggest, baddest gun on the block. No time to philosophize, though. They were here to do a job, and by God, they were going to do it with style. And the poor Vakis? Hell, they were getting taught a real lesson in war, assuming any of them lived to learn it. Again and again their gun thumped, pumping 105 millimeters downrange. All the Wilders at the front had been reduced to nothing but smoldering heaps of scrap metal, and their lightly armored buddies were next. The Booker's systems allowed them to engage multiple targets in rapid succession, far faster than the GRA Valkyns could even dream of responding. Bennett keyed his radio. Longhorn, 2, multiple targets, 1 o'clock, range 3,900 to 4,100. Roger that, engaging, came their commander's reply. Bennett watched as 3 more GRA Valkyn vehicles erupted into flames, victims of Longhorn 2's deadly accuracy. The valley floor was quickly becoming a graveyard of burning metal and smoke. Good shooting, Longhorn 2, Bennett said. All Longhorn elements, keep pushing. Don't let up. The ridge had been a blessing. That's what Coons told himself, even as his hands itched to fire something, anything. It was quiet here, not in terms of sound of course, but in activity. He could only listen as their comrades were getting torn apart on the other side, one by one, like a goddamn firing squad out there. The worst part? He had no idea who was doing the shooting. The transmissions coming in were jumbled, a mess of screaming voices and static. What was the last one? Dead before we even saw them. Something like that. He leaned back in his seat, tapping a finger against the side of the hatch. Well, boys, looks like we're up next. Just waiting our turn at the meat grinder. Neil, his gunner, let out a shaky laugh. At least we're still in one piece. Coons glanced at him and forced a grin. Yeah, until they decide to take a peek over this ridge and punch our ticket. It wasn't much of a comfort. They were safe for now, but only because they hadn't poked their heads up yet. He could feel the tension humming beneath his crew's half-hearted attempts at banter. The Wilders' systems purred beneath him, ready for action, but their full complement of ammo was just dead weight right now. It was like sitting on a time bomb and wondering if they'd be around when it went off. He eyed the control panel like a lover he didn't know how to talk to anymore. All that time together, all those experiences, and yet, it felt like they were being hunted by something they couldn't even comprehend. The garbled comms came to life again. Another hit, another Wilder down. And all from what? Some kind of high-tech American long-range voodoo weapon? That's what the rumors were, anyway. Coons felt a spike of irritation. Of course, the brass would send them out here without telling them what they were really up against. Politicians loved a good speech about honor and country, but never had to face whatever invisible death was cutting through his men like butter. High-tech precision death from nowhere, and here he was, still squatting behind a ridge with his whole crew intact. Not for long, he sighed, glancing at the ridge that had kept them alive so far. Hell, we haven't even fired a shot, and half the platoon's already gone. Maybe we should stay right here, sir, Neil suggested, half serious. Coons rubbed his chin, eyes narrowing at the horizon. He knew the others were thinking the same thing. Staying put meant they wouldn't draw fire. But it also meant waiting until someone got curious and sent a round straight through their turret. Not exactly his idea of survival. He'd rather go down swinging. He cracked his knuckles and looked at his loader, Taryn, who was busy checking the rounds for the 100th time. Taryn, you ever wonder if we should have stayed in the workshop instead of this glorious career of getting vaporized in a steel coffin? Taryn grunted. Nah, pays better. Coons let out a dry laugh. Well, I'm sure the brass will send our families a nice postcard when this is over. Thanks for your service. Here's a medal for that hole where your torso used to be. Then it happened. A metallic thud slammed through the tank, and the Wilder shuddered hard enough to rattle the loose bolts. Coons' heart leapt to his throat, and his eyes snapped toward the source of the sound. Turret hit. Only grazed, judging by the lack of explosions and flames, but the tank had shuddered hard enough to make him sweat. He gripped his seat, heart racing as the tank settled back into stillness. Status, he barked. Neil called out, panic edging into his voice. Turret's jammed, sir. We took a hit on the housing. Feels like it nearly tore through. No rotation. We're dead in the water. Coons' heart sank. Nearly tore through. The Wilder's armor wasn't built for this kind of punishment. The round had hit hard enough to jar the entire turret, and from the grinding sound of the mechanisms, it was a miracle the thing hadn't blown them all to pieces right then and there. Another hit, though? They wouldn't be so lucky. Coons cursed under his breath, wiping the sweat from his brow. So that was it. They were sitting ducks now. The worst possible situation. They couldn't fight back, couldn't move their main gun, and the enemy knew where they were. It wouldn't be a graze next time. He leaned forward, gripping the comms unit. He didn't trust anyone else's orders right now, especially from the idiots sending them into this. All the rhetoric in the world wasn't going to stop them from getting torn apart by an enemy they couldn't even see. Shit, Terran muttered from the back. They'll blow us to hell if we stick around. Coons nodded grimly. He knew Terran was right. The thought of peeking out now, turret jammed, no chance to fire back? Suicide. There was no point risking the entire crew just to get a visual. All right, listen up, Coons said, forcing calm into his voice. We're bailing. We're behind cover right now, and that's the only advantage we've got left. We'll make for the rocks and figure out our next move. Neil swallowed. You sure? If we leave this thing, we're sitting ducks on foot. Coons clenched his jaw. They were already sitting ducks inside. At least outside, they had a chance to move. Staying in the tank was nothing but a death sentence now. He took a deep breath and met his crew's eyes, one by one. We're more useful alive than dead in this coffin. We move fast, we stay low, and we might just make it out of here. Terran was already at the hatch. I'll take my chances out there. Better than sitting here waiting for a second hit. Coons couldn't argue with that. He'd tinkered with this tank, worked on it for months, trusted it to keep them safe. But right now, it was nothing more than a bullseye for whatever high-tech horror was hunting them down. There was no shame in bailing out. The Wilder was dead. They didn't have to be. On my mark, Coons said, tightening his grip on the hatch release. He could feel the weight of the decision pressing down on him. They were behind cover, sure, but the next move was crucial. If they hesitated, if they made too much noise or stuck their heads out at the wrong time, fuck it. He hadn't heard any small arms fire, so they would probably be fine. They had to go now. Mark, the hatch swung open, and the crew scrambled out into the dirt. Coons hit the ground, rolling to the side, heart pounding in his chest as he pressed himself flat against the ridge. He could hear the distant thump of enemy fire, but for now, their position held. We're clear, Neil whispered, crawling beside him. Coons exhaled slowly, the tension in his shoulders easing just a little. They had made it. For the moment, anyway. All right, Coons muttered, peeking over the ridge. Now let's see what the hell we're up against. He squinted, blinking through the dust and smoke that drifted across the valley. His heart pounded in his chest, but even from this distance, the shapes were unmistakable. American tanks, sleek and massive, lined up like predators waiting to pounce. They were maybe 3 kilometers out, and it was clear why his comrades hadn't stood a chance. He was no stranger to tank designs, but these things looked like something out of a nightmare. Even at this range, they were methodical, deadly. 3 kilometers. Maybe 4. Could they see him? He scanned the horizon, but the Americans were motionless now, their barrels cooling. There was no movement in his direction. Not yet, anyway. His eyes darted to the battlefield below. Carnage. Absolute carnage. Wilder tanks, once the pride of their columns, now littered the valley like broken toys, some burning, others nothing more than smoldering heaps of scrap metal. Some crews had already thrown in the towel. A few tanks had white flags raised, fluttering limply in the haze, and some of the crews were out in the open, hands raised, hoping for mercy. But not enough. Not nearly enough. There were still those who hadn't given up, tanks trying to crawl away, others sitting stubbornly with no surrender in sight. Fools. Coons clenched his fists. It's over. They'd been picked apart, methodically destroyed from a distance, like they hadn't even mattered. Whatever pride the Ravernal Empire held in its war machine, it wasn't here anymore, not in this valley. He looked over at Neil and Terran, who were both crouched beside him, eyes wide as they took in the battlefield. Do we? Neil started, but his voice trailed off. Yeah, Coons muttered. We do. His voice was low, resignation sinking in like a weight on his chest. They were next. If they stayed in the fight, all they'd be doing was waiting for that final round to end it. And for what? The Wilder's turret was useless, and their armor wouldn't survive another strike. They didn't even have a clear target to shoot at. Raise the flag, Coons ordered, his throat tight. Terran fumbled for the white cloth, his hands trembling as he tied it to a long rod and shoved it up over the ridge. They stayed low, hidden, as they waved the flag back and forth, praying it would be seen before anyone decided they were still a threat. Coons exhaled, a bitter taste in his mouth as he watched the battlefield grow quiet. The Americans weren't firing anymore. Either they had run out of targets or had simply decided that there was no more resistance worth shooting at. The entire valley seemed to hold its breath, waiting for the next move. And whatever that next move was, Coons was certain of one thing. They were done. That's when he heard the thrum, something distant but growing, like a buzzing that grew into a roar. He turned his head toward the sound, and his heart sank further. Aircraft. They weren't bombers or anything he recognized. Small, fast, and vicious-looking, hovering like predatory insects over the battlefield. Coons looked up, trying to make sense of them. They had sleek, angular bodies with rotors on top, but none of the bulkiness of the planes he'd been used to. American, definitely. They had that same advanced, over-engineered look about them. But what the hell were they? One of the strange machines circled high, moving with an eerie precision, watching, waiting. "Terran," Coons whispered. "You ever seen anything like that?" Terran shook his head slowly. "No, sir." "What the hell is it?" "American." That's all Coons could say. He didn't know what it was, but it was clear that whatever the hell it did, it wasn't here for sightseeing. Whatever it wasn't here to get close. It controlled the battlefield from above, with all the firepower it needed. He'd heard stories about these things in distant conflicts, rumors from people who had buddies at the Bureau of Information, but never seen one in action. Helicopters? Whatever this thing was, it didn't need a name. It had rockets bristling underneath and enough menace to make sure no one was getting back up. It was death with rotors, and that was all he needed to know. Coons turned his attention back to the ground. Muin infantry, their trucks trailing smoke and dust, had begun creeping in. They weren't much better equipped than his own, their vehicles a little older, a little rougher around the edges. The trucks were familiar, nothing too far off from what the GRA Valkan army used. Maybe a little outdated, but not by much. But the Muin infantry, Coons had seen them before. They worked efficiently, moving from tank to tank, checking bodies and disarming those who had surrendered. Sturdy, determined, and grim-faced, they were the mop-up crew, here to finish what the Americans had started. Coons motioned to his men. "Keep your hands where they can see them. We're not going to give them a reason to shoot." The Muin soldiers approached cautiously, weapons drawn, and Coons raised his hands higher, the white flag still waving in the wind. He could see their eyes, the same look he'd seen in too many battles. Anger, vengeance, rage, and wrath, but also exhaustion, maybe a little pity. They knew this was over too. As the nearest soldier came up to him, rifle trained on his chest, Coons nodded slowly. "We surrender." The Muin soldier hesitated for a moment, then nodded back. It was done. Chapter 206, Broadcast. February 15th, 1641. Ragna, GRA Valka's Empire. The low rumble began at 7:50, a sound that Marcellon first mistook for distant thunder. A storm brewing in perfect synchrony with Wildman's plan, or so it seemed. But as the sound grew deeper, more resonant, it became clear this was no ordinary storm. The rolling echoes carried too much weight. Not thunder. Explosions. Realization crept in slowly, until the fire alarm shrieked through the building, snapping him fully into the present. The wail drowned out everything else, the distant detonations, the rush of rain against the windows, even the sound of his own thoughts. For a moment, the weight of what those explosions meant gnawed at the edges of his focus. Whatever was happening out there, whoever was being caught in the blast, was no longer an abstraction. The distraction wasn't just some clever tactic anymore. It was a violent reality unfolding beyond the walls of the IBC. But as the fire alarm continued to howl, smothering every outside sound, Marcellon pressed forward, fully aware that it was too late to turn back. The chaos outside had one purpose: to give him this chance. His mission remained the same. He adjusted his tie, squared his shoulders, and moved. He walked with the rest of the staff, matching their pace as they funneled toward the exits. His steps were measured, his gaze neutral. No one gave him a second glance. Years of public appearances had trained him well. How to hide under scrutiny, how to project calm even in the face of chaos. He kept his breath slow, controlled, fully aware that this, of all times, was no moment for anything but composure. When they reached the stairwell, he quietly separated from the group. His exit was smooth, unhurried, as if he had simply forgotten something. The empty corridor absorbed the sound of his footsteps. Retracing his steps, he paused for just a moment outside an unused office, checking the time. Everything was on schedule. 7:55. Time to move. The broadcast room. His sanctuary, his prison. How many times had he stood here, carefully crafting the Empire's image? Now it would be his stage for an act of rebellion. Marcellon's hand hesitated on the doorknob, cool brass against his palm. One deep breath. Two. He turned the knob and stepped inside. The hum of equipment greeted him, a soothing white noise that almost drowned out the pounding of his heart. The Valkyrie V50 transmitter's vacuum tubes glowed their usual soft orange, oblivious to the weight of the moment. How fitting that this machine, the pride of Imperial engineering, would now serve to restore the true voice of the Empire. Merix may have thought he controlled the airwaves, but tonight, the Crown Prince and Emperor would speak directly to his people once more. Marcellon produced the pre-recorded tape from his jacket, given to him by Weilman. He'd seen exactly what was on it. He had verified the Crown Prince's speech with his own eyes, witnessed the truths and lies of the Empire and of Merix's rule. He mounted the reel and threaded the tape through the Hones R2's intricate path, securing it with 3 turns on the take-up reel. He reached for the master control, fingers hesitating for a split second before flicking the switch. The current broadcast cut off mid-word, leaving only the soft hiss of dead air. Marcellon leaned in, adjusting the microphone boom with his left hand while his right hovered over the transmit button. He cleared his throat, tasting the metallic tang of adrenaline. We interrupt our scheduled programming for an urgent announcement from His Imperial Highness, the Crown Prince. Citizens of the Empire, your attention is required for this critical message. The words came out crisp, each syllable clear despite the dryness in his mouth. His thumb pressed down on the transmit button, hard enough that he felt the edge of the switch dig into his skin. His gaze locked onto the play button of the Hones R2. The smooth plastic felt almost warm under his index finger as he pressed down, hearing the soft click of the mechanism engaging. The tape began to move. A quiet were filling the room. Citizens of the Valka's Empire. As soon as he heard the Emperor's voice come through clearly, he stood up. He'd done his part. Now, it was all up to the Crown Prince and the people. Hofgaard's been hit. The entire dock is gone. The shout rang out from the far side of the room, where a junior officer crouched over his radio set, fingers tight on the transmitter, voice strained. No response from the eastern hangars. Smokes everywhere. Merix's eyes narrowed. His officers, his finest men, were stammering like schoolchildren. Reports echoed through the room, muddled by static and the frantic tapping of telegraph machines. Slips of paper flew from the printers, snatched up by aides who rushed them to their superiors, hands trembling as if they had never handled a crisis before. Pathetic. The airfield at Ragna, sir. A pale-faced officer turned, stiff-backed as if trying to steady himself under Merix's gaze. Explosions confirmed. Primary runway is down, dozens of Guti Mons destroyed. Merix's lip curled, the disdain creeping into his voice. Of course, he muttered, beginning to feel his veins pop. Where is Karlman? Siegs. An aide stepped forward, hesitant. Likely at dinner, sir. He exhaled air through his nose in a controlled manner, one that staved off the rage and frustration boiling within him. He composed himself, taking a deep breath before speaking again. Find them and inform them of the news. The aide nodded, more than eager to rush out the door. Merix returned to the chaos before him, seething with the sheer humiliation of the strike. It had happened once before, when the Imperial family and other key figures escaped his grasp. American missile strikes. Such were the tools of cowards, weapons launched from beyond sight. Cowards they may be, but intelligent nonetheless. Last time, the strikes covered for a team of American operators and their mission of extracting the Emperor. What could these very strikes be distracting them from now? The possibility of another strike plagued him to no end, and now he'd see the fruits of his relentless planning and contingencies. Lock down the city. If the Americans wanted to enter the city again, he would ensure none could escape alive. Ragna was to be sealed, martial law fully imposed with constant patrols throughout the city. Not a single person would leave. Not a single person would enter. And not a single street would be free from the presence of his soldiers. Yet, as his men began to carry out his orders, dread filled his every pore. A voice emerged from the TV behind them. typically background noise, but now a poignant declaration of war. We interrupt our scheduled programming for an urgent announcement from His Imperial Highness, the Crown Prince. Citizens of the Empire, your attention is required for this critical message. All across the Valka's Empire, the familiar chime of the Imperial Alert System resonated with an unhurried precision, seamlessly interrupting television programs and radio broadcasts. The Empire's citizens had come to expect these interruptions for proclamations of national importance, declarations of war, military victories, or policy changes that reaffirmed the Empire's indomitable presence. But this one carried an air of formality distinct even from those, a subtle shift that only the more perceptive would recognize. In the cities, workers paused all the variants of curiosity: fearful curiosity, studied curiosity, plain curiosity. At factories, assembly lines slowed as tired laborers glanced toward the nearest radio. At street corners and in public squares, conversations waned, replaced by murmurs of inquiry. Vendors, accustomed to the dull monotony of their work, straightened as the transmission overtook their surroundings, sensing the weight of what was to come. In homes across the Empire, citizens noted the interruption with a similar sense of expectation. Families, well-versed in the rhythms of state announcements, knew better than to ignore the unmistakable tone of the imperial seal. It signified more than just authority. It symbolized the continuity of the Valka's Empire's grand narrative, one in which they all played an ever-present, though minor, role. Mothers turned their attention from their children's chatter, fathers set down their utensils with quiet deliberation, and the younger ones, oblivious to the gravitas, instinctively followed their elders' leads. This particular announcement, however, resonated with a sharper edge. It came at the precise time when the maximum number of citizens would be reached. Dinner tables were full, laborers had returned home, and the daily routines of the Empire were in their most static phase. A broadcast now would ensure everyone was listening, which was, after all, the point. In the capital city of Ragna, there was no panic, only a quiet acknowledgement of the announcement's significance. Civil servants exchanged knowing glances, their years of experience offering little clue on the content of the broadcast, but certainty of the words that would undoubtedly shape policy, society, and public discourse in the weeks to come. And then, across the Empire, the imperial seal dissolved from view, giving way to a face that many had nearly forgotten: the Crown Prince, standing resolute at the forefront. It was, of course, fitting that the Crown Prince would step forward at this moment, as the Empire stood at a pivotal juncture. Yet, for many across the nation, the image that commanded their attention was not the prince, but the figure behind him. The Emperor himself, seated in a wheelchair, flanked by the imperial family and several key advisors, including the Empire's chief of the military, Zan Pastal, and the office of the sovereign's secretary Varden Kurtz. The suddenness of it struck like a blow. There had been no prior signs, no explanation. The Emperor, once a symbol of unwavering strength, was now visibly diminished, leaving many stunned by the unexpected display of frailty. Were the rumors of illness true? For the older generation, who had known the Emperor as a force of power, this marked an undeniable shift. Across the Empire, people grappled with the gravity of the moment, the older ones recognizing the transfer of authority, the younger ones bewildered by the change they had not anticipated. As the Empire held its breath, the Crown Prince's voice emerged, markedly different from the one they used to know. Once brash and full of youthful arrogance, it now carried a calm authority, tempered by confidence. There was no rush. Why should there be? His words would be carried across the Empire, and their truth was self-evident. Citizens of the Valka's Empire, your Crown Prince stands before you, not from the shadows of exile, but with the full weight of the Empire behind him. You were told that your imperial family had fallen, that illness and fate had taken us. These were lies, spread by the hands of a traitor who sits on a throne he does not deserve. I am here today to reveal the truth. I, Cabal, Crown Prince of the Valka's Empire, am alive and well. And with me, the true imperial family stands strong, but not without scars. During Merix's treacherous coup, my father, Emperor Jare Lux, suffered violent injury at the hands of traitors who sought his head. Though he lives, His wounds prevent him from ruling in these turbulent times. It is with the full blessing of the imperial family, and in the face of this treachery, that I stand before you as the rightful leader of the empire. The burden of command now falls to me. Merix's time is over. His rule has always been built on deception and treason, and today I bring his crimes into the light. Merix has betrayed the imperial family, seized power unlawfully, and led the empire into ruin. But as much as his guilt is evident to those of us who lived through his coup, I understand that the Senate, the military, and the citizens deserve to see the full truth. Therefore, in the name of justice and the empire's future, I am calling for a formal imperial investigation into Merix's crimes. I have already begun gathering evidence, testimonies, communications, and records that will expose the depths of Merix's betrayal. His guilt is undeniable, but we will not allow any shadow of doubt to undermine the stability of our empire. I call upon the Senate to authorize this investigation immediately. Let the rule of law guide us through this process, as it has always done. Merix shall be placed under temporary detention, effective immediately, to prevent any interference with the investigation. He and his conspirators will face trial under the empire's laws, and those who are found guilty of treason will be dealt with according to our traditions, swiftly and decisively. But make no mistake, justice will be served. Citizens, the time for division is over. The Senate, the military, and every loyal subject of the empire must now come together to restore order. Merix's actions have weakened us, but his removal will allow us to focus our strength where it is truly needed, rebuilding the empire and securing its future. And to the Elysian Defense Initiative, understand this: I am not Merix. Whatever you think you have gained in this conflict, whatever victories you believe you hold, are temporary, fragile things built on his incompetence. Under my leadership, you will face an empire far greater, far more powerful than you could ever imagine. Our nation has recently made incredible leaps in science, and I will not shy from deploying new and cruel weapons of war. But I am not a fool blinded by hubris, unlike the man you've fought until now. I offer you an opportunity you will not see again, a ceasefire. Once I have reclaimed my throne and justice is served, I will open the door to peace negotiations. Not because we lack the strength to continue this war, but because I choose to wield my power with wisdom, not recklessness. Know this: the terms will be ours to dictate. Any peace will be made with the understanding that the empire's sovereignty and honor will be preserved intact. I extend this offer not from weakness, but from a position of wisdom. A true ruler knows when to offer the olive branch and when to wield the sword. But do not misinterpret my intentions. Reject this offer, and you will face the full force of an empire restored to its rightful rule, armed with the power to turn cities to ash in an instant. This is your choice. Accept peace on our terms, or be crushed by the weight of our renewed strength. Citizens of the GRA Valka's empire, the path forward is clear. We are not a people who bow, who break, or who falter. We are GRA Valkans, heirs to a legacy of power and dominance. Under my leadership, we will not just survive. We will ascend to heights even greater than before. The empire will be restored to its full glory, and those who stood against us will remember their place beneath our heel. The traitor Merix will be purged. The empire will rise. Victory will be ours, because it was always meant to be. Stand with me, and together we will restore the empire to its rightful place in history. Chapter 207, Emergency Session. Imperial Palace, Ragna. Merix observed the screens with growing disbelief. The Crown Prince's visage, a specter he had long dismissed as irrelevant, now dominated every television. This turn of events, while unexpected, was not entirely unforeseen. He had known the imperial family escaped, had even anticipated they might attempt some form of retaliation. But he had grown complacent, too confident in his control over the empire's narrative. He had underestimated them, he realized. In his focus on the war effort and the tight grip he maintained on information within GRA Valkan borders, he had allowed the exiled royals to become a blind spot. A miscalculation, certainly, but not an insurmountable one. The question now was how to regain control of the situation, to spin this development in his favor before it could unravel everything he had built. The broadcast existence alone was a significant blow, but its content and reception would determine the true extent of the damage. He needed to act swiftly, decisively, to frame this as a desperate ploy by discredited figures seeking to undermine the Empire's strength in a time of war. But would they believe him? Well, the first thing he needed to do was obvious enough. He must act with precision and authority, quelling any seeds of doubt before they could take root. "Terminate the broadcast," he commanded, his tone brooking no argument. "Send our forces to the IBC headquarters." Immediately, the ensuing silence unnerved him. His orders hung in the air, unheeded. The staff remained motionless, captivated by the Crown Prince's address. A flicker of uncertainty threatened Merrick's composure. Had the foundations of his authority already begun to erode? No, he admonished himself. He must not entertain such notions. His vision for the Empire was too crucial to be derailed by these theatrics. He needed to discredit this charade, to reaffirm the righteousness of his cause. "Gentlemen, let us not be deceived by this obvious fabrication," he began, his voice already starting to crack. "Our enemies have clearly developed this hoax too." "Sir." General Call's interruption was unexpected and unwelcome. Merrick's turned, prepared to reprimand the man for his impertinence, but the words died on his lips. Call's expression was one of grim determination, tinged with what Merrick's recognized, to his dismay, as pity. It was a look he had never before seen directed at him, and it sent a chill through his very core. "By order of Crown Prince Jar Cabal, you are to be placed under temporary detention, effective immediately." The proclamation struck Merrick's with the force of a physical blow. He could not allow his life's work, his grand vision for the Empire, to be undone by this mummery. He must make them understand the necessity of his actions, the purity of his intentions, that he was right. "Gentlemen, let us not be hasty. This broadcast, while cleverly orchestrated, changes nothing about the realities we face. The empire I've built, that we've built together, stands stronger than ever." Merrick stammered. The Crown Prince, in his isolation, cannot comprehend the progress we've made, the threats we've overcome. Everything I've done has been in service of our greatness, our destiny. Would you throw all that away on the word of a prince who abandoned his post, who fled rather than stand with his people? I am the one who stayed, who fought, who led us to. Another voice interrupted him, a random officer whose name he hardly bothered to learn. "Chancellor," he said, "that's quite enough." Merrick fell silent. His gaze swept the room. He saw only uncertainty and dawning realization on the faces of his once loyal officers. Even those he had considered his most steadfast allies seemed to waver, knowing they were outmatched and outnumbered even in this very room. The carefully constructed edifice of his rule was crumbling, and for the first time in years, Merrick felt the cold grip of genuine fear. "Imperial Senate, Ragna." "Senator Kleger?" Deputy Chancellor Voskel called out, addressing the chamber. "Present," a frail old senator responded, raising his hand. Voskel set aside the roll call sheet. "With a quorum established, this emergency session is now in order." He paused, his gaze sweeping across the room. "Honored senators, we face an unprecedented crisis, namely the Crown Prince's broadcast and the allegations of Chancellor Merrick's treachery. The gravity of recent events has necessitated this gathering." He drew a deep breath. "I assure you, our proceedings today are in full accordance with imperial law and our sacred constitution. We stand at a crossroads, and the decisions we make here will shape the future of our great empire. But before we deliberate, we must review critical evidence that has come to light." As Voskel nodded to his aide, Senator Halder shot to his feet. "Deputy Chancellor, I object. On what grounds are we meeting without Chancellor Merrick's?" Murmurs of agreement rippled through the chamber. Voskel raised a hand for silence. He almost wanted to scoff at the idiotic question. Why in the depths of hell would they have the main suspect present? Even as a moderate, he could hardly ignore the bluntness of some of the war hawks. He bit back a retort, instead calmly responding, "Your concerns will be addressed, Senator. First, the evidence." The lights dimmed, and a replay of the imperial broadcast began for those who hadn't been able to witness it. As the Crown Prince's face appeared, senators leaned forward in their seats. Shock turned to disbelief, then to anger as the allegations against Merrick unfolded. When the broadcast ended, the chamber erupted. It was a headache Voskel had expected, but a headache nonetheless. The doves, in particular, were more than happy to be proven right, calling out for immediate justice. Even the moderates, faced with the revelation of the Chancellor's treason, were up in arms, though not quite to the same extent. And then there were the war hawks, a mixed bag of disbelief and those crying slander. Understandably, many of the war hawks present refrained from making any comments. Maybe they didn't know if the coup had actually happened. Perhaps there were some who might have been aware, but intelligently kept their mouths shut, not daring to incriminate themselves. The few who cried foul, however, were Merrick's staunchest supporters, either ignorant of the truth or blind in their compliance. Order, Voskal bellowed, slamming his gavel. We will proceed with questions in an orderly manner. Senator Halder spoke first. This is preposterous. Where's the proof this isn't some foreign ploy? Our experts confirm the broadcast's authenticity, Voskal replied firmly. The imperial seal imprinted upon the document we received cannot be easily falsified, nor can the Emperor's own ring. He held up the item for the entire chamber to see, pleased as the doubts settled from their faces. Where is the imperial family now? Senator Kleger interjected, his voice tinged with what seemed to be genuine concern. Truthfully, Voskal didn't know at all, but he could see the obvious reason why. For their safety, that information is classified, he answered. The alleged coup attempt necessitates such measures. Senator Hart, a longtime supporter of military expansion, stood up. Deputy Chancellor, if these allegations are true, what does this mean for our ongoing military operations? Our men are out there fighting based on Merrick's orders. Before Voskal could answer, Senator Krell interjected, forget the military. What about our domestic situation? If the Emperor was deposed, how deep does this corruption go? How do we know all of you aren't involved? Gentlemen, please. Voskal raised his hands, trying to maintain order. We cannot assume every war hawk is involved. We will determine this after our investigation. And to answer your concerns, Senator Hart, our best course of action is to conduct this investigation as swiftly as possible, so the Crown Prince may enact his ceasefire with haste. As the two men settled down, a moderate senator spoke next. Deputy Chancellor, can we be certain of the Crown Prince's current status? Is he in a position to assume leadership immediately? Voskal nodded. The Crown Prince's safety is assured, Senator Volker. As for assuming leadership, that will be addressed once we've dealt with the immediate crisis. This is all happening too fast, Senator Brahms muttered loudly enough for others to hear. How do we know this isn't a ploy by the doves to seize power? A dove, Senator Eisner, interjected. How dare you suggest this is a ploy? The evidence is right in front of us, Brahms. Or are you so blinded by Merrick's warmongering that you can't see the truth? For Valhalla's sake, why did these imbeciles have to devolve so quickly? Tired of the nonsensical questions, Voskal boomed. Gentlemen, I expect order from all of you, especially the war hawks who brand the natives as savages, yet howl like primates in these very chambers. Now, it is of no use to us to debate questions and speculate possibilities that would be easily answered by an investigation. Senator Lacenar, a known moderate, stood. Deputy Chancellor, what immediate actions do you propose? Senators, Voskal began, cutting through the murmurs. We must now consider our course of action. I propose 2 immediate measures. First, the suspension of Chancellor Merrick's powers, and second, the launch of a full GVDI investigation into the allegations against him. Senator Hart stood, his face etched with concern. Deputy Chancellor, while I support an investigation, suspending the Chancellor's powers seems premature. What of our ongoing military operations? Our troops need clear leadership. It was a solid point, but one Voskal had already given thought to. Senator, I understand your concern. However, we cannot allow potentially compromised leadership to continue guiding our forces. I suggest we immediately recall our fleets to defensive positions pending the outcome of this investigation. This statement sent a ripple of unease through the Warhawk faction. One of them, he couldn't tell who, shouted, "This is outrageous. You're playing right into the hands of our enemies." Order, Voskal commanded, slamming his gavel. He could feel his patience wearing thin, but forced himself to remain composed. May I remind you that it is not the Muins or the Elysians or the Americans who have allegedly deposed our emperor. Our greatest threat right now appears to be internal. Senator Eisner stood up. I second the Deputy Chancellor's proposal. We cannot allow a potential usurper to retain power for even a moment longer. The chamber erupted into heated debates. Voskuhl watched as factions formed and reformed, noting with interest that not all warhawks were rallying to Merrick's defense. Some, like Senator Hart, seemed to be gravitating towards a more moderate stance. Though they may have shared the same views as Merrick's, not many seemed to be willing to side with a possible traitor. As the debate raged on, Senator Lacenar raised a point that cut through the noise. If we suspend Merrick's powers, who will take charge in the interim? Voskuhl had anticipated this question. The Crown Prince has expressed his readiness to assume leadership immediately. However, I propose that we form an interim council to support him during this transition period. It is possible that the Crown Prince will not reveal himself until we, his subjects, guarantee his safety from murderous treason. This suggestion seemed to calm some of the more agitated senators. Even some warhawks nodded in agreement, seeing it as a compromise. As the debate continued, Voskuhl noticed Senator Kleger, the elder statesman, rising slowly to his feet. The chamber fell silent in respect. My fellow senators, Kleger began, his voice frail but clear. I have served this body through times of peace and war, prosperity and hardship. Never did I imagine I would see a day like this. But let us not forget our duty to the Empire and its people. We must act decisively, yes, but also judiciously. Kleger's words seemed to have a calming effect on the chamber. Voskuhl seized the moment. Thank you, Senator Kleger. Your wisdom is, as always, appreciated. Now, let us formalize our proposals and move to a vote. Voskuhl outlined the key points. The immediate suspension of Merrick's powers, the launch of a GVBI investigation, the formation of an interim council to support the Crown Prince, and the recall of military forces to defensive positions based upon the authority of said interim council. We will now vote on these measures, Voskuhl announced, his voice firm. Those in favor, raise your right hand and say aye. A chorus of ayes rang out, with even some warhawks joining in. Those opposed, raise your left hand and say nay. A smaller, but still significant number of nays followed. Those who choose to abstain, raise a hand. A small chunk raised their hands, mostly uncertain warhawks and a handful of moderates who were on the fence. Voskuhl nodded to his aide, who quickly tallied the votes. He glanced at the final number. 74 for, 16 against, 10 abstaining. The votes have been counted, Voskuhl announced, his voice cutting through the silence. With 74 in favor and 16 against, the motion passes. Chancellor Merrick's powers are hereby suspended pending investigation, and the GVBI is authorized to commence its inquiry immediately. Now, we must establish the Oversight Committee. I nominate Senator Kleger, a respected moderate, to head this committee. His years of service and reputation for fairness make him ideal for this crucial role. Any objections? Silence met his words. Even the war hawks, perhaps sensing the shifting tides, remained quiet. Very well. Senator Kleger, do you accept this responsibility? The old senator rose slowly, his voice firm despite his age. I do, Deputy Chancellor. I shall ensure the investigation is conducted with the utmost rigor and impartiality. Voskuhl nodded curtly. Good. Now, as for the matter of governance during this period of uncertainty, I propose an interim council to support the Crown Prince. 3 moderates, 2 doves, 2 warhawks. This council will ensure our empire's strength does not waver while we root out any potential treachery. Senator Brahms, a staunch warhawk, shot to his feet. This is outrageous. You're handing power to the doves on a silver platter. Sit down, Brahms, Voskuhl snapped. This council will make no policy changes. Its sole purpose is to maintain order and support our military efforts until this matter is resolved. Unless you're suggesting we leave our empire rudderless. Brahms sat, scowling but silent. Now, Voskuhl continued, we will take nominations for the council positions. Choose wisely, senators. The eyes of the empire are upon us. And thus it began. Voskuhl surveyed the chamber, exhaustion threatening to seep into his bones. The past hour had been a maelstrom of political maneuvering, with every faction clawing for influence. His own appointment and Kleger's had been mercifully straightforward, but the rest? A circus of ambition and paranoia. The doves, predictably, had pushed hard for Eisener and Lacenar. Cunning choices, he had to admit. Both had shown backbone during the initial debate. The war hawks, not to be outdone, had thrown their weight behind Hart, to little surprise, and the former general, Senator Reinstat. At the very least, they hadn't selected that imbecile Halder. Securing Volker as the third moderate had required some delicate negotiations. Volker's recent push for increased border defenses had made him palatable to pragmatic war hawks, but suspect to the doves. It had taken all of Voskel's political acumen to present Volker as the ideal compromise, someone who respected their martial traditions, yet remained loyal to the emperor. The resulting council was a precarious balance, a microcosm of the Senate's divides. No one looked entirely pleased, but perhaps that was the best he could hope for. With their decisions settled, he addressed the room once more. Senators, we have taken the first step in addressing a potential threat to our empire. But let no one mistake our actions today for final judgment. We are GRA Valkans. We act with strength, but also with the wisdom our position demands. His voice grew colder. The GVBI will conduct its investigations swiftly and thoroughly. If these allegations prove true, make no mistake, the punishment for treason against our emperor will be severe and absolute. But until then, we must stand united against those who would exploit this moment of uncertainty. He concluded, his words ringing out like a command. This session is now adjourned. The empire endures, as it always has, as it always will. Hail GRA Valkas! Hail GRA Valkas! The chamber thundered in response, fists raised in salute. Chapter 208. Investigation. February 16, 1641. Ragna, GRA Valkas Empire. IBC Headquarters. Senior investigator Falk Richter had never found places like this impressive. The IBC, with its sterile corridors and polished floors, struck him as a monument to mediocrity. A facade. The people here might think they were doing important work, but Falk knew better. They were just cogs, convenient tools for people who understood real power. He didn't even bother hiding his impatience as he strode in, with senior investigator Helmuth Krieger trailing alongside, keys in hand. Krieger was a competent enough sort, though Falk couldn't help but think he lacked any proper conviction. The man was neutral, as if neutrality was an acceptable stance in times like these. Krieger took his time unlocking the door to Skaldotter's office, no doubt trying to make it all look so official. Falk refrained from rolling his eyes. Skaldotter, with his quick cooperation, was exactly the kind of person Falk despised, too eager to please and, worse, an opponent of Merrick's. Falk could barely stomach the thought of sifting through the files of someone who lacked the conviction to stand with the Chancellor. Well, if the man was too spineless to defend his own work against Merrick's, Falk would do it for him. He stepped inside, barely acknowledging the decor, and went straight to the desk. Most of the papers were irrelevant distractions, equipment maintenance logs, scheduling notes, salary adjustments. Falk moved them aside with a quick sweep, stacking them in a neat pile on the desk. He wasn't here to sift through the mundane. He needed something substantial, something that would vindicate Merrick's and confirm what he already knew. Skaldotter's office was full of these trivialities, but Falk was sure the real information was here somewhere, buried beneath the bureaucratic clutter. He finally uncovered a folder marked Imperial, Confidential. Inside lay a document from the office of the Chancellor, titled Official Health Bulletin 1. His pulse quickened. This, at least, would be something substantial. Setting the other files aside, he opened it and let his gaze settle on the top page. Tuberculosis. So that was it. The Emperor had been diagnosed with pulmonary tuberculosis. It all lined up. Merrick's had publicly announced the Imperial family's illness, and now here was the medical proof. Falk felt a surge of satisfaction. This was the validation he'd been hoping for. Merrick's wasn't hiding anything. He'd taken the necessary steps to keep people informed while also maintaining order. The man understood what needed to be done. There it is, he muttered, almost to himself, feeling a renewed sense of confidence. Merrick's knew exactly what he was doing. The Emperor's condition, it's exactly as he said. The right call to tell the public, manage expectations. But that contrarian Krieger just stood there with that abnormally calm expression. Did you catch the broadcast, Falk? Falk glanced up, slightly annoyed. What of it? The Crown Prince's speech. The entire Imperial family was there. They didn't look sick. Not even a bit. True, the Emperor did look a bit weak, but he looked more injured than sick. Kind of strange, don't you think? How irritating. Always with the questions, as if Krieger had some privileged insight. Falk was certain this was typical paranoia from someone who couldn't see the bigger picture. TB's unpredictable. Remissions happen. The Emperor's clearly responding well to treatment, or he wouldn't have been seen at all. You said it yourself. The Emperor did look a bit weak. Krieger gave a non-committal shrug, as if he'd heard it all before. Yeah, but weak from injury. They looked healthy, though. Not just stable. Healthy. Almost like there hadn't been an issue in the first place. Falk closed the folder slowly, a touch of condescension in the motion. Helmuth, not everything needs to be a conspiracy. The file's right here. Merrick's laid it out for everyone to see. There's nothing to hide. He tucked the folder under his arm, a quiet dismissal of Krieger's skepticism. Falk knew the truth, and he certainly didn't need Helmuth Krieger pointing out incongruities like some amateur. There was more to find, and Falk had every intention of collecting all the evidence he needed to support Merrick's. He didn't expect Krieger to understand, really. He was a man with no allegiances, and that lack of loyalty was exactly why he'd never understand Merrick's real value. Let's move, he said curtly, already turning for the door. He'd show Krieger the truth, and if the man couldn't keep up, well, that was hardly Falk's concern. Falk exited, barely waiting for Helmuth to lock up Skaldotter's office before setting off down the hall toward the CEO's suite. The IBC's higher-ups always liked to tuck themselves away in the most lavish offices, as if a bigger desk somehow granted them more importance. He expected no less from the IBC's top man. At least he'd have a proper place to work through what they'd come to find. Helmuth trailed behind, keys still in hand, quiet as ever. Falk had already pegged him as one of those types who fancied themselves the voice of reason, too afraid to commit, always circling the issue without picking a side. If only he'd realized that hesitation was its own kind of betrayal. Falk would never understand people like that. They reached the office, and Helmuth unlocked it with that same infuriating calm, as if they had all the time in the world. Falk pushed the door open and stepped inside. Now this was what he expected. Plush carpet, a desk the size of a small car, and shelves lined with books he doubted anyone had read. He went straight for the filing cabinet, yanking open drawers until he found one stuffed with folders marked media operations. He pulled out a thick file labeled approved broadcast material, too, and flipped it open. Another directive, this one on what footage could and couldn't be aired. Falk scanned the text, his eyes catching on phrases like pre-approved and exclusive content. So that was Merrick's game. Only certain victories were to be shown. Recycled images of the fleet returning in triumph, battle scenes that had played out months ago. Falk felt a swell of satisfaction. Perfectly logical. The public didn't need to see everything, didn't need to know the finer details of each skirmish. They needed to believe in the Empire's strength. Merrick's had been right to keep a firm grip on what got out. Not everyone could handle the full truth. Most of them wouldn't even know what to do with it. See? Falk looked up at Helmuth, his tone bordering on smug. This is exactly why. Merrick's is the only man for the job. People need to believe in something consistent. Can't have them questioning every report, doubting our victories. Helmuth leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, that infuriatingly calm expression on his face again. Consistent. Right. Even if it's a lie. It's not a lie. Falk shot back, sharper than he'd intended. It's strategy. There's a difference. People need something they can hold on to. Merrick's understands that better than anyone. Helmuth shrugged casually, almost like it was an insult. Funny. I thought truth had a way of inspiring people too. But I guess that's just a luxury these days. Falk felt the stirrings of irritation, an uncomfortable prickling in his chest. This was exactly why Helmuth would never be more than a secondary player, always hung up on ideals instead of the reality right in front of him. Falk knew better. He'd seen how things worked, how the world really turned, and he wasn't about to let some abstract notion of truth get in the way of real progress. Truth's no good to a populace that doesn't know how to use it, he said, turning back to the file. The Empire needs order. Stability. People like Merrick see that, and they're willing to make the hard choices to keep it that way. Helmuth didn't respond, just watched him with that maddeningly neutral look, as if he was content to let Falk stew in his own justifications. Fine. Let him stand there in his cloud of self-righteousness. Falk knew he was right, knew that Merrick's had made the only call that mattered. He shut the file with a snap, the the sound echoing in the quiet room. "Let's move," he said, tucking the folder under his arm as he brushed past Helmuth. He wouldn't give the man the satisfaction of a debate. Helmuth might have his doubts, but Falk knew where he stood, and that was more than he could say for his so-called partner. Falk led the way out of the office, the document tucked tight against his side, as if it could somehow shield him from the unsettling presence of Helmuth's skepticism. They still had one more place to check, one more piece of the puzzle. They made their way to the last office, one more stop before he could be done with this farce. Helmuth walked beside him, quiet but not silent, a constant reminder of how much Falk hated having a witness to any of this. They were greeted by a sign on the door, Director of Propaganda and Communications. Falk had never met the man, but he'd heard enough to know that this office was where reality got its final polish before being delivered to the public. He felt a surge of vindication as he glanced at Helmuth. This would be the proof he needed. If there were questions to be asked, they'd find their answers here. Helmuth unlocked the door, and they stepped inside. The room was dimly lit, with a heavy desk at the center and walls lined with cabinets and locked drawers. It felt more like a bunker than an office, a fortress of secrets. Falk moved directly to the main desk, finding a locked drawer. He looked at Helmuth, who didn't even blink as he worked the key into the lock and opened it. Inside was a single, thick file stamped in red, marked Top Secret. Directive on Media Reporting 3. The weight of the document made Falk pause. He'd known they'd find something substantial here, but it felt like the very core of Merrick's power. He pulled it out and opened it, Helmuth at his side. He'd seen Merrick's directives on approved broadcasts. Keep the people focused, show them what mattered, skip the mess that'd only get in the way. That was practical, necessary, even. The document before him was anything but. It was a complete blackout on losses, with a threat of treason if anyone stepped out of line. Treason. It was as if Merrick's had anticipated the need to snuff out any whisper of dissent before it started. Acknowledge a setback, and you were done for. And that, well, it was thorough. A bit extreme, maybe, but Merrick's wasn't one for half measures. Falk respected that. He had to. He wanted to. It's containment, he said finally, the words coming out steadier than he felt. The Empire can't afford leaks, not when it's on the line. Merrick's is making sure no one gets the wrong idea. People need to stay focused. Helmuth, always with that insufferable calm, leaned back like he was settling in for a debate. Containment? I'd say it's something more. Focus? He scoffed. It's about hiding something, don't you think? If the Empire's as unbreakable as you say, why hide? Falk forced a smirk, though doubts were already beginning to infect his mind. Because people are fickle, Helmuth. They'll latch onto anything they can twist into a weakness. Talk of defeat results in true defeat. Merrick's is protecting them from themselves. That's the role of a leader, isn't it? Cut the cancer before it spreads. Cancer. Helmuth let the word hang in the air, and Falk could see that he was being sized up, judged even. He hated that feeling. And you're sure this is just cutting out the weak spots, not hiding a weakness that's already there? Falk dismissed the suggestion. You think Merrick's is desperate? Don't be absurd. He's doing what any intelligent leader would. We don't have time for fragility. It's cleaner this way. People need to see an empire that doesn't flinch. Merrick's is smart enough to know that half the battle's perception. Helmuth raised an eyebrow. So you're okay with people risking treason for mentioning losses? You don't think it means there are losses to mention? Of course there are setbacks. Falk snapped, more to shut him up than to concede. That's a given in any war. The difference is, Merrick's doesn't need to broadcast them. He knows what he's doing. He's taking out the noise. The Empire doesn't need to see the small picture. They need to see what Merrick's is building. Even if that picture's a fabrication. Helmuth's tone was maddeningly neutral, his words measured like he was poking holes in Falk's logic on purpose. Falk glared at him, though he couldn't shake the slight unease growing under his skin. Fabrication? It's selective. It's control. If you can't see that's how leaders work, then I'm not sure you belong here. You think you're above this, Helmuth, but you're not. We're here to protect stability, not indulge your doubts. Helmuth shrugged, but the calm in his expression was almost mocking. Then maybe General Siegs and Admiral Karlman can put it to rest for us. If you're so sure this is all just strategy, why not confirm it? Falk hesitated, but only for a second. Helmuth could have as little investigation. Falk knew the truth, or at least enough of it. He nodded. Fine, let's confirm it. But don't expect me to indulge every wild theory you come up with. Merrick's has it under control. We'll get the rest of what we need, then move on. Appendix. Document 1. Ravernal Empire, Office of the Chancellor. Memorandum for internal distribution only classification, confidential. Subject, Official Health Bulletin, His Imperial Majesty, Emperor Jar Lux. Date, December 20th, 1640 reference. H. 411/1641, GV. 2. Chief Technical Officer Marcellon Scaldaughter. Imperial Broadcast Corporation, IBC, Ragna, Ravernal Empire. From Chancellor Merrick's, Office of the Chancellor Ravernal Empire. Directive. Enclosed are the official medical records concerning His Imperial Majesty, Emperor Jar Lux, prepared and verified by the Imperial Medical Bureau. These documents constitute the sole authorized account of His Majesty's current health status and are to be disseminated exactly as outlined below. Health status: pulmonary tuberculosis. His Majesty has been diagnosed with pulmonary tuberculosis, a bacterial infection affecting the lungs. This condition, exacerbated by His Majesty's demanding responsibilities, necessitates a period of rest and isolation to prevent further complications. The attached documentation details the treatment regimen prescribed by our leading specialists, underscoring that His Majesty's condition remains stable and is under strict observation. Public communication. Announcements regarding His Majesty's health shall report the diagnosis of pulmonary tuberculosis and emphasize that he is receiving advanced care from Imperial medical experts. Messaging should reassure the citizenry that His Majesty's absence is temporary and required for a thorough recovery. Deviations from this prescribed narrative will be treated as violations under the National Integrity Act, Section 6, and sanctioned accordingly. Compliance and Security Protocol. The contents of this memorandum and all related documents are classified. Unauthorized disclosure, duplication, or alteration is expressly forbidden under the Official Secrets Act of 1639. Noncompliance will invoke penalties as prescribed in the Imperial Statutes on State Security and Public Order. Your cooperation in presenting this information with absolute fidelity is vital to maintaining the morale and unity of our citizens. The Empire depends on your discretion and professionalism in all aspects of this matter. Hail Gra Valkis, for the Empire. Chancellor Guinea Merrick's. Document 2. Ravernal Empire, Office of the Chancellor. Memorandum for internal distribution only classification, confidential. Subject, approved broadcast material, military engagements. Date, January 4th, 1641 reference. M. 825/1641, GV. 2. Chief Technical Officer Marcellon Scaldaughter. Imperial Broadcast Corporation, IBC, Ragna, Ravernal Empire. From Chancellor Merrick's, Office of the Chancellor Ravernal Empire. Directive. The Imperial Broadcast Corporation is hereby instructed to exclusively utilize the pre-approved footage of military engagements, which has been supplied by the Office of the Chancellor. Only this footage is sanctioned for public dissemination and represents the official account of our recent operations. You are expected to ensure that no alternative materials are introduced into any broadcasts, nor should additional footage or commentary be sourced beyond what has been provided. This measure is essential to uphold the integrity of our public messaging and to reinforce the unwavering strength of the Empire's forces. Compliance will be strictly monitored, and any deviation will be addressed as a violation of the Imperial Communications Policy. Noncompliance will prompt immediate review under the National Integrity Act, with consequences proportional to the breach of protocol. The Empire depends on your commitment to maintain this unwavering consistency in all broadcast material. Your diligence is critical to our collective efforts. Hail Gra Valkis, for the Empire. Chancellor Guinea Merrick's. Document 3. Ravernal Empire, Office of the Chancellor. Memorandum for internal distribution only. Classification, top secret. Subject, Directive on Media Reporting of Military Engagements and Civilian Impact. Date, January 24th, 1641 reference. C. 912/1641, GV. 2. Chief Technical Officer Marcellon Scaldaughter. Imperial Broadcast Corporation, IBC, Ragna, GRA Valka's Empire. From Chancellor Merrick's Office of the Chancellor, GRA Valka's Empire. Directive. Effective immediately, all media coverage concerning military engagements, particularly reports involving military losses or civilian casualties, is to be strictly regulated. The following measures are to be observed without exception. No content, whether visual or verbal, relating to any destroyed assets, lost territories, or fallen personnel may be disseminated without explicit authorization from the Office of the Chancellor. Any such information is to be treated as classified and is not to be included in broadcasts or publications, regardless of the source or credibility. Only the official accounts provided by the Imperial Department of Media Control are to be presented to the public. These narratives, which highlight our successes and the relentless advancement of our forces, must remain the sole perspective conveyed to the citizens of the Empire. This office will supply all approved content, as well as guidelines on its distribution and presentation. Any deviation from these restrictions will be regarded as a breach of state security and will prompt an immediate investigation by the Bureau of Investigation. Offenders will be subject to disciplinary action as outlined in the National Integrity Act, Section 9, and may face further legal consequences under the Imperial Statutes on State Security, including penalty of death if charged with treason. Your unwavering compliance is critical to our success. The continued resilience of the Empire relies on a unified message of strength and victory. Hail GRA Valkas, for the Empire. Chancellor Guinea Merricks. Chapter 209, Interview. Fox strode into the briefing room with Helmuth trailing, the room's sterile emptiness a faint echo of the IBC's facade of importance. General Siegs and Admiral Karlman were already waiting, documents spread across the table like some crude exhibition. The two of them, a veteran general and a naval chief, seemed to think themselves essential, holding court with their papers as if they held the keys to the Empire's future. Falk took a seat, folding his hands with a faint air of impatience. This was a mere formality. After all, these men would soon realize the futility of opposing Merricks. Helmuth stole his initiative, laying out the facts of the meeting with unnerving neutrality. Gentlemen, we're here to discuss the alleged obfuscation practices carried out by Chancellor Merrick's office, he announced, his tone as precise and unimaginative as ever. Specifically, the suppression of battlefield losses and the broader accusation that Merrick's has orchestrated a coup against the Emperor. Falk crossed his arms, waiting for the inevitable endorsement of Merrick's methods. Surely, Siegs would fall in line like the rest, trotting out the usual platitudes about wartime necessities. But Siegs wasted no time. Over the past year, Merrick's office has been altering military reports. Casualties erased, defeats rewritten as stalemates, even victories. I've sent up details, facts, and they come back to me gutted, stripped of truth. Fox's eyebrows shot up, the revelation momentarily throwing him off balance. Alterations? Well, alterations weren't unusual in times of war. A little varnish on the facts to keep morale intact. Hadn't they all seen it before? But Siegs wasn't talking about a little varnish. He was describing something closer to camouflage, the sort that could make a man step into enemy fire without even knowing it. Falk couldn't accept this. Perhaps they were deemed unnecessary. The reports, optimized? Wartime demands a certain efficiency, after all. Not every detail requires public consumption. Surprisingly, Siegs didn't relent. Public consumption? He scoffed. For a man so inclined to war, you certainly know little of it. Forget about public consumption for a moment. What do you think happens to our plans when we've little to build upon? When our own reports are altered before they reach us, it becomes impossible to manage operations effectively. Merrick's has shown a clear disregard for transparency. Falk found himself groping for the usual words, the familiar defense suddenly feeling hollow. You're suggesting transparency, but unchecked exposure has consequences. We have to consider morale, General. We cannot waste our time worrying about some symposium on ethics. This is war. You? Siegs leaned forward, a dismissive smirk on his face. Educating me, one of the three great generals on war? He leaned back with a smile. Whether it was born of extreme annoyance or genuine absurdity was almost impossible to tell. Please, senior investigator. I would hardly lecture you on how to conduct your investigations, lacking as you are. I am simply telling you the facts. Merrick's and his office have manipulated critical war documents. The intensity in Sieg's eyes invoked the slightest twinge of discomfort within Falk. He glanced at Helmuth, who seemed content to let Siegs continue. I'll lay it out plainly. Merrick's is engineering the information. He's removing officers loyal to the Emperor, assigning them to distant posts without consulting command. I've seen men who were staunch defenders of the Emperor suddenly disappear from key positions. Isolated, shuffled away like pawns. Falk leaned forward, forcing himself to keep his expression neutral. Reassignments are routine. Perhaps there were strategic reasons behind them. You're reading too much into this. Admiral Karlman cleared his throat, stepping in with his own account. I've witnessed the same with the Navy. Our battle reports don't reflect what we're actually seeing. Ships lost, men gone. But the reports that leave my hands end up talking only of victories. It's as if the real story doesn't exist. Falk felt his irritation rising. The real story is one of victories, Admiral. Those are the ones that matter. The people need victories. The Chancellor is ensuring that they see what counts. Karlman leaned back, arms crossed, his gaze never wavering. And when I questioned it, I was told to fall in line. Unnecessary details, they called it. But those details are our reality. Merrick's has turned us into actors in a narrative he's crafted. The war is already lost. What remains is simply an illusion propped up by the Chancellor's insolence. Falk straightened, forcing the unease to the back of his mind. Illusions? You seem awfully quick to assume malice where there's simply management. The Empire has enough to worry about without your concerns over who reports what. Siegs grunted, clearly annoyed. We have documents to back it up. I brought them with me. They're all here. He gestured to the stack of papers on the table. Falk's heart pounded as Helmuth moved to collect the documents. You're mistaken, Falk insisted, but his voice lacked conviction. The Chancellor has done what he must, what he needed to, what was necessary, to keep us stable. Siegs gave him a long, hard look. Then let these documents speak for themselves. I'd like to see how you justify this when it's all laid out in front of you. Falk took a steadying breath, nodding to Helmuth. Very well. We'll review the documents. Helmuth laid the documents in front of him. Falk rested his hands on the table, poised to crush any insinuation Siegs might throw his way. The two leaders leaned in like they were holding court, as if their testimonies could possibly sway someone like him. Falk wasn't here to be convinced. He was here to tie up loose ends, to let these men have their say so they could all move on. He picked up the first report, a battle in distant Cartalpas that had supposedly ended in a triumph, with troops returning to accolades. Falk had heard about it, seen the footage himself. Pristine vessels, men standing tall. But the report Karlman handed over painted a Messier picture. Casualties, severe damage, and the surrender of an entire conquest fleet. Falk's mouth tightened. He scanned the page quickly, noting the redactions, the omissions that now seemed so conspicuous. It's not unusual to streamline things for public release, Falk said, adopting a tone of forced patience. Morale depends on unity, not on cluttering reports with every last casualty figure. Karlman interjected, pointing out a line that Falk had glanced over. You call this clutter? Look here. Casualty numbers removed entirely. Streamlined? Huh. If that were true, we'd still be fighting on the coasts of the Holy Mauritial Empire. They were scrubbed down to the bone. Falk shot him a glare, unwilling to concede the point. You're exaggerating. The big picture's intact. The Empire needs victories, not drawn-out analyses. People want to see results, not nitpick every skirmish. That's the whole point of Merrick's strategy. But Karlman wasn't done. He slid another document forward, this one from a different engagement that Falk also recalled hearing about, Juneirel. Again, the official version had been a victory, but the reality here was a far cry from that. The numbers were harsh, the language blunt. No amount of spin could hide that this wasn't the clean-cut success they'd been sold. If the document held truth, then the operation there was instead a crushing defeat. Falk scowled, unable to shake the doubt simmering in his chest. You'd think the Empire's about to fall apart, the way you're carrying on. These reports are adjusted to keep focus, nothing more. This level of detail isn't meant for the public. Apologize for my bluntness, Mr. Richter, but might you be daft? This is a losing war, spun to reflect victory and progress. There was little Falk could say. He stammered, but could get nothing out. The next document Karlman slapped onto the table solidified his speechlessness. Over 20 fleet carriers were confirmed sunk, hundreds of thousands lost. Such destruction, enough to cripple the entire navy. Yet these losses had been wiped clean from any official record. He could almost hear Karlman's barely contained fury as the man watched him read. "Are you beginning to understand, senior investigator?" Karlman's voice was hard, his tone laced with contempt. "Have you ever wondered why there's no new footage from the Mauricio coastline? Hell, from the Continental Ocean? 20 fleet carriers, over 100 battleships, and nearly 500,000 men gone. We've lost it." But Merrick says nothing. He simply sends out another glorious broadcast, pretending we're still invincible. Falk could feel the room closing in on him, Karlman's words echoing in his mind. Losing control of the Continental Ocean. His fingers tightened on the edge of the table, the reality of Karlman's accusations finally penetrating the shield he'd so carefully constructed around Merrick's decisions. What exactly are you suggesting, Mr. Karlman?" His voice was quiet, but his tone still clung to a thread of authority. He wanted to reassert control, to challenge Karlman's implication, but for the first time, he wasn't sure he had the ground to stand on. What are you saying, Mr. Karlman? This isn't just a blow to morale." Karlman's lip curled, a sneer pulling at the corner of his mouth that made Falk's blood boil. "Morale? We're struggling to survive, senior investigator. We've lost command over the Continental Ocean. The enemy is no doubt preparing to approach our waters, and Merrick's is pretending we still control the tides. You think that's strategic? No, it's delusional. He's lost us half our fleet carriers, hundreds of thousands of men, and here you are, talking about morale. You think morale is worth that kind of silence? That kind of lie?" Before Falk could answer, Siegs placed a new report in front of him. "And it's not just the Navy," Siegs said. "Our ground forces are getting slaughtered, too. Take a look at the action at Malmund Pass." Falk glanced down at the report on Malmund Pass. 1. The losses were overwhelming. Over 85% casualties, armored units obliterated, artillery reduced to wreckage. He read through Major General Connor's report, the description of American firepower, the hopelessness of their men against them. The final remarks stung the most. Connor's request for withdrawal, his almost pleading tone as he outlined the need to retreat to more defensible positions. Connor had seen the writing on the wall, and it was a story of failure, one Merrick's had erased with a stroke of his pen. Siegs spoke up again, his voice hard, but with a note of something almost like pity. "Merrick's has been playing you, senior investigator. Playing all of us. And you've been so wrapped up in your own certainty that you didn't even notice." "Then why?" Karlman paused, then reached into his case and handed Falk 2 sheets of paper. "Here. First one's the ceasefire proposal we put together. Me, Siegs, him man. We spelled it out. Everything. The losses, the realities we're up against. We needed to stop the bleeding." Falk scanned the first letter, too, his stomach tightening as he read. The proposal was brutally honest, a final attempt to salvage something. Karlman pushed the second sheet, 3, toward him. "That's Merrick's reply. Read it." Falk's eyes moved over the page, feeling the words hit him like a punch. Merrick's had dismissed the idea outright, called it treasonous. Merrick's true nature laid bare, demanding more from men who'd already given everything. He stared at the documents, feeling like he was watching his own world burn down in front of him. Everything he'd built, every truth he thought he knew, all of it, just gone. Even his whole career was a lie. The promotion to senior investigator? Had it been due to his skill, his competence, or had it been because of his loyalty to the Chancellor? Falk's eyes darted back to Helmuth, but he found no lifeline there, only the same calm acceptance, as if Helmuth had been waiting for this all along. "You've spent this entire time defending Merrick's, but you know the truth now. Will you be content with staying in nepotism hire, or will you finally see to your true duty?" There was only one thing to salvage the fact that his life was a lie: redemption. The words were a bitter echo in his mind as he forced himself to speak. "Let's get the record from the Department of War and prepare for the trial." Appendix. Document 1. GRA Valkan Imperial Armed Forces. Combat Report. Action at Malmund Pass. Date: February 18, 1641. Reporting Officer: Major General Franzen Connor, Malmund Command. Classification: Imperial Command, Eyes Only. 1. Situation Summary Objective: to secure Malmund Pass and establish a critical pathway for advancing GRA Valkan forces into territories beyond the Malmund region. Forces involved: 13th Armored Regiment, 7th Mechanized Infantry Brigade, 4th Artillery Support Battalion. Outcome: on February 17th, GRA Valkan forces commenced an assault on entrenched American positions at Malmund Pass. The engagement quickly revealed that the enemy possessed superior firepower and range capabilities, resulting in immediate and severe losses. Despite the valor displayed by our troops, we were unable to secure the pass, and the advance was halted under heavy fire. 1. Casualties and losses. Personnel: estimated 85% Kia/MIA. Armored vehicles: over 150 heavy and light armored units destroyed. Mechanized units: majority rendered inoperative or captured. Artillery: largely ineffective due to rapid armored losses, preventing proper deployment. 3. Battle observations. American forces demonstrated advanced technological capabilities far exceeding those anticipated. Surviving personnel report the presence of heavy armored units engaging at ranges beyond 4,000 meters, coupled with rotary wing aircraft providing both surveillance and precision support. These technologies effectively nullified our armored advantage and exploited the confined terrain of Malmund Pass. Enemy tactics capitalized on their reach and firepower, creating a choke point that trapped our units and prevented maneuverability. Initial reconnaissance failed to detect these preparations, resulting in a complete rout of forward forces and the loss of operational cohesion within the region. 1. Commander's remarks and recommendations. The engagement at Malmund Pass has made it clear that our current capabilities are insufficient against the enemy's advanced technology. Despite our soldiers' bravery, it is apparent that new tactics must be adopted if we are to achieve our objectives. To this end, I recommend an immediate withdrawal from Malmund Pass to more defensible positions within the Malmund Mountains. By fortifying these natural barriers, we can create a stronghold from which to launch strategic ambushes. Such tactics, exploiting the terrain, will allow us to engage the enemy on our terms, mitigating their advantages in range and firepower. Furthermore, I request that heavy bombers be deployed to disrupt enemy supply lines and prevent the consolidation of their forces. Should these measures prove ineffective, I urge Command to consider a full retreat to preserve our remaining strength. Such a course of action, while not ideal, would enable us to regroup and prepare for a future engagement under more favorable conditions. Hail GRA Valkas, for the Empire. Major General Franzen-Connor. Document 2. GRA Valkas Empire, Department of War. Office of the General Staff. Memorandum for internal distribution only. Classification: Top Secret. Subject: Recommendation for ceasefire negotiations. Date: January 25, 1641. 2. Chancellor Merrick's. From: General van der Siegs, General of the Army, Admiral Arnold Karlman, Chief of Naval Operations, Air Marshal Ganther Himman, Commander of Air Forces. Esteemed Chancellor, the undersigned military leadership of the GRA Valkan Empire hereby submit our formal recommendation to pursue immediate ceasefire negotiations with the United States and its allies. The current situation shows significant losses across our naval and air forces, with minimal corresponding enemy casualties. Continuation of hostilities will lead to untenable outcomes without strategic gains. We advise that offensive operations be ceased and that diplomatic channels be opened. Compliance and Security Protocol. This communication is classified as top secret. Any unauthorized distribution or disclosure of this content will be prosecuted as a breach of national security under the State Integrity Act. Hail GRA Valkas, for the Empire. General van der Siegs. Admiral Arnold Karlman. Air Marshal Ganther Himman. Document 3. GRA Valkan Empire, Office of the Chancellor. Rejection of ceasefire proposal. Date: January 26, 1641. 2. General van der Siegs, General of the Army, Admiral Arnold Karlman, Chief of Naval Operations, Air Marshal Ganther Himman, Commander of Air Forces. Classification: Top Secret. Subject: Response to ceasefire recommendation. Gentlemen, I have received your recommendation for a ceasefire. Let me be clear. Such defeatist thinking is unacceptable and borders on treason. The mere suggestion of capitulation to our enemies is an insult to every GRA Valkan who has shed blood for our cause. Our empire does not bow to temporary setbacks. Your duty is to lead our forces to victory, not to cower at the first sign of adversity. I expected better from the empire's highest-ranking military officials. If you lack the resolve to see this war through to our inevitable triumph, perhaps it is time to reconsider your positions. I hereby order the immediate intensification of our war efforts. Develop countermeasures. Increase production. Strengthen our defenses. Do whatever is necessary, but do not ever again suggest surrender. The next communication I expect from you is a comprehensive plan for turning the tide of this war. Anything less will be considered a dereliction of duty. Remember, gentlemen, GRA Valkas does not know defeat. We fight until victory, no matter the cost. Compliance and security protocol. This communication is classified as top secret. Any unauthorized distribution or disclosure of this content will be prosecuted as a breach of national security under the State Integrity Act. Hail GRA Valkas, for the Empire. Chancellor Merrick's. Chapter 210, Peace, Yendi. The shuffle of feet on marble reminded Deputy Chancellor Voskel of papers being sorted. The warhawks behind him were unusually quiet. No muttering about military matters, no complaining about procedure. Amazing what the prospect of Merrick's in chains could do to shut them up. The doves weren't much better, practically strutting. They'd learn eventually that victory required dignity, though probably not today. And then there was everyone else, tense with the extremely likely possibility that Merrick's is indeed a traitor and that they'd been inadvertently contributing to the Empire's downfall. But Voskel knew he was hardly one to speak. He'd been complacent, complicit, and everything in between. And it nagged him. At least Kleger knew how to handle himself. The old man had seen enough political theater to understand that history cared more about presence than presentation. Probably not something as dire as treason against the imperial family, but he'd probably weathered enough storms to brace for this. The chamber itself hadn't changed since last week's trade legislation, but the mood certainly had. Gone were the drowsy afternoons of tariff debates, replaced by the solemn gravity of Merrick's alleged crimes. The imperial seal above the judge's bench had been freshly polished, a detail that would have irritated him if he hadn't specifically ordered it. The very empire was watching. Best not to give them any symbols to misinterpret. His fellow senators filed into their assigned seats with varying degrees of grace. The chosen arrangements would keep the war hawks and doves from glaring at each other across the aisle, though that hadn't stopped them from trying. Thankfully, there were more than enough senators who stood in the middle, more concerned with the fact that the emperor had been betrayed rather than ousting or retaining Merrick's. The side door opened. Merrick's looked smaller than when he had assumed power. No chancellor's regalia today, just a plain uniform that hadn't been pressed properly. The guards moved him toward the defendant's box, his legal team assembling with whispers. Strange, seeing him like this. The man had spent years climbing through Senate ranks, carefully building his influence, only to throw it all away on a few months of playing emperor. Even so, the man didn't seem to care much, as if this were only a minor road bump, a matter his defense team might easily handle. Prideful and stubborn, even to the end, it seemed. The only other party missing was the imperial family itself, though likely for good reason. If they were to appear, it'd be after the entire trial was over with, once they've assured their own safety. As they settled in, the judge finally decided to grace them with his presence. The traditional call to order felt perfunctory. Everyone had been silent since Merrick's entrance. Voskel sunk into his chair. Might as well get comfortable. The judge had that look about him, the one that meant they'd be hearing a very thorough explanation of very obvious matters. With a tap of his gavel, he spoke. I, Wern Riamart, Chief Justice of the Imperial Court, acting under authority of His Imperial Majesty, hereby convene this extraordinary session of the court. In accordance with Imperial Statute 17-4, covering crimes against the sovereign power, this court is now in session. Protocol demanded they all rise. Again, Voskel caught Kleger suppressing a wince as his joints protested the constant up and down. They'd be doing this dance all morning. Guinea Merrick's, former chancellor of the GRA Valkas Empire, You stand accused of high treason against His Imperial Majesty." The judge's voice boomed through the chamber. Specifically, orchestrating a violent coup against the imperial throne, the attempted murder of Emperor Jare Lux, conspiracy to imprison the imperial family, falsification of military records, and willful suppression of information vital to the empire's security. Merrick sat strangely still through it all. No outbursts, no defiance. Just that same look he used to get during budget debates, like he was tolerating lesser minds until he could implement his own solutions. Even now, he probably thought he was the only one who truly understood what the empire needed. The Senate's duty today is twofold, as prescribed by imperial law for cases of this magnitude. First, you must determine whether the evidence warrants permanent removal from office, what our law terms as impeachment. This requires a clear showing that the accused has violated his sacred oath to the empire and is no longer fit to serve. Following the impeachment vote, this body will then serve as jury in the criminal proceedings. The burden of proof here is absolute. Treason against His Imperial Majesty must be proven beyond any reasonable doubt. There can be no uncertainty in your minds when judging an offense of this gravity. Let me be clear about the sequence. You will hear all evidence presented by both prosecution and defense. Only then will you vote on impeachment. If impeachment passes, we will proceed immediately to deliberation on the criminal charges. Should guilt be established, imperial law is clear and unwavering on the consequences of treason against the throne. The war hawks started to fidget. Everyone knew the stakes, that Merrick would face execution, but hearing it spoken aloud, in the moment, felt far different to simply acknowledging it as a procedure on a document. Perhaps those words were like a reminder of the only possible outcome from this trial. Your Honor, honored senators. Deitman's voice carried the weight of his office. We stand here because one man decided his ambitions outweighed his duty to empire and emperor. The evidence will show that Guinea Merrick orchestrated a coup that left His Imperial Majesty with injuries that persist to this day. That he fabricated medical reports to justify his illegal seizure of power. That when our fleets suffered devastating losses, more than 20 fleet carriers, hundreds of thousands dead, he buried the truth and threatened any who dared speak it. Some of the war hawks shifted in their seats. He knew the looks on their faces: shock, confusion, betrayal. They'd spent months defending these reports in committee meetings, arguing against the Dove's calls for transparency. Now they were learning exactly what they'd been defending. The worst part was that Merrick hadn't even trusted his strongest supporters with the truth, just used them as unwitting props in his theater of lies. Made them stake their reputations on numbers that were pure fiction. The prosecution will present medical staff who will testify that His Majesty's alleged tuberculosis diagnosis was fabricated. We will show documentation proving Merrick ordered the construction of this lie. General Siegs and Admiral Karlman will testify not only to the alteration of military reports and the true extent of our naval losses, but to their own knowledge of the coup itself and how Merrick's careful consolidation of power left them unable to prevent it. Additional officers will describe their reassignment or removal for daring to report accurate casualty figures. But most damning are Merrick's own words. We possess his signed orders rejecting a joint recommendation for ceasefire negotiations while knowing our fleets were being decimated. His written threats to charge military officers with treason for reporting actual battle outcomes. His directive to the Imperial Broadcasting Corporation to suppress all news of defeat, no matter the cost, to our war effort. Deitman hadn't once raised his voice or gestured. The facts were explosive enough without theatrical flourish. This is not mere incompetence or poor judgment. This is treason of the highest order. A calculated betrayal of emperor and empire, driven by a man who would rather see our nation burned than admit defeat. The prosecution will prove beyond any reasonable doubt that Guinea Merrick is guilty of every charge, and that his actions merit the maximum penalty our law demands. Thank you, Your Honor. Perfect timing. Just long enough to outline the case without testing the judge's patience. Now for the theater of evidence presentation. Though given what Voskuhl had already seen in the preliminary documents, they wouldn't need much theatrical enhancement. We begin with evidence of the falsified medical diagnosis, Deitman said, gesturing to his aide. The prosecution calls Dr. Heimholtz, chief physician of the Imperial Medical Corps. The medical testimony that followed was exhaustively detailed. Charts, documentation, dated records establishing the emperor's actual condition versus the fabricated tuberculosis diagnosis. In this document, Deitman held up a folder bearing the chancellor's seal. Written orders to alter His Majesty's medical records, signed by Chancellor Merix himself. Some of the recently shifted war hawks were taking particularly thorough notes now. Validation, perhaps, of their change in loyalty. It seemed even the defense was at a loss. They hadn't even bothered to cross-examine or counter. Whatever they might have said probably would have backfired, though with the mountain of evidence at Deitman's disposal and the backing of the prince's announcement, anything more simply would have been icing on the cake. We now turn to the military situation. Deitman's transition drew Voskel's attention back to the present. General Siegs, please approach. General, could you explain your role during the period in question? General of the Army, responsible for all ground forces of the Empire. Sieg's tone matched his reputation. The Warhawks had gone particularly still. This wasn't just any general offering testimony, but the highest-ranking army officer in the Empire. Some probably even looked up to him. If there was any witness to command their respect, it would be the only present member of the three great generals. And you had direct knowledge of the coup against His Majesty? Yes, several of us did. A slight tightening at his jaw, the only crack in his professional demeanor. We were informed after the fact. Chancellor Merix had already positioned loyalists in key command posts, particularly in the capital region. Military police, garrison commands, communications centers. By the time we understood what had happened, he controlled too many critical positions. Any attempt at intervention would have fractured the army. Whether he knew beforehand mattered little. What mattered was the fact that he was against Merix and had spoken the immediately relevant truth. Let us move to the military reports. Deitman nodded to his aide, who began distributing documents. The prosecution enters into evidence reports from the Malmund Pass engagement and subsequent operations. The documents painted a clear picture. Original casualty figures crossed out, replaced with more palatable numbers. Tactical retreats recharacterized as strategic redeployments. Entire units struck from the records. General, what was your role regarding these documents? I was ordered to revise any reports showing significant losses. When I objected, the Chancellor made it clear that accurate reporting would be considered defeatism, punishable as treason. And the actual figures from the ground forces? In the Malmund Pass engagement alone, we lost an entire armored brigade. Over 5,000 casualties. The revised reports showed acceptable losses and claimed tactical success. In reality, it was an utter defeat, one that forced General Connor to recommend immediate withdrawal into the mountain range itself. Voskel noticed Kleger had stopped taking notes entirely, just staring at the documents. No further questions for this witness. Deitman returned to his seat. Does the defense wish to cross-examine? The judge asked. Merix's lead counsel rose. Yes, Your Honor. He approached the stand. General Siegs, would you agree that military morale is essential to victory? Objection. Deitman barely needed to stand. Relevance to the factual testimony about falsified reports and the coup. Sustained. The judge's response was immediate. Counsel, confine your questions to the witness's direct testimony. Merix's counsel didn't miss a beat. No further questions, Your Honor. Smart enough not to waste the court's time when his strategy had been blocked. Voskel suspected they'd save their ideological arguments for their own witnesses. The prosecution calls Admiral Karlman, Chief of Naval Operations. The Admiral's approach to the stand brought a different tension to the room. The war hawks might respect Siegs, but Karlman was about to tell them exactly what their stubbornness had cost the Empire. Admiral, please state your position during the period in question. Chief of Naval Operations for the Imperial Navy, could you describe the actual state of our naval forces? Karlman's expression hardened. We've lost 4 entire conquest fleets, the 2nd through 5th, effectively destroyed. The exact casualties. He paused, searching for the right words. Rescue operations are still ongoing, and the records were altered so frequently that even I can't give you an accurate count anymore. What I can tell you is that we've lost dozens of carriers, over 100,000 men, and that the Americans control the entire Continental Ocean. Our remaining ships, Caesar's first conquest fleet, the Imperial Defense Fleet, and other stragglers, are essentially trapped in port, held back for homeland defense. No wonder the IBC kept recycling footage from the early victories. Hard to show naval supremacy when there weren't any ships left to film. Though that explained the constant technical difficulties during the Mauritial coast coverage, didn't it? In response to these losses, did you take any official action? Yes. On January 25th, myself, General Siegs, and Air Marshal Himman submitted a joint recommendation for immediate ceasefire negotiations. The Warhawks agreeing to a ceasefire? If someone had suggested that even last year, he'd have laughed them out of his office. Though perhaps if they'd known it came with Siegs and Karlman's signatures. Deitman lifted the document, and the Chancellor's response, received the very next day. Something in Karlman's voice had shifted. January 26th. The response was exactly what Voskuhl had expected from Merrick's. All that nonsense about defeatist thinking and inevitable triumph. As if words alone could restore four fleets. The part about reconsidering positions wasn't even subtle as far as threats went. At least now they knew what happened to Air Marshal Himman. Logistics coordination in the Southern Territory might as well have sent him to count supply crates in the middle of nowhere. Classic Merrick's. Couldn't execute the man outright, so he buried him in bureaucracy instead. Does the defense wish to cross-examine? The judge asked. Merrick's counsel rose. Yes, Your Honor. He approached with the kind of confidence that made Voskuhl wonder what angle they'd try this time. Admiral Karlman, in your experience, has any GRA Valkan fleet ever surrendered? Interesting approach. Trying to paint a ceasefire recommendation as un-GRA Valkan, though they really should have learned from the Siegs attempt. Objection. Deitman again. Counsel is attempting to argue ideology rather than address the witness's testimony about specific military losses and document authenticity. Sustained. Even Voskuhl could tell the judge was starting to get annoyed. Counsel, restrict your questions to the facts presented. Merrick's lawyer didn't waste time arguing. No further questions, Your Honor. The prosecution moved on to the IBC testimony. Voskuhl had wondered how they'd handle Marcellon's evidence without making him appear in person. Smart move, really, keeping him safely away from any potential retaliation. The prosecution calls for the presentation of evidence from the Imperial Broadcasting Corporation. Deitman's transition was smooth. He'd obviously been waiting for this moment. The prosecution would like to direct the Senate's attention to two key documents demonstrating systematic obfuscation of military defeats. He stood at his podium, holding up his copies. First, a January 4th directive to the IBC establishing complete control over military footage. Then, a January 24th order that reveals the full extent of this obfuscation. Amazing how bureaucratic language could make censorship sound so routine. Though that was rather the point, wasn't it? The first document ordered the IBC to use only pre-approved footage supplied directly by Merrick's office. No additional materials, no independent commentary. The second document. Deitman's tone hardened slightly. The second document threatened death for anyone reporting actual military losses. He paused to drink some water, then laid the final blow. The prosecution contends these documents prove three specific charges. First, the willful obfuscation of military losses. Second, the systematic threatening of media personnel under false applications of the National Integrity Act. And third, the deliberate misleading of the Imperial Senate regarding the true state of the war. The former IBC chief technical officer might not have been in the chamber, but his paper trail told quite a story. Daily implementation of content restrictions, each directive more severe than the last. Fresh naval footage simply ceased to exist in broadcasts, replaced with carefully curated reels from the early victories. When questions arose about the Contal Ocean campaign, they were met with vague references to ongoing operations, or simply vanished from the broadcast schedule entirely. Most damning were the personnel directives. The few journalists brave enough to raise questions during live broadcasts suddenly faced mysterious technical failures, their feeds cutting out mid-sentence. They'd vanish from the evening news shortly after, reassigned to remote stations, or relegated to archiving decades-old propaganda reels. Voskuhl recognized several names from those memos, faces that had simply disappeared from broadcasts without explanation. Then there were Merrick's direct orders to the IBC leadership. Victory requires absolute faith. The same words he'd used with the admirals. Seemed the Chancellor only had one song to sing, though he'd certainly found plenty of ways to force others to sing along. The proceeding dragged on for several days, mostly time allotted to reviewing the evidence, and time for the prosecution to lay down their arguments. Merrick's defense team had long abandoned any semblance of innocence. At this point, it was impossible to deny the coup, and Merrick's knew it. That left them only one option: to double down. His lawyers tried, they really did, but their attempts to twist the imperial laws to justify his actions for the sake of the empire were only met with objection after objection. Day 4 brought the same tedium. More documents, more witnesses, more objections. Voskal had memorized every crack in the marble floor, trying to stay awake, through technical testimony about communication protocols and chain of command procedures. Even the war hawks had given up their furious note-taking, instead staring blankly as yet another aide confirmed yet another obvious fact about Merrick's coup. Then the defense counsel stood. The defense calls Chancellor Guinea Merrick's. Strange how a single sentence could make the room feel smaller. Voskal watched Merrick's rise, still carrying himself like he owned the chamber. The man hadn't slouched once during the entire proceeding, probably thought it beneath him. Chancellor Merrick's. His lawyer's tone was carefully neutral. Could you explain to the Senate why you felt it necessary to assume emergency powers? The empire was being gutted from within. Merrick's voice hadn't changed either. That same tone he'd used to lecture them about military spending. Our emperor, who should have been our strength, had become our greatest weakness. The GVS revolution proved it. He ordered our own ships sunk rather than face the enemy. Patriots murdered by their own emperor for daring to show proper GRA Valkan spirit. Some of the war hawks nodded before catching themselves. Old habits. And the military reports? Why hide the losses? Hide. Merrick's actually smiled. I protected the empire from the poison of doubt. Victory requires absolute faith. The moment you admit defeat is possible, it becomes inevitable. A true GRA Valkan would rather die fighting than live in shame. Even with the Americans on the verge of controlling our waters, either we win or we deserve to burn. There is no middle ground, no compromise, no surrender. The Emperor would have us kneel. I chose to let us stand. Voskal had to admire the strategy in a perverse way. He was out of defense. He couldn't hide from the coup when it was plain as day who orchestrated it. His final hope, as insane as it was, remained in doubling down. When the facts are against you, embrace them. Turn treason into martyrdom. Paint yourself as the last true patriot. Yet, Merrick's was no patriot, far from it. He was simply delusional, and in his subverted idea of patriotism, ended up doing more harm than good. How much better off would they be if he'd agreed to a ceasefire? If the emperor had never lost his throne? No further questions. The defense counsel sat, probably relieved his client hadn't been even more explicit about his contempt for the emperor. Deitman rose slowly. Chancellor Merrick's, you spoke of protecting the empire from doubt, of requiring absolute faith in victory. I would like to examine the practical outcomes of this policy. When American missiles struck our fleets, what tangible protection did this enforced faith provide? The war hawks who'd been nodding earlier suddenly found the floor very interesting. Our faith in the empire was essential to maintaining morale and unity in our darkest hour. Without absolute conviction, we would have crumbled from within, Merrick said. The court records show Admiral Karlman's reports detailed catastrophic losses. In your professional judgment, what strategic advantage justified continuing the campaign after receiving these assessments? Better to die with honor than live as slaves to foreign powers. Merrick's declared, Chancellor, as the head of state, your primary duty was to preserve the empire and its citizens. How do you reconcile that duty with the decision to proceed despite clear evidence of inevitable defeat? Merrick's mask finally cracked. How dare you insinuate defeat? I did what was necessary. The empire must survive at any cost. Better to sacrifice millions than to see our civilization fall. Thank you, Chancellor. The prosecution rests, Your Honor. Perfect timing. Let Merrick's outburst be the final note. Voskal could already see heads nodding among the moderates. Time to vote, then. About bloody time. The judge's instructions felt perfunctory at this point. Everyone knew which way this would go, but tradition demanded proper procedure. They filed out for deliberation, though deliberation was perhaps too strong a word for what followed. The first vote was unanimous. Even the war hawks couldn't justify keeping Merrick's in office after that display. The second vote, on the criminal charges, took slightly longer. not because anyone doubted his guilt, but because some senators needed time to process that they were actually condemning a former chancellor to death. In the end, the result was the same. Unanimous. More shuffling at the gallery entrance. Time for the official witnesses. Trust the Imperial Press Office to have their people positioned exactly as rehearsed. Some of the newer reporters looked ready to burst, probably their first time documenting anything bigger than a trade resolution. The veterans kept to their assigned spots, cameras ready. They knew how this worked. When Voskuhl and the other senators filed back in, Merrick's still sat straight-backed. As if this were merely another budget debate, he'd eventually win through sheer stubbornness. The judge's formal reading of the verdict didn't change his expression. Even the word death didn't crack his facade. The scratching of pencils and clicking of cameras provided a fitting accompaniment to his downfall. Let the record show, Judge Riamard began, that on this day, the Senate has voted to remove Guinea Merricks from the office of Chancellor, effective immediately. Furthermore, on the charge of high treason against His Imperial Majesty, this body finds the defendant guilty. As prescribed by imperial law, the sentence is death. What followed was the tedious business of justice. Declarations of findings, official seals, recordings for the archive. Each senator's vote had to be entered individually into the record. The defense made their appeal motion. Naturally, the judge denied it. Voskuhl noticed the subtle shift in the guards' positioning. Not obvious unless one were looking for it, but there were more of them now. And the ones by the main doors were Imperial Guard, not regular security. The Warhawks hadn't noticed, too busy looking anywhere but at Merrick's. The Doves were still watching him, perhaps waiting for him to finally break. But he just sat there, probably still believing he'd been right. The judge was just finishing the final declarations when the chamber doors opened. The sudden shuffle of guards snapping to attention. The rustle of senators rising. And there, flanked by his personal guard in full regalia, Cabal himself. Not Crown Prince Cabal anymore. Voskuhl had to correct himself. With his father's condition and Merrick's conviction, he was emperor in all but the ceremonial proclamation. The realization seemed to hit several senators at once, their formal bows becoming notably deeper. The judge's gavel cut through the shuffle of bows and murmured greetings. By imperial precedent and the gravity of this moment, I hereby yield the chamber to His Imperial Majesty. A pause, then, the Emperor speaks. Members of the Senate, honored officials. Today marks not merely the end of a traitor's rule, but the rebirth of proper imperial governance. The lawful succession falls to me, not through violence or deception, but by my father's will and the empire's traditions. My father, though he survived Merrick's treachery, bears wounds that prevent him from ruling in these difficult times. He has entrusted me with the burden of leadership, and I intend to prove worthy of that trust. The Senate's verdict against Merrick's is just. His execution will be carried out at dawn tomorrow. To those who served him, I offer clarity, not vengeance. Demonstrate loyalty to the true imperial authority, and you'll find your place in our restored order. Resist, and face the consequences of that choice. My first act restores proper command. Admiral Karlman will resume control of our naval forces. General Siegs returns to command of the Imperial Army. Every military unit will report through their proper chain of command, effective immediately. Officers who received battlefield authority through Merrick's direct appointment are relieved pending review. Merrick's campaign of lies has done more damage than any enemy. While our forces remained powerful, his incompetence squandered their strength. While our industries developed weapons that could reshape continents, his blindness prevented their proper deployment. This ends now. The Imperial Broadcasting Corporation will return to its proper role, reporting truth, not manufacturing it. Our citizens deserve to know the true might of their nation, not the fabrications of a desperate man. To all Imperial military forces, I hereby order an immediate cessation of offensive operations. Maintain defensive positions and strategic readiness. Any commander who defies this order will answer directly to me. Our diplomats will establish appropriate channels for the formalization of this directive. Let our adversaries understand the meaning of this order. The Empire chooses this path, not from weakness. Our laboratories and factories have produced weapons that can reduce cities to ash in moments. Our military strength, properly directed, remains formidable. But unlike my predecessor, I recognize that true power lies in knowing precisely when and how to use it. And indeed, the Empire's strength has never relied on a single man's ambitions. Our power is absolute. Merrick's simply lack the wisdom to direct it properly. That changes today. Those who stand with us will see the Empire restored to its rightful place. Those who stand against us will face the full consequence of that decision. Hail Gra Valkas. Oda Hypmo. The wireless crackled with the end of Cabal's transmission. Sinclair reached for his tea, long since gone cold. Bloody marvelous timing, this. Just when the Americans and their remarkable machines had given them proper odds, the new emperor decides to play statesman. He rewound the recording. Weapons that can reduce cities to ash. Not Merrick's usual bombastic nonsense about destiny. This. The recording quality was poor, but there was something in Cabal's tone that made him think of the reports from the Americans on Earth's World War II. Nasty business, that. Prime Minister? His aide appeared at the door. General Senneville on the line. Right then, Sinclair set down his cup. General, I expect you've seen our friend's performance? The American surveillance confirms their armies are holding position, complying with the ceasefire for now. Senneville paused. But that bit about their weapons development. Quite. Sinclair glanced at the technical assessment on his desk. They'd lost too many good men learning exactly what the GV was capable of. Too many good men trying to play catch-up with technology. Keep our forces ready. Ceasefire's all well and good, but I won't have us caught with our trousers down. Of course, sir. Sinclair stared at the frozen image of Cabal. Young face, old eyes. Not the sort to rattle sabers without cause. And inform the Americans we'll need expanded surveillance coverage. And the ceasefire, sir? We'll observe it. Sinclair finally opened the intelligence report. Let's just hope we've not many rogue elements to deal with. Cabal may be more reasonable than his predecessor, but he's still Jar-A Valkan. Best we remember that. Renepolis, Holy Mauritial Empire. The light of the recording sphere diminished to nothing, leaving his study in the warm radiance of the lamps. For millennia of governance had impressed upon Mauritial the particular value of such moments. They were, in their nature, much like the stillness following a tempest or that breathless interval which arrives between great transitions of power. A most enlightening declaration. He lifted his glass. Our young friend has learned much in his exile. Lige adjusted his spectacles. The Americans will insist upon protecting their newfound trade interests, Your Majesty. They mean to preserve Gra Valkan industry rather than exact full reparations. As well they might. The vintage deserved more attention than it would receive today. Matters of empire left little room for proper appreciation. The Treasury's meticulous accounting of damages would signify little. No ledger could capture the true cost of lost influence, of diminished certainty. Yet their weapons and industry would prove necessary sooner than most suspected. Our concerns lie elsewhere, I should think. The ministry detained 3 more this morning, Burkburn reported. Non-real agents posing as Alteran merchants. They've developed some manner of concealment for their wings. Indeed, the word carried the weight of ages. A most troubling development. If they can hide their wings at will, one wonders how many more walk among us even now. The timing cannot be coincidence, Pow observed, his orange-striped tail curling in thought. They grow bold as our attention fixes elsewhere. Not bold. Mauritial set down his glass. Patient. The Ravernal Empire has had millennia to perfect its methods. Such thoughts made the recent war seem almost trivial in comparison. Director Burkburn, what of the interrogations? Nothing, Your Majesty. 3 days, and not a word beyond their merchant facade. Though, Burkburn frowned. Their silence itself is telling. Common spies break. These ones accept death like it means nothing. Pow finished. Just like the last group. We cannot spare resources for proper investigation, Lige noted. Not while reconstruction demands such attention. Then we must adapt to new circumstances. Mauritial's gaze fell upon the documents awaiting his signature, treaties and agreements that would cement the new order of things. Such chaos served the Anonreal's purposes rather too well. They would hardly devise a better means of hindering the world's preparations against their Ravernal masters. American weapons, Gra Valkan industry. Even diminished influence seemed but a modest price when weighed against extinction. Shall I arrange discussions with the American delegation? Lige asked. Indeed. Mauricio lifted his pen. Whatever the Americans knew of the non-real threat, if anything at all, was a matter for another day. Let us sign their treaties and be done with it. Pride is a luxury ill-suited to these times. Washington, D.C. The same old leather chair creaked as Lee leaned back, watching Cabal's image fade from the Situation Room screens. His third coffee of the morning sat cooling on the table. He should probably switch to water at some point. Well, he certainly stuck to the script. Clean delivery, Klein agreed. Initial reports show the GV military accepting the transfer of authority. Karlman and Siegs are implementing command restructuring as planned. McCarthy nodded. The deterrence narratives gaining traction. Gives us the diplomatic flexibility we need. Speaking of which, Lee rubbed his eyes. Gordon, status on the Moo negotiations? Sinclair's amenable to the framework, Hayden said. But we're facing parliamentary opposition on reparations and territorial compensation. Given the extent of coastal devastation, it's not unexpected. Present the economic assistance package, Lee said. The briefing materials had been ready for weeks, particularly the infrastructure development proposals for the occupied zones dash. Already initiated, Hayden managed a tired smile. The development framework for the Ostermalmund corridor is particularly effective. Hard to maintain opposition when we're committing to full modernization of their transport infrastructure. Assessment. They'll ratify by week's end. Military command recognizes the strategic imperatives, even if some parliamentary factions are still pushing for punitive measures. Status on the Leifer? He prepared for complications, but Hayden's response was immediate, deferring to EDI framework. Let them deal with that mess. Lee nodded. One more piece in place. Good. Update on containment network. Secretary Hill cleared through his papers. Base infrastructure complete in Galavit, Vestal, and the Columbian Islands. McCarthy's implementation ahead of schedule. McCarthy nodded. Carrier strike groups rotating through all 3 AOs. We've got continuous ISR coverage of the southern maritime approaches. And the Conshal situation? Lee asked. Meeting with their provisional government next week, Hill said. Once we get approval for forward operating bases, it'll complete the ARTCOM defensive perimeter. Though I still say we should brief our allies on the actual threat assessment. Coleman shook his head. Too soon. Let's get through this transition first. The last thing we need is dash. Fitch's tablet lit up. The DNI studied it for a moment. Sir, JSOC teams in Quila are engaged with suspected and non-real operators. They're employing tactical barriers and sensory manipulation spells far past what our simulations have shown. Team 2 took minor casualties from an non-real ambush. Perhaps they'd need to work on joint training with the Mauritials. Having Quatonians and Parpaldians play Opfer simply wouldn't cut it when the non-reals were basically a near-peer opponent with generations of experience. Locations? Lee asked. Kalan Royal Treasury, Fitch said. Our team was conducting a joint inspection with their government when they encountered unidentified operators. Confirmed a non-real by their wing structure before they employed concealment magic. Local security? Kalan forces are establishing a perimeter. Our team maintained observation until the suspects used short-range teleportation to break contact. Fitch checked his tablet. 2 of our men injured during the initial encounter. Nothing serious. The non-reals are advanced enough to know what cameras are and avoid them. The tablet lit up again. Fitch frowned. Revival beacons secure. Looks like they were probing our security measures. Testing our response times, Lee said. Next time won't be a probe. A final message from the author. We've now reached the end of Summoning America. The book will now be officially placed on indefinite hiatus, which is the nice way of saying it's discontinued. But hey, never say never, right? On that note, I may have found someone to continue the story, Diane, the author of supplementary story Summoning America, behind the big picture, but it's not confirmed, and I don't want to get your hopes up. Although this is the end of this particular journey, it's also the start of a new one. I've just launched a new book called Arcane Exfil, which will be strictly available on Royal Road. Hopefully the Google link will be up by this point, but if it isn't, you should be able to find the link to it on my Discord server under #announcements or by looking up my profile on Royal Road and accessing it that way. You know how most Isekai anime usually have kingdoms summon high schoolers to be heroes? Yeah, Arcane Exfil summons Delta Force operators instead. Guerrilla warfare on demons, upgrading fireballs to plasma balls with science, testing out frictionless railguns using lightning and barrier magic, the list goes on. It'll be a pretty interesting story, one backed by all the experiences and lessons I've had up until now. I think you guys will like it. And if you're still on the fence, I recommend at least giving it a try. Of course, I'll still also be writing Manifest Fantasy, so alongside Arcane Exfil, you'll have two options to help fill the void, so to speak. And hopefully, there'll be more than enough to accompany you on your Monday/Tuesday nights. Thank you all for reading, and I hope you enjoyed the journey of Summoning America. Dr. Doritos MD. Post-credit scene. Cartalpa's Holy Mauritial Empire. A certain bar between the merchant district and the docks. Perfect place to catch market sentiment, assuming you could sort the actual traders from the intelligence types pretending to be traders. Rain had driven in the usual crowd, maps spread across tables, manifests being compared, deals being made and unmade. The wall-mounted screen was playing MNN's evening broadcast. That elf reporter, Ferlin, was doing her best to make trade agreements sound exciting. Welcome back to the Mauritial News Network, where we pride ourselves at providing you news almost as fast as news happens. I'm Alana Ferlin, here in Mu. The Muan Parliament is about to announce the ratification of Nobody Was Really Listening Anymore, aside from those making googly eyes at the lady. Old news by now, especially in this place. Have ye heard Tel Aviv then? The dwarf had the guild master braids, complete with those ridiculous golden rings they loved showing off. At least he knew how to work a room. Voice pitched just right to catch interested ears without being obvious about it. What? Arcane Exfil? The new show from the guy behind Manifest Fantasy? Yeah, I just saw the series premiere. Shit was, I must say, quite banger. I think you Myrish folk might like it. Fits your whole, aesthetic and all that. I seen it myself, I have. Fair assessment too. Magic soldiers? Might give those prancing peacocks in the ministry something proper to think about. But nay, lad, not that AE. I speak of the Ravernal Empire. Oh, what VE you heard? Well now, had words with one of them elf officials, I did. From their preparations department, or mayhaps 'twas ancient arms. Memory's not what it were. The dwarf leaned forward, rings clinking against his mug. Spoke of Anonreals being Ravernal spawn, or some such lineage. Sounds a bit racist, don't you think? Just because they have wings. Nay, nay, lad. Not about the wings, truth be told. Seems these winged folk have been caught proper, trying to nick revival beacons right from under Renepolis' nose. And word has it. You'd think those departments would know loose lips sink ships. What do I ken? I'm not but a humble merchant of the guild. Not my place to question how them highborn elves think. Probably too busy admiring their own reflections, they are. But if there's truth to it, he gestured to his ledger. Might be wise to adjust our shipping. Bit dearer using your American routes and their protection, but better than losing cargo to whatever's stirring down south.